Baby boy, you know what I got is for you. Crazy boy, play with me. You get there before a ride, but stay with me for the night. All you want, all you need, don't think about it. All on you, put it on me, no way around it. Let's review, take on me, let's hit the driving. I can show you the ropes, baby, let's go. Wanna be your favorite, turn the lights down loud, turn the lights down loud. Wanna be your favorite, turn the lights down loud, turn the lights down loud. Wanna be your favorite, turn the lights down loud, turn the lights down loud. Wanna be your favorite, turn the lights down loud, turn the lights down loud. Take it down, you know that I'm ready for you, just lay it down. You got the touch, I wanna feel you next to me. Don't rush, you'll never get enough. All you want, all you need, don't think about it. All on you, put it on me, no way around it. Let's review, take on me, let's hit the driving. I can show you the ropes, baby, let's go. Wanna be your favorite, turn the lights down loud, turn the lights down loud. Wanna be your favorite, turn the lights down loud, turn the lights down loud. Wanna be your favorite, turn the lights down loud, turn the lights down loud. Wanna be your favorite, turn the lights down loud, turn the lights down loud. Wanna be your favorite, turn the lights down loud, turn the lights down loud. Wanna be your favorite, turn the lights down loud, turn the lights down loud. Wanna be your favorite, turn the lights down loud, turn the lights down loud. Wanna be your favorite, turn the lights down loud, turn the lights down loud.
New writings on the wall, but nobody knows. We've gotta get away. I thought I'd try to call, but nobody's home. Must have been a bad day. You know I'm the guy that can make it work. This is what you like. You know what the word is. We got to live life. No, we can't. Can't think twice. You gotta be certain, certain. Let's sit up and run away, run away. Don't tell anybody about where we go, and no one will know. We don't tell them. Let's be selfish. Let's just sit love. Let's just sit love. Let's just in love. Baby, we could catch a flight, go around the world, leave our troubles at the gate. We should have a life with some twists and turns, 'cause it keeps you wide awake. In the middle of the night, we can move just a little light, so we can see what we're doing. We got to live life. No, we can't. You can't think twice. You gotta be certain, certain. Let's sit up and run away, run away. Don't tell anybody about where we go, and no one will know. We don't tell them. Let's be selfish. Let's just in love. Let's just in love. Let's just in love. You and I can hide away and whisper words, too much to say. Love is all we need to be so free, so free. Let's in love and run away, who you wanna be. You get all them oohs and them eyes almost every week. Must be something new, something fresh, something I don't see. If this was a show, man, I know you would be the lead. Keep me on my toes, just in case I slip away. Even if I did, I'd be back another day. I never play around with you. If I was on your team, I'd never lose. If I was in your dreams, you'd never snooze. Cause I love the way that you do what you do, what you do. I love the way that you do what you do. I love the way that you do what you do, what you do, what you do. I love the way that you do what you do. I love the way you wake up in the morning. We can take a shower, take a couple hours. Now we on into the money, we just let it blow. Still in that simple life, we take it slow, we take it slow. You ain't scared to take it fast, you ain't scared to crash. Got me feeling gas, looking at that. Yeah. Girl, you know you're sexy and you know it's true. And that's just you being you. Cause I love the way that you do, that you do. Yeah, yeah. Cause I love the way that you do, that you do. Yeah. Cause I love the way that you do, that you do. Yeah. Cause I love the way that you do, that you do. Yeah. Cause I love the way that you do, that you do. Yeah, yeah. Cause I love the way that you do, that you do. Yeah. Cause I love the way that you do, that you do. Yeah. Cause I love the way that you do, that you do. Yeah.
Throw me aside at the end of the game. Turn your back cause I call your name. Another love gone bad again. Bad again, bad again. Slam the door as you curse my name. Toss my clothes on the open flame. Another love gone bad again. Bad again, bad again. Well, I'm glad that it's over, cause it can't hurt anymore. Hurt anymore. And I won't look past my shoulder, cause it can't hurt anymore. Hurt anymore. Then it's already done. Now you're on your own, hope you feel the pain of your thoughts inside, driving you insane. Now another love gone bad again. Bad again, you're bad again. That you're on your own, hope you feel the pain of your thoughts inside, driving you insane. Now another love gone bad again. Bad again, you're bad again. Well, I'm glad that it's over, cause it can't hurt anymore. Hurt anymore. And I won't look past my shoulder, cause it can't hurt anymore. Hurt anymore. And it's already well, done. I'm glad that it's over, cause it can't hurt anymore. Hurt anymore. And can't scare me, you can't scar me, 'cause it's already done. You can't hurt me, you can't harm me, 'cause it's already done. Already done. Well, I'm glad that it's over, 'cause it can't hurt anymore, hurt anymore. And I won't look past my shoulder, 'cause it can't hurt anymore, hurt anymore. And it's already done.
He takes me down, down deeper, deeper than I've ever been before. I'm getting lost in this vapor. Before I know it, I'm the bullet till it's gone. See, we're on the run, here is still clear. Keep me going, he'll be giving all the fuel I need. There'll be no hesitation, ain't taking no persuading. Heading to the one where he discovers me. We're on the run, on the run, on the run here. We're on the run, on the run. Won't you steal me away? On the run, on the run, on the run here. We're on the run, on the run. Won't you steal me away? He brings me around, he stays focused. Without him, I surely fall apart. When I'm crying loud, he's behind me. I won't be taken down without a fight. See, we're on the run, here is still clear. Keep me going, he'll be giving all the fuel I need. There'll be no hesitation, ain't taking no persuading. Heading to the one where he discovers me. We're on the run, on the run, on the run here. We're on the run, on the run. Won't you steal me away?
He's out to fight, they have no Ash. Only looking to try and run and gun. Such the mystic shock over the 1v1. That could be the game-winning play just like that. Bot lane is pressured.
That's exactly what just happened. All the champion on now to the bottom lane's giving.
There it is. Actually going to have to stop, but John Dan's all gone. Harry with the culling, but it's just not enough damage. He needs to make a play right now. Ford all low. They're all joined together. That's one, that's two. A double kill for him. A triple. Emperor's divide onto Johnny. Oh my God.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are here. It is time for the damn playoffs in the LCO. We've gotten all the way through the first split in terms of the group stage, and we have our final five. Look, we've got to say goodbye to a couple of teams, which we will do in a moment. But look, Pentanet, Direwolves, Peace, Order, and Chiefs all remain. And it's going to be a beautiful damn time. Let's have a look back at all of the best moments so far in the LCO.
Won't decide to throw it in. Now does. There we go. Triple knock up for Way. Straight on in there, but the damage is just too great. Or to have way too much of a lead. That was the kind of fight that Mammoth needed 10 minutes ago, and they get it too little too late.
Warhammer's pretty much negated
just by that Seeker's Arm guy. Flash will
Oh, the
land.
flash hook! He's a madman. He did it on vision, but he had to make a prediction. He flashes on through, and that is going to be only picking up his
Ultimate through from Syndra connection. We need a death sentence to
It's
hit here.
Beckett.
Wait, he dodges it. He's dodged it with the portal, but I don't
Beckett.
think he's got enough damage, does he?
Oh.
Yes, he does.
Ward to find to try and jump in. This is where the dragon gets stolen away. It's too little too late. Numbers advantage was not in their favour, but finally the stun comes out. Now into a chokehold! The three-man taunt! What was that? That's surely looking like an ace. They're going to try and take out Kiyosei, and only one person survives.
A bit too little too late. Mammoth, they've been engaged upon. Look at the combo. Incursio dives in off the back of the Gnar ulti, and Mammoth have been decimated.
Exhaust, Maelstrom, damage, delete. Can they find the killing blows? Clear on the flank. It's a 1-for-1 so far. But the Direwolves, they're just too strong. They continue to hit skill shots. They continue to find angles. And they
Clear.
continue to pop off.
Going to be a huge problem for Direwolves, but maybe that Cataclysm will be.
Ooh.
There's another Mega Inferno bomb. And the curtain call from Shifrit as well is just sliding through the Direwolves roster. So far, the trades haven't gone too well, but Direwolves are so damn low. Waits it out. Now uses the flash, but that forces Sybil through as well. He's not quite fast enough to chase him down. He's been baited so nicely. That was clean from Only.
Both junglers know what's happening though, and as Jungleman reveals, he's forced to disengage away. The ultimate connects, he flashes out of it. He's been smited, he's been slowed down. He's in so much trouble, and Bowman connects. The bot lane rotate up, and she's
Doesn't want to get slept on the tower.
holding it for as long as possible right now. Might just expire in a second. He might just get solid out in the process. Oh no, Kisei, he hit the flash, just somehow connects. So have they baited themselves into a false hope? Fighter 20 Brendan's ultimate, he's gone! The revival from Zillion, it's not there. A second kill, a shockwave for a third. Puma finds two, Halo goes golden, but it's all...
Bloody champions in those plays, and mate, I almost shed a tear looking back on that, honestly. It's an emotional day, you know, playoffs. Oh, love to be here. And look, it's not just me here as well. At least for game one, we're going to be bringing in the big guns, bringing in both Elfish Boy and Rusty, who doesn't like to be called Rust Dog, which we've gone over before. Gentlemen, playoffs. All right, Jordan, tell me, how excited are you for today?
I'm 11 out of 10 excited, Mac. Probably not as excited as you, but to be fair, I don't know that anyone can be, really. I feel like you're just a ball of energy at all times, so I can't really beat you for that one, but I am keen. I'm looking forward to this one. Obviously, best of fives coming out today. We've got some good matchups. Peace versus Direwolves is, I feel like, a good rivalry that's really starting to develop between these two teams, and it's going to be put to bed today, so that's a big one to start things off.
What about you, Rusty? How you feeling this fine bloody Tuesday?
Yeah, good. I mean, it's been a bit of a whirlwind, really, when you think about it, right? Only 5 weeks of regular season and we're straight into the playoffs, but, you know, definitely excited to watch this game. I'm no longer the producer, spectator, and host of the show, Mac. I'm back to just being a regular caster. I kind of say, thank God, because that was way too much effort.
How was that on Saturday, by the way? You know, how'd that go? You know, tell the viewers in case they missed it quickly.
Yeah, so I streamed on the LCO channel the tiebreaker match between Peace and Direwolves to determine second place. We didn't have anyone ready to do it, so it was just me doing it all for Ose with Skimmy, who had to endure me being a menace the whole time. Of course, it was Direwolves that did end up winning that one, but it was an exciting match between them, and I think the match was much more exciting than my spectating ability.
So let's have a look at the standings now as well to see exactly where everyone sits at the end of the group stage. Now, of course, we will say goodbye quickly to Legacy, Gravitas, and Mammoth, who all put on spectacular performances, but unfortunately did not make the playoffs. Your playoff teams are Pentanet, Direwolves, Peace, Order, and the Chiefs. Now, we won't be seeing too much of Pentanet today because, you know, in that first position, it allows them to go straight into that second round of games. We'll have a look at that in a little while, though. Jordan, do you want to share your thoughts on where the standings currently sit?
Yeah, I mean, I think overall, if you would have asked me after week one where the standings probably would have sit, I would have said I might have been a bit surprised to see Order in fourth. I would have probably favoured Chiefs there, and the same can probably be said for Direwolves in second over Peace, although I understand that was a tie in theory. Direwolves do take second seed by winning the tiebreaker. Overall, I think for both Order and for Direwolves, they kind of got better during the season, whereas for Peace and Chiefs, they didn't, I mean, in some instances regressed, some instances sort of plateaued in a way. Obviously, there's still opportunities to improve on that, and today is that day for at least in my mind, for Peace and for Chiefs to step up and show a bit more consistency than what we did get overall in the regular season.
Now, Rusty, do you want to quickly run us through what's in front of us here? You know, we've got Direwolves Peace today, which is what you guys are going to be casting, and then we've got Order and Chiefs later on. And then the winner is going to be going to play Pentanet. So is it even a good thing to win that first round for Direwolves or Peace? Because you got to go versus Pentanet straight away.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good thing because you get a second chance no matter what, right? Going up against Peace, earning that spot means you get to go to the round 3 lower bracket anyway, which means a single best of 5 away from getting into the finals. So, I mean, yes, it's obviously going to be a tough bracket to run through. Direwolves or Peace, the winners have to go up against the Titans in PGG. But you've also got the hungry teams on the bottom side of this bracket, Mac. Order and Chiefs will be playing later today, trying to keep the run, make the miracle run, you might say, being in the lower bracket from the first round.
Yeah, see if Order can make the Order-esque run all the way through that lower bracket to the finals. They have done it before. Let's see if this new roster can do it again. I guess we'll see. And look, what are they playing for? Of course, it is the mid-season invitational. So the winner, of course, is going to go overseas and play against all of the best competition in the world and try to show what Oceania has in store and what it can offer to the world, which I'm hoping, you know, if it's one of these teams, they're going to do a very good job and do us proud over there, you know, so respect
I hope so too.
Yes.
When you say one of these teams, by the way, what do you mean? One of the ones playing today or one of the ones that are in the bracket? Because it does have to be one of the ones in the bracket.
Yes.
Okay.
I just didn't want to say any specific ones. You know, I didn't want to
So you didn't want to
say
say Pentanet, you know, the best team in the country, the best team in the region.
Yep.
Should potentially win playoffs and go to MSI. You didn't want to put that out there. You don't want to.
I didn't want to say that.
Early predictions or anything, Mac?
But you've said it.
I have said
it. Maybe we're all thinking it. Anyway, let's move forward. We got a show to run. We got a game to get to as well. So, quickly, let's chat about how good Pentanet are. They have it was almost undefeated for the season. They did lose to Gravitas quickly there last week because Gravitas played out of their mind. It was absolutely insane. MSI, it's on the horizon. And look, we're going to be talking key picks as well. So this time we're looking at mid, of course. So, Rusty, do you want to tell us why these are the key picks for mid?
So at the moment, while we do cycle back to mid lane in terms of picks and priority, not a lot has changed in the role since basically the start of the split. The one key champion for me in this 4 that has kind of risen to priority for the purpose of priority in mid lane, I just couldn't find a better word, was the Zoe, where she wasn't really seen at all. And then PGG also did this. They said it in the interview as well. They're picking Zoe. They're playing much more aggressively. They're using their wave priority in mid from this champion over the Orianna or the Victor to start influencing their side lanes and have more early game priority. And for me, that's the biggest thing, right? Like, these are team fighting mages. They definitely just want to get 2 items, 3 items, look for the 5v5s. But the more active you can now be early game with your jungler, the better off you have found maybe more success in your games.
So, you know, going into match 1 of the day, do you see any of these 4 certainly being picked, Jordan?
Yes, there's probably a pretty good chance. Let me take a look back and see what we've got. The picks data that I have been able to break down for myself.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, Zoe's definitely a possibility. Someone like Shock definitely liking to pick Zoe a lot at the moment. We do see Syndra a little bit coming through from Halo, although he seems to have a little bit of a more open map, champion pool, I should say. Orianna, definitely a possibility to come out there from Halo as well. So yeah, look, I think those are going to be very contested. The only one that doesn't necessarily seem to be a huge one for these guys is Victor, although even that is sort of spattering through a little bit for Shock here and there. So yeah, look, I mean, it's very much a possibility. And there's a reason why they are the top picks. There's a reason these are the top teams as well. You know, it sort of seems to go hand in hand that if you're playing the top picks, you are the top team. There's a chance that you're probably playing the top picks. And you put 2 and 2 together, and then you make 4, which was the amount of champions you had on that graphic, Max. So there you go. Quick maths for you on the LCO stream. Love it.
Ooh, I love quick maths. And look, producer Phil's done some quick maths as well. And that is, what is the go with Orianna? Someone please explain to me why it is the most picked mid lane champion OST, yet it has a 31% win rate. So Rusty, throwing the ball over to you.
So 31% win rate. I mean, part of this, right, is that every team plays Orianna. So you do have to take into account which teams are playing the pick in the first place. Orianna is a pick that I think is probably the easiest of all of those mid lane mages as well. You start with extra resistances. So you by default are a little bit stronger. You run phase rush in your runes as well. So if someone tries to trade with you, you just sprint away. And it's very hard to get Orianna wrong. But the reason that I think it's got a 30% win rate more than anything else is probably just the teams that are playing it. The better teams are exposing the Orianna's moments of weaknesses, which could be like early mana or just like dodging the ults in team fights to be able to still get those team fight victories. And often it's just because the better team's ahead come team fighting. So, you know, worst team plays Orianna, worst team loses, the stats get skewed.
Well, there you go. And something else I'd like to expose is not only myself, but patch 11.6. Let's go deeper into the patch notes here because we're on a new patch today for the playoffs. And look, Rusty, I'm going to throw this back over to you. Firstly, look, I've been playing a lot of Volibear. I love him, and this is probably why.
Yeah, he got a really big change to Sky Splitter. I believe that is his E. It's the big thing the circle that comes from the ground for those people that don't know ability names that does a lot of damage if he's AP. What they've done to that one is they've made it so that it does 750 at rank 1 to monsters. In other words, you could max potentially your E last and do the maximum amount of damage to dragons and to barons. And, you know, jungle camps in general. I think the quick maths off the top of my head was that it was about 300 and something damage to a blue buff at level 1, which obviously is over... It's more than having 2 points in the spell at level 1 now. So Volibear is a champion who I would say start seeing more and more of in the jungle. They've made it a lot easier, and of course the changes to his W, the Frenzied Mole, also proves that because you don't get halved healing when you're hitting monsters. They want him to be in the jungle with these changes, and I think they've succeeded.
I think it's quite interesting, Jordan, you know, that Immortal Shield Bow, something that you like to pick up a lot as a support player, don't know why, it probably goes to show your skill level, has had this nerf.
Yeah, look, I mean, I've definitely not been picking up Immortal Shield Bow on my support champions. You might have mistaken my mid-yone for the support role, Mac. I understand you don't know a whole lot about League of Legends. I mean, it is a little bit of a change, I think, for Immortal Shield Bow. I haven't really dived too deep. I haven't been playing too much Yone recently, you know, like I said, down in the support role more often than not. But it seems like it's a bit more of a shift in power rather than a direct nerf. It's, I think, putting more damage over into the Shield Bow or more crit chance or something like that, and then a little bit less damage and healing coming through from it as well. So there's a little bit of a change up more so than a direct nerf, if I'm reading things correctly.
It's like a specific champion nerf. So champions like Samira, right, who get low in the fight, get extra life steal, press ultimate, and suddenly they're full health. Like, they suffer from it. But the other thing that I just wanted to quickly touch on, Mac, now the graphic is gone and we'll move on in a second, is that Verdant Barrier, Seeker's Arm Guard, they're basically half as effective right now. These items were just legitimately OP in mid lane. You build one form of resistance, especially if their mid jungle is the same damage type, you win the game. Not going to be as simple from now on. It is more important to then complete the item for the extra resistances than it is to just sit on components. So I really like this change, and I'm excited to see how it plays out come playoffs.
Yeah, well, you know, that's what we got to think about is what the meta is going to allow us to see in playoffs. It's going to be slightly different, hopefully, to what we saw throughout the last couple of weeks. And look, you guys, we love you guys, and we want to hear from you guys at home, from the fans. If you have any content, doesn't matter what it is, it's finals, anything goes, good memes, good clips, terrible op.gg pages, please clip them, send them in at LCO, hashtag LCO, and if you want to trash talk, you know, Elfish Guy or Rusty, not sure why you'd want to, you can happily trash talk me because I'll just trash talk you back. We can maybe fight, you know, I can meet you at like Lidcombe Station or something, but look, we can go to DMs for that. But for now, send in your memes, get it done so we can get better content on the show from you guys because we love you guys. And look, that brings us one step closer towards the game. And boys, I need to ask you, what is your most played champion, Elfish Guy?
Of all time?
Of all time.
Oh, I think it might actually be Thresh. It might be Thresh because, you know, I feel like when I first started playing LoL, I was playing like a lot of Janna and Sona, and like these were the kind of meta supports back in the day. But then when Thresh came out, I was pretty much just a Thresh main, and my mindset has me feeling like Thresh is a new champion, but that's just because I played before Thresh existed, and now I kind of realized Thresh is a pretty old champion. So I think it probably is Thresh. I've played a lot of Thresh in the time. I think he was releasing like season 3, so something crazy like that. So yeah, it's probably is Thresh. Lately it's been Senna, but yeah, I'd say Thresh probably if I had to take a guess. Don't really know.
Like 8 years ago, mate.
Yeah,
what about
that's a
you,
long
Rusty?
time. I think my most played, like if we're going to go all the way back to where we first started, it'd be Nidalee, Gragas, or Ziggs.
Okay.
Because that was like, when I was younger, I was putting in thousands of games per year. Those 3 were my go-to. I was a pro in my defense. Not anymore, so I don't play nearly as much. Yeah, Nidalee I think would be my most played though. I have every skill on her still to this day and still play her if I have to jungle. So.
Well, look, mine isn't Yi, even though you were all expecting it. It's actually probably Warwick from when I did used to play back in the day. And look, you just don't die as the man. So it's a very easy champ to learn and get into the game. But look, it's not about getting into the game. It's about what the pros play. And let's hear from the pros about what their most played champs are.
Most played champion ever. When I was in high school, I was a one-trick Darius. So it has to be Darius because I know I have like 1 mil points on him. And like nothing comes close to Darius.
My most played champion of all time is probably Riven. From my years as a serial carry top laner that never really won. Riven will always have like a soft spot in my heart. She's so much fun compared to the rest of the cast.
My most played champion ever? I mean, that's Bard. People know me for my Bard. That's my favorite champion.
Probably Kai'Sa, I think. She's very fun to play and she has a lot of upplay potential, which is why I enjoy her a lot.
I think Lux, yeah.
Camille. When I first played Camille, I just felt like the champion can carry and also fun to play. So I like this champion. And now he's also broken, so I play it more.
Oh, it's Gangplank. That is my most played champion. It's definitely very fun. You know, you have to have a lot of skill with him for his barrels. It's very explosive gameplay.
Pantheon.
It's definitely, I think it's Yasuo. I think I have 1 million points on Yasuo. It's a bit sad to admit it, but.
My most played champion would probably be Jax, and then Irelia, and then Vayne.
My most played champion is actually Zed. I like one-trick Zed for like 3 seasons.
It's actually Udyr. Would it be Udyr? No, I think it would be Lee Sin. No, it's a pretty close contender for the 2 because I've been an Udyr enthusiast for many seasons, many moons. I think Lee Sin is my one true love. That sweet bold dome of his, the way it reflects, you know, it's just beautiful.
I think my most played is Vayne, which is not really surprising.
Lee Sin or Master Yi, I would say, like, because I used to be like a big Master Yi one trick, but I also like played Lee Sin for a long time.
I think my most played champion, just based off like mastery points on my account, is Lucian.
Lee Sin. I've played, I think I almost have 1 million mastery points on Lee Sin, and I was playing Lee Sin before the mastery points even existed. It's pretty close. Like there are like 4 champions I've really spanned over the years, but it's the monk. Yeah, it's the blind monk. That's number 1.
Blind monk, bold monk, depending on how you want him, seemed to be a relatively popular one there, didn't he, Lee Sin?
Yeah, actually, he's my highest mastery champion as well. I was just going way back before mastery was a thing, but Lee Sin's mine as well, man.
Oh, there you go. Okay, so good to see that you managed to crack open League of Legends and check really quickly. But look, let's talk about their game. Dire Wolves, let's talk them first. They have been pretty much putting everything up in lights, and we do get to see a rematch today between them and Peace. And look, yes, Dire Wolves got the one up on them the other day, but of course that was just a best of 1. We're into the best of 5, so they got to do it at least 3 times, Rusty.
I'm sorry, Mac. I was yelling at a family member because they were being loud outside, and I heard that statement.
No.
So can you please refer that to Jordan?
Yes, best of 5s. Jordan, Dire Wolves, they're pretty good, aren't they?
Well, I mean, I guess that remains to be seen. Jury's kind of out. We haven't seen any best of 5 so far, but I am expecting that, yes, they will be good, Mac. And they have had a really enjoyable run through the season to watch. I've enjoyed the journey of Dire Wolves. I thought coming into week 1 and even going into week 2 that, you know, maybe Dire Wolves wasn't living up to expectations, but we have to remember they played against Pentanet, they played against Peace in their first 2 games of the split, and then there was that surprising loss against Order coming through in week 2, and that sort of seemed to sour the pot a little bit for Dire Wolves, but basically ever since then, the only team that they've actually lost to has been Pentanet, and that includes 2 games against Peace. So overall, head-to-head is there for Dire Wolves against Peace. They've
been looking better and better as the split has gone on. I feel like Claire has felt a lot more comfortable in the top lane. You're starting to see the team come together as a roster as opposed to just individuals now as well. And to be honest, I think this was the team that we were expecting in week one. It's taken them a little while to kind of get here, but now, in my mind, they're probably looking like, coming into playoffs, the second best team behind Pentanet, and that would be what I would expect to see in the grand final. Obviously, we've still got a long way to go there, so that's you know, an early prediction. But for now, I mean, I'm actually feeling pretty confident, and I've enjoyed what I've seen in the last few weeks from Direwolf, so I think they're looking pretty good.
Yeah, they've been doing very good, not only in the server, but in the content department. Is that what that says on my wrist? Yes. That's not a wristwatch, that's just where I got bitten by my dog. But look, let's have a quick look at what Direwolves have cooked up this week.
What's up, guys? Farmer here with the League of Legends team Week 5 recap. This week we actually played 4 games. We played against Legacy, Gravitas, Chiefs, and Peace in the tiebreaker, and we won all of them. In drafting against Legacy, you just have to know they have very specific champion pools that they always either opt into or only comfortable on. As long as you're prepared for them in Champ Select and you know which tools you can't deal with well or you just don't want to deal with on the day, you can get a winning draft against them. Also, I think their macro was a little bit off. They started objectives at the wrong time and they skipped steps in setting up sometimes, so we just were the better team on the day, but they definitely showed promise in taking it to us and making sure that we began to play into their style a little bit. Gravitas show a lot of promise. I think their players individually are quite talented. Piglet is really underrated, and Safa obviously got a big attention last week when he played that Vayne pick. Their mid laners just always got these unique champion picks. The Lux pick's pretty interesting. I think that this guy has unique champs in his pool, but it's a champ that should just get abused. In my opinion, it's not really a concern, but who knows, maybe in the future we'll just see Luxes every game. When it came down to team fights and objective control, we were just on top. We knew what we wanted every time we stepped into the river, and I think that's what made the difference on the day. Chiefs win. I think in general we were really happy with the way the game went. Obviously it can be optimized, but it was definitely our most dominant game of the week and one of our more dominant games of the split. I think Claire actually made a few mistakes in the early game, which cost him his flash and actually could have snowballed way better. But he definitely brought it back with several solo kills and just a dominant Camille performance. When a player has that kind of performance on your team, you just feel really ecstatic because you know that's just dominance, that's just individual player gap. I think one thing that's kind of going unsaid is the power of our roster outside of our starting 5, because we just have Calrock and Prayless. I think if they weren't on our team, they'd be some of our main competitors on other teams. They're just backing us up and helping us prepare and also are ready at any moment. I think it's definitely a big boon for us. I think the team that everyone wants to face off against is PGG. I think that's the most exciting match with the closest opposition. Strategically, they have deep pools and a lot of resources at their disposal, so I think they're the most troubling and the most fun to prepare against. We really, really hope that we can take it all the way for you guys, give you guys some exciting matches, and hopefully a trophy at the end. Thanks.
There you go. Good to hear from Farmer and his thoughts on all the other teams that Direwolves have played lately. You know, the couple of things they've got wrong, so maybe some tips for those teams to put in to their own practice and maybe fix going into Split 2, because of course he was talking about some of the teams that are no longer with us, so unfortunately they won't be able to put it into practice anytime soon. Now, speaking of practice, Peace. They've been doing a lot of it, and they are looking quite good. Rusty, I hope there's no family members yelling this time, because it's your turn to talk.
My turn to talk. All right, yeah. No, Peace, I mean, when you say they've been looking quite good, I think that's only partly true. I think they've been looking fantastic at moments. There's been week, maybe 2-week periods where they've just been smashing everyone that gets in their way. But at the same time, there's been weeks and significantly large amounts of time where they've been doing the opposite, where it has felt like they've actually been struggling quite a bit to find any consistency. I think the one place that has always been consistent with this team, and it pretty much has just been true since the first day of the split, is the bottom lane being strong. Violet and Aladoric have definitely been standouts in a lot of ways. And then the games where they look exceptional and, you know, go above and beyond expectations is when the rest of the squad starts to show up and hit those big team fights. But they've been challenged a lot. When they play through the regular season, you know, even this game that's on your screen against Order, they were very challenged and pushed the limits to even have a chance of winning this one. And they ultimately didn't. It's the type of games that they needed to win, and that's ultimately why they were also in a tiebreaker for second place recently that they lost to Direwolf.
It was interesting because no one Oh, I wouldn't say no one, because I picked Order going into this game, but a lot of people thought it was just going to be easy for Peace again, that Order's inconsistency might have come back to bite them, but didn't happen. Anyway, we're here to talk Peace, and we're actually here to talk to the players sometimes too, but that's not our job, that's Nat's job. I think she's down on the sidelines. Let's bring her back in to the conversation. How you doing, Nat, on playoffs day? Haven't heard from you yet.
I'm really good. I'm excited. I'm a little bit not nervous, but like I just don't know how it how it's gonna play out. I mean, we could go all the way to 5 games. We might only have 3, and I just want to watch a lot of League today. I'm addicted.
Well, we've got maybe 10 maps to watch, so I guess we'll see once we do get there. But look, Natsa, you're down on the side lanes. Which playoff contendees do you have to have a chat to?
I've roped in Shock and Halo to join me for this interview. Thank you both so much for joining me. You know, this is our first best of 5 for the LCO. So Shock, what are the conversations that are happening in the Direwolf camp to, you know, keep the energy levels for potentially 5 games?
I think all of us have played like long playoff games or long playoff series before, so we didn't really like chat about that specifically, but just like, I think keeping calm and staying like efficient between games like makes a big difference in long series.
Would you say that's similar for you guys over at Peace Halo?
I think best of 5 presented a new challenge for us. I was a sub last year, so I didn't really play a full best of 5. Same with Violet. So I mean, yeah, it's an intense environment in a best of 5, so we'll try our best to remain calm throughout the series, and that's something that we have to look out for.
With the split, we noticed, you know, well, we saw that you guys went 1-1 with each other, and then to go to a tiebreaker, you did lose against Dire Wolves. So how evenly matched do you guys think you are, and what have you taken away from your last game that you're hoping to implement this game?
I think Dire Wolves have a lot of experience on their roster, and they have a lot of good macro decision making. Obviously, like, we have good laners, but I think mainly the decision. I think it's a hard question. I think if we bring our A game, we can win today. But it's just going to be hard in a best of 5. So I'm not underestimating Dire Wolves at all. I think they're a really good team, so it'll be fun.
Every game is going to be a challenge. But Shock, what about you guys? You know, you seem to be an unstoppable, ever-growing force. So what, you know, weaknesses have you guys seen that you might be able to take advantage of coming into this?
Well, I think obviously the advantages like we have are mainly in experience and macro, as Halo said. I think Peace is probably the most mechanically gifted roster, but I think like recent results have shown that we are the stronger team, so I am like expecting us to be favorites today. That being said, like Peace are definitely no pushover, and I think the series will be 4 or 5 games for sure.
Look, that was actually going to be one of the questions I was going to ask you guys. What is going to be the game number predictions? Do you guys think it's going to be an even, like a clean sweep of 3-0, or is it going to go to a 3-2 all the way to the 5 games? If you want to start, Shock.
Yeah, I think it's either going to be a 3-1 or a 3-2 to us, hopefully. I think either way, it'll go a long time.
And Halo, what about you?
Yeah, I mean, I respect any man that steps into that octagon, so hopefully we play out a war, 5-game series, and we win in the end. That's what I'm looking forward to.
Oh, you guys are, that's it. You're buckled in. You're ready to go the whole 5 games. Look, I'm looking forward to it. Thank you both so much for joining me. Good luck, and I'll see you probably at the end of the 5-game marathon at this rate.
Thanks.
Thanks.
Well, there you go. The consensus is it's going to be a damn long thriller today between Dire Wolves and Peace. And look, let's bring up the predictions, see what we're all thinking and which way we have thought it's going to go. We're all Dire Wolves here. I think, are we all across the board?
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure everyone went Dire Wolves.
No one went Peace.
Okay, that's interesting.
Which is unfortunate, you know, because I think actually during during regular season, I predicted 4 Peace in every single matchup except for the very last game that they played against Pentanet, where I predicted Pentanet. And it's almost like a sign of the times in a way. I think the fact that we've all gone for Dire Wolves, it's the fact that we've lost a bit of faith maybe in Peace with the inconsistency that they've had with the rough run at the end of the split that they had. and the fact that Direwolves have really looked like they've been on the improve and the incline. So I don't know. I mean, I can't speak for everyone, but that's my 2 cents on why I've gone for Direwolves over Peace. I just think they've been more consistent and they've been looking better in the last couple of weeks.
I've actually noticed something. I'm not on 101-0 anymore. I don't know where my points went there. It seems like things are back to normal. So pretty disappointed with that. You know, production obviously not on their toes. I was happy to win. Now I'm not winning. And anyway, look, but it goes to, I think my thoughts on this whole setup for the series is that I don't know if Peace are going to be able to keep the mental throughout 5 games. I really hope they do, and it is. I really hope that it's going to be a 3-2, but it's something we've seen them against even some of the worst teams in the comp, that they have to beat themselves sometimes, or they have to, you know, keep themselves stable, and sometimes we don't see that. So
they're their own worst enemy, right?
That's it.
I want to jump in quickly. I mean, even that interview, then Halo said the one thing that they're going to have to really focus on is, like, you know, kind of resetting in between each game, like staying strong communication-wise. And I think that's more why I've gone Direwolves. It isn't so much that I think Peace are inconsistent. I just think that Direwolves have the ability, because they've done it in the past, to pace themselves for potentially 5 games. I think, you know, if Peace lose the first 2, then there's like a chance that they're just not there mentally for the 3rd one.
Yeah, well, that brings us to the game. Game 1 coming up right now. Boys, take us in. It is playoffs time. Direwolves and Peace. Let's get it.
Looking forward to this one. It's going to be a big game, isn't it, Rusty? Direwolves up against Peace, and we've got a flashy new overlay as well. That's how you know it's serious business time.
Look at this.
And my voice is still going a bit struggling, but anyway, we're getting there. Look, tell me, we didn't get to hear from you too much about the prediction there. Why have you actually gone for Direwolves over Peace today?
Yeah, so I was thinking about this the other day. I think it's a 60-40 to Direwolves, and the reason for that is I think if Direwolves win a game, it could be a 3-0. Talk about game 1 specifically. I think if Direwolves win game 1, it could be a 3-0. I think if Peace win game 1, Direwolves can come back. So I saw no logical reason to go for Peace in terms of prediction. I just think that the experience and, you know, the patience and perhaps just macro ability of Direwolves would at least carry them through to more games and give them a better chance.
Does that head-to-head record play a factor at all in your conclusion as well?
I think recency bias more than the head-to-head as to why. You know, Direwolves have been on a tear lately. They've shown consistent improvements in places where they were the weakest, where I think Peace have shown inconsistency, not consistent improvement.
All right, interesting. Well, we'll have to wait and see how things do pan on out, getting into the draft process now. So we do immediately have a couple of support bans getting thrown in here. I do like to see the Rakan taken away from Aladoric. That's a champion that he's had quite a bit of success on so far this season. The same can be said for Syndra getting taken away from Halo. You know, it seems like right now Direwolves, at least with their first couple of bans, are opting for a little bit more of a targeted ban as opposed to just a general ban. Although I don't think Rakan and Syndra are necessarily bad bans, but in my mind, these are more of a target rather than a just, oh, we want to get rid of a Seraphine, we want to get rid of something like that. You know what I mean?
No, you're absolutely right. I mean, it's the way that the meta has progressed is that blue side is just target bans, where red side is meta bans. So this is going to be a pretty standard thing, I think, throughout the series, where you find the team on red side in this game, Peace will have to ban away these champions. It does open the floor to some specifics. For Direwolves, that's obviously going to be the Tristana. And the tragedy of this is Peace, I would say some of their best champions is Lisa on Hecarim and Aladoric on Thresh. So it feels horrible that they have to ban those, and it might be why they prioritize picking blue side in the coming games.
Yeah, they do get the Lilia, though, without the Hecarim to answer, so it'll be interesting to see what Direwolves are going to opt for there. Early ADC selection, and it's going to be Jinx. That'll be for Violet. And a champion that I don't think we've really been seeing too much from Violet, to be honest. He's had a couple of games here and there on Jinx, but he's been leaning a lot more towards the likes of Kai'Sa, Xayah. Even been seeing a little bit of Tristana from him of late. So that's already something, it's not quote-unquote new, I suppose, but it's definitely something different than maybe what Direwolves might have been expecting.
It's much more of a fringe pick in general, right? You've seen Guncrab have a lot of success on the Jinx, and you have to remember that he's playing against Guncrab. So it could just be a matter of saying, we know the Tristana is flexible, but it is presumably AD. So let's take a matchup that we know is decent for us anyway in bottom lane, with the Jinx into the Tristana supports pending. and then you just also take it away from them if they choose to flex it. Maybe the 2-for-1 there, and we also know the Violet is a very good Jinx.
Something else to note is that we do have a lock-in of Nidalee for Only, and again, just taking a look back at the champions that he's played this season, I think that'll be the first time actually that he does play Nidalee. We haven't really been seeing a lot of Nidalee actually in LCO at all. I believe Why Not played her, I should say, once this split, and apart from that, I don't recall any other Nidalees. So definitely another one of those fringe selections, at least when it comes to LCO, although there is power in that champion. No questions asked.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's something you would expect to see more and more of as junglers start to either be banned or completely left open. Nidalee does rise to fruition in terms of what she's able to actually provide, matching a lot of the current good jungle champions. This Galio that was locked in third here, by the way, could be in the support role for Aladoric, so just keep that one in mind. Halo, while he could also be the Galio, I don't think you'd want to just straight up do that blind. It's a bit how you're going, so I'd imagine that's support into the Triss Alistar lane.
Yeah, big amount of mid lane bans coming through here as well with the Victor, the Zoe. Obviously, Camille going for the top side of the map. Direwolves getting rid of that and not interested in playing against Appy's Camille. Although, I mean, I feel like trying to ban Appy out is a lesson in futility because he has got one of the wider champion pools that we've seen from any of the players in the LCO so far this season. He's even gone so far as to play things like the Kennen. You know, he's got Lulu in there as well. So if we do go down that route, then we could definitely be seeing some interesting selections up in top. Another one of those sort of potential flex picks here, the Lucian, I would guess is probably leaning towards mid. I don't know about you. Maybe that could still go up into top though.
I mean, yeah, it could definitely go to top, but you would expect mid lane more than anything else. The fact that it is picked fourth does lean into your opinion, though, of that it could be flexible. They're waiting to see exactly where these solo laners will be for Direwolves first. Their composition already has decent damage output. It's already got mixed damage. It's just that overall, their engage is really, I want to say, lackluster. It exists, but it's really difficult to execute. So you need to round out your comp with, and this is easier with top lane champions, first of all, something like a Gnar, you know, or an Ornn or a Sion that can just like press the button and go.
Yeah, well, they've got the benefit of having a Lilia already in the jungle, so that does mean that you can have the AD mid laner, you can have the tank top laner. You won't be too concerned about having a lack of AP damage. In the end, it is actually going to be Gragas that's going to go up into the top lane. Something that I, to be honest, expected to see a little bit more of than what we actually ended up getting so far in LCO. But certainly a champion that Appy is quite used to, has played a fair bit of Gragas so far this season, and we'll see him back on that champion once again. And it's kind of what you're looking for as well, isn't it? It's that engage. You're able to start the fights with the Gragas and follow things up then with the, you know, the rest of the composition here. You also have the Lilia there as well with the flash Q. There's a possibility. So how are we thinking now after seeing the teams locked in composition-wise? Who's got the advantage? Where does the draft lean? Or even is there an advantage at this point in time?
So I think the thing you have to look at, we'll start with Peace first, is that Gragas choice as their last pick is, while it can engage, it's flash reliant more often than not to be an engaged tool. Their primary source of engage seems to be a Lilia flash Q with a Galio ult following it up. So that, again, flash-reliant cooldowns probably means that you'll either be getting some early ganks off and then nothing for a bit if they're ahead, or you'll be fighting around major objectives like your dragons. So they are much more telegraphed in how they would want a team fight if it ended up being front to back on the side of Peace, where Direwolves, you would say, is a very standard, strong, scaling, just regular old League of Legends composition, which, you know, I'd say has early game strengths. Renekton is really good gank setup for Nidalee, so they do have really good top fighting 2v2. Their Azir scaling is obviously going to be fantastic, and Tristana is this happy medium where she's strong early, can jump in with an Alistar and they have good 2v2s, and then of course scales nicely as the game progresses. So overall, I'd say it's comfort for Direwolves. I'd say they're pretty happy with what they've got overall as a composition as a whole as well. It's Peace that are more of the wild card, maybe harder to execute would be the best way to explain it.
I suppose it's a good way of putting it, right? That Peace maybe is a wild card because it kind of feels like that has been their storyline this season. They've had some really, really good games. They've had some rough games. And a lot of it does sort of feel like it comes down to how the early game kind of plays out for Peace. If they can get ahead, they can really start to snowball. In a sense, they're a wild card because we don't really know which kind of Peace is going to show up today. If it's the piece that we saw beating Direwolves in week 1, being able to have good games through the mid stages, then great. But if it's the piece that sort of showed up in the final week of competition, was not there in that final tiebreaker as well, we may well see Direwolves take away the victory today. But it's time to find out as we head into game 1 of the playoffs in LCO. This time it's Peace up against Direwolves, 2nd seed versus 3rd seed, or a place against Pentanet further on in the bracket. Already some shenanigans afoot. Aladoric should be fine here.
Yeah, just a little bit of poke. He's going to look to recall anyway, so nothing doing. And you're right, this is the upper bracket round 1, so 2nd chance for anyone who loses this best of 5 series, so just keep that in mind.
Okay, that's a bit annoying now, actually, because does he recall? Does he use his pots? In the end, he's opted to go for the early pots usage, but that does put you behind bot lane. Anyway, let's have a bit of a chat with Farmer, who is the coach of Direwolves. Want to get some insight as to how things are feeling going into this best of 5. So first of all, I guess, Farmer, how are you going?
Oh, pretty good. Yeah, I'm super excited. I've played a best of 5 before, but I've never coached one, so this is really exciting for me.
Well, first time for everything, I suppose. Hopefully things go well. I guess the first question then obviously pertaining around the best of 5. Has it really changed anything in your preparation or, you know, how you're feeling coming into this game? I mean, does it favor Direwolves or does it favor Peace in your opinion?
Well, I was of the opinion from the start that once we get to playoffs, like, our players would really shine because they have so much collective playoff experience. They know what it takes in adapting in between games. In terms of preparation, the only major difference was that we obviously had to prepare for both sides. So the draft meeting was a little longer, but otherwise, it was just another day in the office.
Okay, cool. What's changed for Direwolves over the course of this season? You know, we've sort of spoken about it on the desk a little bit. I'm not sure if you were listening in, but at least I was sort of saying it felt like Direwolves took a little while to get rolling, but once you've gotten rolling, you've looked really good. So has that just been a case of sort of finding your feet as a team together as 5 or getting comfort on certain champions, certain roles, that kind of thing? Why have you looked so much better towards the end of the season than what you did to start things off?
At the start, it took us a little while to find and implement the systems that we are now using, like our macro systems, our draft systems, our philosophies around draft, and like what we're supposed to give to each player to let them excel. I think there's no change. It's more gradual, but I guess, yeah, you can say that we've changed a lot from the start, but it's been gradual. It's just been a process. We've been committing to the process, and now we're just seeing the fruits of our labor. Yep.
Yeah, long-term goals paying off, I suppose. And bringing things back to this game right here, as far as the draft is concerned, what should we be looking out for? You know, not only just from yourselves, but also from Peace. What are the sort of key factors for this game in your mind?
Well, I think Rusty hit the nail on the head just before I joined in, which was that our comp has a lot of ease of execution over theirs. So not only do we have an easier comp to execute, but I think we have the stronger picks in the meta. We have a comp that works well together, and we have late game insurance policies. So in my mind, we should control the game from the start. But yeah, I think that if they add some variance to the game and perhaps throw us off, that could be interesting. I guess their comp has a lot of like playmaking potential on individuals, but I much favor our comp in this draft.
All right, well, I'm looking forward to finding out which way it is going to pan out. Thank you very much for your time, Farmer. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Cheers. And Rusty, what have you got to update me on as of the first 4.5 minutes of the game?
I mean, ultimately, that was one of the most quiet early games we've had in a while here, Jordan, where realistically both junglers, Ililia and Anidalee, aren't looking to fight each other at all. They are just prioritizing their clearing. So they both get towards their level 4 full clear. They both handshake Scuttle Crabs on the opposite side of the map. There was no significant farm advantage. Only now is there maybe a slight camp lead for Lisa because Only went for the first gank of the game in top lane. Lost 80% of his HP, but they did push the Gragas back. The one thing that stands out to me is that, with both mid laners having reset at 3 minutes 30 roughly in the game, only one of them used a teleport, and that was Shock. So Halo does have that in advantage, which means there could be some playmaking around side lanes if their mid laner gets active.
Yeah, Hello's been doing a bit of scouting into Only's jungle as well. Has got a ward down in the Wraith bush, but has not spotted the Nidalee lurking on the bot side river. In the end, we'll get out okay. Lucian, very, very safe mid laner. Does have the dash available. And a bit of a wander up from the Peace mid laners as well. Violet hanging around even. Cupcake's just going to send him back into the river. Hang on. Peace aren't too happy with that. They've said, get your hands off my ADC. And that's first blood going to Peace in the first game of the playoffs. So they start things off in mighty fine fashion.
Yeah, and truthfully, Cupcake overextends himself there by quite a significant amount. You know, he did almost scrape away, but had to flash for even the opportunity to get away in that circumstance. Headbutts someone away from himself, thinking that maybe, you know, that creates enough distance, but why are you there in the first place? To have to headbutt someone away is the question you have to ask, when you know that both members of Peace are missing from the bottom lane and you have priority in mid. So, bit of an upsies, but top lane.
Only does manage to connect the spear. The jump should come through. The damage, though, won't. Oh, that's gone horribly wrong. Teleport up from Halo as well, and that is a double kill going over to Peace. They're now 3-0, and Direwolves, oh, that's got to be a tilter.
It might be a good time to reference the player cameras, because there was a bit of nerves there from Only after that one. Bites his nails. Oh, no. Maybe not the way you want that one to go. Very aggressive, very bold decision. They were trying to really hit the hammer home and say, we're ahead in top lane, that's our place to win. We mentioned this in the draft as well, Jordan, but that's just not the way it plays out, because we talk about the teleport advantage that exists in mid lane. The fact they force priority in that skirmish as well and get a kill, it's just easy for them to commit to this one, even without their jungler.
It's the explosive cast. Look at that.
Yeah.
Only was halfway through his leap as Appy tosses the explosive cast, gets reset, and that's that extra second or two of healing that Appy gets that keeps him alive.
Even then,
that's crazy.
Like, while I do think it could have been better for Direwolves, the teleport in still makes that probably disadvantageous, as we are engaging bottom.
Yeah, Cupcake does not have flash available. This could be really, really rough for Direwolves if he goes down again. Luckily, we'll have the tenacity to just walk his way out of there.
There's a nice teleport ward behind Peace. They haven't cleared just yet. Like, they'll go to it now before they base. If they didn't clear that one, you know, that's heaven for Claire, the Renekton, to come back down there perhaps and look for a play. But as it stands, Peace across the board with a lot of winning overall and priority more than anything else now. You know, this Lucian free to leave lane more than once in a row, starting to seriously impact the map.
Yeah, definitely going to take some work to get out of this one for Direwolves, but we did hear in the interview that maybe Peace has the stronger laning, maybe Direwolves has the better macro. I suppose it depends on what your opinion really is in that respect, but if that is to be true, maybe this isn't the worst thing in the world for Direwolves. Yes, you're behind, but there's always that comeback potential later on in the game for a team like Direwolves, who has shown the propensity to be quite solid in their decision-making.
I do think that's generally true. One caveat that I will make to that statement is that it's a lot easier to play macro when you're even or ahead. It's a lot harder to play macro when you're behind, just because every decision you make could be more costly or just more difficult to do in the first place. So it doesn't matter how much better you are as macro in terms of how you play, you still have to get there reasonably unscathed.
And Claire's really in a rough spot up in the top lane as well. It looks like every single trade that he tries to go for just favors Appy regardless of what he does. Let's keep an eye on mid though. Only doesn't quite manage to connect the spear, and so Halo will pop the culling. Direwolves on the way out, and they might be put to sleep here as well. There's a teleport in from the top laner. It's just going all wrong for Direwolves right now. Everything they try to do is being ripped apart by Peace.
Just a disaster, an absolute disaster for Direwolves to kick off their best of 5. We know they're a mentally resilient team, but this is coming at them like an absolute whirlwind. Just picking them apart at every single avenue where they think maybe we have an advantage, backfires. Yeah, maybe we can make a play top, teleport counters, and they mis-execute. And Peace definitely bringing their A game in the first game of this series, something that Halo said was necessary to win.
Yeah, I mean, this is something else, isn't it? Peace up 6-0. It doesn't look like there's been much bite so far from Direwolves. When they've tried to, they've just been turned upon by Peace. 0-2 for mid. Sorry, for jungle, I should say. 0-2 for the support. 0-1 for the top and mid. So far, it's only Gun Crab that's gone without a death. He's doing a good job of just keeping himself low profile, farming up as much as possible, and I suppose that is what he's going to want to do on the Tristana.
And it's not Violet that's ahead either, comparatively to Gun Crab. Both AD carries are just kind of chilling. And, you know, when you look at a side of Peace, it is worth pointing out here that they have always been able to teamfight around their AD carry. A lot of their compositions revolve around getting him fed and then teamfighting, but this is not. You know, they could play around him, but they're playing around mid, they're playing around top. They're fed elsewhere on the map before the teamfight's even a consideration. So it's not just a Violet 1v9 composition anymore, it's just Peace versus Direwolves, and they're winning outright.
Man, playing against Lucian mid is not fun at all, and that's why he just charges at you. Very, very low HP for Shock. Does get out of there.
Barely. I mean, the Dragon is now just going to be free for the taking by Peace. They've earned it through mid lane priority and health advantages. Shock does have teleport. Will have to use that just to come back to mid lane in the first place. It's dangerous territory for the Direwolves to tread. They won't be able to contest this Dragon, but also the next 5 to 10 minutes of this game. If Peace continues snowballing, there is really no way back into this one. They need to really start either stabilizing or make a stand and turn it around.
Yeah, but how can you make a stand? It doesn't feel like Direwolves can make the proactive play at the moment. Anytime they do, they're getting punished for it. Direwolves, again, you just see it for Claire. He tries to take a trade in top. He basically does no damage to Appy, has that Bramble Vest online, and takes a ton back in response as well. Appy's looking very, very strong. Bang.
Yeah, at the end of the day, top is just chilling. It does favor Appy, as you can see from all of these trades, but Claire will be fine. Just farming up pretty casually. Ooh. That was also cute, I suppose. If it happened, he would have hard won a trade, no teleports, but you know, that just shows how far ahead he feels like he is, right? You can take those risky decisions.
Oh, well, so here's another advantage that's probably going to lean over towards Peace. Rift Herald Summon in the bot lane with only a couple of plates left. Ooh, Cupcake wants to make something happen. He knows only he's here. They know it's a 3-on-3. They've taken that risk. In the end, it works out in a sense. They don't allow Peace to grab the tower. But no kill for Direwolves. And again, just a few summoner spells. Peace the utility utilized. Shock! He missed the Emperor's Divide, or Halo dodged it either way. That's another kill in mid.
Yeah, Shock was definitely on the back foot in that trade regardless. You know, tries to perhaps make an outplay in a negative situation. And unfortunately for him, just misses the mark. The Emperor's Divide doesn't do a single thing, and the Culling's able to just pick him apart. Mid lane now has like a 2-level advantage, 2 plates about to fall here as well. Just so comprehensively far ahead of Peace. 13 minutes into this one. I'm not going to say you start looking at the next game yet, Elfish guy, but I do think we're starting to near that territory this early because Peace are just so good when they have a big lead like this.
It's hard to see them throwing this one away. 5k at 14 minutes. Bot tower's nearly down as well. Gun Crab's kind of been left to his own devices. You see sort of Cupcake fairly often roaming around trying to get something done elsewhere. That's why the level advantage is there.
Yeah, like he's level 6 on his Alistar. So like, yes, that's a relevant level breakpoint to hit. You are a bit tankier, but he's so far behind in experience. Like just look at the rest of the members on his team and the enemy team. 5 levels behind Halo.
Yeah, that's unreasonable. Sometimes when you're behind, you get down to like 3 levels behind. And you think, well, this sucks. But 5 levels is insane.
Just think about the raw stats that you gain from leveling up. Like, Cupcake is one-hittable. Even with his ult on now, he's a little bit more frail than he would like to be.
Can use Hex Flash to get over the wall. And Only's up there as well. So, I mean, this has to work for Direwolves. If it doesn't, they might be GG'd. There is no chance. Aladoric says, get out of here.
There's literally no chance. Of all people that they pick to engage on Summoner's Rift, they pick Appy, who is just incredibly tanky. Well done from Aladoric as well, sensing the state of the map, going towards the weak side to protect them. And the fact that just two people, just a Gragas and a Galio, are able to weather that attempt while winning elsewhere on the map is absolutely a representation of this game state.
This is exactly where you want to be as well as a mid lane Lucian, funnily enough, in the bot lane. Once you're 3-0 and 2, find a side lane, just push it, shove it, get those towers. No one can 1v1 him at this point. It's the ideal game for Halo right now. I guess it's, to be fair, the ideal game for pretty much everyone on Peace, but yeah, I suppose it's rough right now for Direwolves, is the TLDR.
At the end of the day, Violet just a happy camper, farming away to get towards his second item if possible. Become completed as well here. The 100 CS that he's taken down, so a bit of extra money into the pockets. The AD carry of Peace, like they needed that. And we're even stretching just from this really casual play now to about a 6,000 lead. Can stretch upwards of this. You know, the next objective up in 20 seconds surely isn't contested. There's just no way in for Direwolves for quite some time. They scale incredibly well.
Oh, only could be caught. The flash body slam from Appy, and it's going to force only to flash over the wall as well. Everyone wants to get involved in this one. Direwolves teleporting in. Claire steps forward, decides to step back. Only is done. There's no saving him. So in the end, another advantage slips over to Peace. Can be converted into a Rift Herald as well, if they so desire. Doesn't look like that's the priority. Maybe Dragon, maybe mid-tower. Lots on offer though for Peace.
Oh, absolutely. The Dragon's just free, so they can take it whenever they would like. Rift Herald, they want to make sure with how far ahead they are that it isn't traded. There's no point going for an objective trade right now. You just want both of them. You want to be able to just be greedy, hog the map, take everything. This Drake is theirs now. I wouldn't be surprised to see a reset after this. To look towards a reset to the Herald, especially if they're keeping Halo bot lane with his teleport ready on this Lucian. So the strongest member split pushing. I don't even know if Claire stands a chance. He might be okay.
He does.
But I don't think he ever wins it.
He's got Merc trades as well, which isn't necessarily going to help him all that much. 2 levels down. You're right, he definitely doesn't win it. Can he survive? Probably, I suppose, if he's farming under tower.
Yeah, I think Ult and Stridebreaker are enough distance to cover with your dash. Halo, though, whoa.
Oh, there's the first kill for Direwolves. Unfortunately, it goes over to Cupcake. That was
so
a big
sad.
shutdown. 400 gold shutdown.
Went to Cupcake. It's terrible. There was an Azir that might have been able to get it, but you know, he's playing a dicey game to even kill the Lucian in the first place. And I believe it was just a trample that got it. So the tiniest amount of damage that Alistar can do passively over time. And Only's going to look to try and make the trade of objectives, right? So he's going to look towards the Herald because they have a kill, they have a shutdown.
Crab. He's okay.
Nice little buffer.
Yeah, they don't get the Rift Herald though. Halo didn't have TP available, so there was a potential chance for Direwolves to take the 5-on-4. I mean, do they even win the 5-on-4 though, is another question. A lot of ultimates still online for Peace. So, Drew's kind of out at this point.
I think they're going to look towards Halo once again. You know, he doesn't have the shutdown anymore, but here they go.
Oh, they tried. Empress Divide didn't connect, and now it's time to absolutely book it. Luckily for Only, he had another leap available. That's a good engage from Cupcake, but unfortunately, again, no Azir ulti to follow up. It was already used. The turn is in from Peace, and the culling is ripping through Claire. Not to mention that entire creep wave. Cupcake, again, it's a pretty decent headbutt pole, but gold diff at this point is just too large, and Peace are doing way too much damage. Gunkrab also wasn't in that fight.
Yeah, both AD carries weren't there, right? Violet just walks in, team fight's basically already over. Gunkrab sits in a bush and tries to play more of an assassin role there, seeing if someone disengages his direction with no health. Nothing doing in the end from both AD carries, but Direwolves try and make the play. It starts with an Azir ultimate used onto Halo. He survives and the response is there, and suddenly the fight's on. But I don't think it ever really felt like a fight that Direwolves wanted. I feel like it felt like a fight that they had to take because they were committed.
Sometimes that's just the way it is. Shock will continue to just try and get as much farm as possible. Jumping that top wave in again over and over. And for Direwolves, I guess the longer this game goes, the better, because right now they're the team that's behind and they only have more opportunities to catch up if Peace delays to finish.
Yeah, they almost have to have 2 full items on Shock to have a chance in a team fight, I think. Guncrab definitely gains with experience that he's been getting solo. Level 12 is significant for the Tristana auto attack range. But he also needs probably 2 or maybe 3 items to have a chance in a team fight when so many people are building armor already on the enemy team. It's a matter of, can we make it to 30 minutes with a fighting chance if you're a Direwolves fan? Or can you just continue to snowball and close this out if you're a Peace fan with Baron on the cards? It's possible, and with a Cloud Soul in a minute, I don't know if Direwolves can contest that soon.
Maybe not. Maybe not. But maybe they don't have to. Maybe they can afford to give the Cloud Soul to Peace. Continue to play the long game. Try to go for an Elder Steel. Turn the game around. Nothing's over until it's over, and right now it looks pretty over, but the game hasn't finished yet. Lisa's looking for some orbs to connect onto the Direwolves players, but won't find any. Cupcake will need to be careful, especially with Moby boots. If you get hit by one little tickle of damage, all of a sudden you're walking very slowly indeed. Quite easy to catch.
Absolutely. Direwolves are standing here, though, so the attempt is being made to at least try and get some vision control around the area. It's clear that they're saying we don't want to give it for free, and they're not prioritizing Baron vision while sacrificing the Drake. Aladoric, I think, is hunting here with Appy, but yeah, pushing him away. Just zoning, just playing still for the dragon. That's what matters.
Did pop the Shirelias there, so won't be available for the dragon fight. Not that it should be needed. You've got Flash available for both Appy and Lisa, so engage tools all over the place. Cupcake is in the thick of things, trying his best to survive. Has the ultimate on, but he's still squishy as can be. And right now, Only's been put to sleep. And the rest of Direwolves is about to be, it seems like, as well. Halo charging forward, chasing Shock. Won't quite catch up, but the rest of the team has dealt with everyone bar Only until Appy slams him into the ground with his big belly.
It's just an easy game here for the rest of this one. If you're Peace, a fantastic team fight. They play on their terms. They set up their vision control. They force Direwolves around the rift to respond to them. And now they're able to just walk over to the Baron after 4 people go down in the team fight. Once again, Cloud Soul waiting for them whenever they would like. That's how far ahead they are in this game. We've just crested over the 10,000 gold difference mark here as well, Jordan. Direwolves are desperately going to try and teleport in to try and stop this, it seems. It's the do or die moment.
Teleports are there for Peace as well. Appy's obviously already back. Halo has used his to get in toward the dragon. So it really won't amount to a whole lot for Direwolves.
Yeah. By do or die moment, really, I mean die or die faster moment.
Guncrab dancing with death at the moment. Dragon goes over to Peace. That is the soul. 23 minutes and 40 seconds. Very, very quick soul for Peace.
It does mean we'll have a very quick Elder, if it gets to that. Right now, the way Peace should be playing this out is exactly what they're doing. They had vision set up earlier around the Baron buff, the blue side quadrant of Direwolves jungle. So just re-establish any missing wards and fully control the area. Really try and push Direwolves out if they can, grouped up as a strong unit of 4 or 5.
There's an engage attempt from Aladoric. Only does go golden for a moment and will survive as a result. There is a traded Sonya as well. Lisa using his. And look at this. I mean, Direwolves just on the retreat as soon as the fight starts. Before it even really starts, it feels like. And Halo decides it's time to flash over the wall. It's time to get this one over and done with. Violet has the passive uptime here as well. Might just get Guncrab in the fountain as well. Won't have such a luxury because Guncrab does use the flash to deny that. But 18-1, Rusty. We might well see the end of the game right here. And if that is not a statement, then I don't know what is.
I mean, that's an outstanding start to a best-of-5 series. Peace coming in as the 3rd seed. They have lost a lot of games to Direwolves recently, but this did not look like the same team as we've seen before. Direwolves are going to try but I don't think they have a chance.
Oh, they've only got Gunkrab and Cupcake up at the moment. Only still 4 seconds away. Claire just respawns now, but it's too late. The Nexus is down, and the Gauntlet has been thrown down by Peace as well. That is them saying, come at us, Direwolves. 18-1, and such an incredible... I mean, I don't even really know what to say about that. That's like a 14k gold lead, 25-minute game. Where was that piece in the final week? Where was that piece in the tiebreaker?
Exactly, yeah. I mean, that was a whole new beast. Peace looked fantastic. They never looked in doubt. Any move, any decision that Direwolves made, they were bested in. Their lane priority in mid lane in particular was fantastic. It was a completely different piece to one that we've seen in a significant amount of time. And like, you called it a statement. That's absolutely right. Just remember that this is a statement in the first game of a best of 5. We're not best of 1s anymore. And you want to talk about momentum building. That's everything for Peace.
All right, Mac, let us know your opinion as well. You know, you're a pretty smart man. You've got everything in that big head of yours. What do you think about this first game, Direwolves and Peace?
I don't know, man. Sometimes you're like, you know, nothing about League of Legends. Then sometimes you're like, oh, you got a big brain, Mac. Look. Oh,
I did say big head.
Anyway.
But anyway.
I thought big head, big brain. It's essentially the same thing, right? Anyway, look, great game, all things considered. I think there was a point that I noticed. You mentioned you had Shock teleport back to lane really early just to make sure you had the lane prio, made sure nothing was going wrong. But that left Halo open to the TP, and I think in one of these replays we might see it as well, where you do have that TP up from Halo to help out top lane, and then it turns into a 2 kills for Peace. And from that point, it just kept on going south. You know, it looked like the Direwolves maybe thinking they had a bit of tempo when they didn't at certain points, which led to a little bit of feeding here and there. And then once Peace knew they had the power spike, they were just so far ahead that they just wanted to win every single team fight. And, well, they did. So game 1 goes to them, and I couldn't have asked for more. Very entertaining and a great way to start things off here for Peace.
Absolutely. The fact that it goes Peace's way in the first game, I think, is very exciting for us as viewers and fans of this best of, right? Because we've all predicted Direwolves. We've all probably expected Direwolves to start with a win. We all expect maybe the experience and calmness of that squad to shine through, but you know, the wild card, as we called them, of Peace just coming in and absolutely slaughtering them. It's the perfect way to kick this best of 5 off.
It was interesting because, like, when you're looking at the player cams, also shout out to the player cams, able to see the tilt and the enjoyment both at the same time. You know, you had Only, who certainly wasn't enjoying himself visually there in the player cams, but then at the end, you could see Violet. I swear I've never seen this man smile, and he had a big damn smile just plocked on his face. So you can see that the mental in both camps is quite different today, and I wonder if that'll continue going forward into game 2.
It's going to have to, isn't it? I suppose for Direwolves, there's a lot of recovering to do. They get something like 10 minutes from game to game, I believe, is the turnaround. So it's not a whole lot of time to mentally reset, but, you know, maybe you can take 5 minutes away from the PC. Maybe you can keep that another 5 minutes sort of allocated to, okay, guys, what are we going to do? Let's get in the comms with the coach. Let's see what Farmer has to update us on. At the end of the day, I think you can look back on that game and say, okay, that was really bad execution. You know, it wasn't so much a draft gap. It wasn't so much, you know, a macro decision-making gap or anything like that. We haven't necessarily been, quote-unquote, outplayed in the long game. It's just we made bad decisions early game. We got picked off early a couple of times. There was a failed 2v1 tower dive in the top lane. It just snowballed from there. So let's put that out of our mind and focus on the rest of this series. That doesn't have to be how the rest of the series goes. And I think that has to be the takeaway for Direwolves. It can go like that once, but that isn't necessarily indicative of what Direwolves can represent for us here in this best of 5 series. So they have to just mentally reset and bring their A game next game, because that obviously wasn't it, and that's fine.
Yeah, the mental reset, certainly necessary. And look, we got a meme sent in, finally, from you guys at home. Look, you were slacking, but you're starting to pick up the pace, and we love it. Oh, and I love it. That's just my selfie from the other day, isn't it?
Did you choose this one yourself, Back?
I didn't. Maybe it's the only one, but either way, it's great. Look at that. I wish I had veins popping like that, Rusty. Look,
hey,
maybe
you've
a couple
been
of the
posting some
selfies I sent
videos
you.
of yourself at the gym. You're getting to that stage, surely.
On the way, you know, just probably got to cut out like all the fats, just eat protein, nothing else ever, and maybe I'll get to that, you know, 1% body fat point. But look, that's a personal goal. Anyway, shout outs to everyone at home. And if you guys have any more sick memes you want to send in at LCO, and we'll pop them on stream, because we got, not a lot of time between games, but it seems like we've got enough time to throw some bloody memes in there as well. Speaking of breaks, it's time to take a breather. Go stay hydrated, and we will be back with Game 2 coming up after the break.
His best to survive, has the ultimate on, but he's still squishy as can be. And right now, Only's been put to sleep. And the rest of Direwolves is about to be, it seems like, as well. Halo charging forward, chasing Shock, won't quite catch up, but the rest of the team has dealt with everyone bar as well. Lisa using his. Look at this. I mean, Direwolves just on the retreat as soon as the fight starts, before it even really starts, it feels like. And Halo decides it's time to flash over the wall and time to get this one over.
The souls of the nights we stole. If there's any hope left at all, we go back to where it matters. That's all that matters. Play it over and over and over and over again. We're getting closer and closer and closer to the end.
Throw me aside at the end of the game. Turn your back cause I call your name. Another love gone bad again. Bad again, bad again. Slam the door as you curse my name. Toss my clothes on the open flame. Another love gone bad again. Bad again, bad again. Well, I'm glad that it's over, cause it can't hurt anymore. Hurt anymore. And I won't look past my shoulder, cause it can't hurt anymore. Hurt anymore. Then it's already done. Now you're on your own. Hope you feel the pain of your thoughts inside, driving you insane. Now another love gone bad again.
Peace. Toppling Direwolves in game 1 of the series, and now Direwolves look for a bit of redemption. Let's see if that one happens. And look, let's just talk pre-game quickly. You know, I am not there for the champ select, and because of that, I'd like to ask you guys, what do Direwolves need to change, if anything, in their draft to maybe get a bit of an advantage? Or was that just not the issue? I know we spoke about it. You know, you said it wasn't the macro decisions. It was just more the fact that positioning kind of was key, or key for Peace to, you know, punish Direwolves there.
Yeah, draft changes I don't think are massively necessary. There will probably be very minimal draft changes. If I was to change something, right, like they said you have to change a champion, maybe the Azir, just try and pick in its place something that can force a little bit more priority now that they've proven that the Lucian is an exceptional option. But overall, like looking at that game, they were blue side, they blind pick a Renekton, it was fine. They blind pick mid lane, it was fine. Like, they just need to actually maybe slow down their need to make plays if they know that Peace is such a good early game team, because a lot of the mistakes and issues they had were that they were making plays and they never actually played out correctly.
Well, let's see if, you know, Shock ends up going towards that Zoe, which I really hope he does, because the man's insane on it and could maybe make some more plays. But look, quick shout-outs to Esports Assessment Labs before we do get into the Champ Select. You know, you go over there, test out your reaction time, your cognitive ability, and maybe even your endurance. See how long you can last in the server. Because, you know, when you get into a best of 5 like this, you really need that endurance. And to keep the reaction time over a period of time, you can track it, you can assess it, you can see where you're at, you can see where you're going, you can see where you've bloody been. And that's past, future, present, history, etc. But look, speaking of all of these things, we need to get into the future, get into map number 2, game number 2. It is Direwolves and Peace coming at you right now.
It's going to be a big one, Mac, isn't it? It has been a tough day so far for Direwolves, I think it's fair to say, and Peace looking very, very damn good. But we did sort of highlight some of the issues we had around Peace were their inconsistencies, and I guess we have to talk about this being a best of 5, and if they are going to be inconsistent over the course of the best of 5, there will be some leeway still for Direwolves to work their way back on into things. That said, it is just one day. So in that case, you know, maybe they're just having a good day and they're going to play well all day today, and Direwolves are just going to have to nut up or shut up and bring their best performance, because right now Peace is looking like they're bringing their A+ game. We do see, I was going to say, a very similar start to the draft, but it's actually not going to be the Tristana yet locked in for Direwolves, remembering that was their first selection. There we go. So they have gone the Tristana straight away again. So no change, at least as far as the picks are concerned. Bans even looking a little similar, but some changes.
Yeah, so I think red side bans have been pretty similar here overall. It was a Syndra ban instead of a Hecarim,
yep.
But that's because that was banned on blue side by Direwolves. So they have chosen to take that champion off the board. Lilia is still the expected pick, and the Jinx is the one major noteworthy change in the ban so far in this second game. Maybe just making Violet go back to something that is a more known quantity for Direwolves to deal with. Maybe they just want to try and make it more volatile down there in bottom lane instead of giving him a long-range champion. And Kai'Sa definitely is something that you could consider to be more volatile. But at the end of the day, you know, Alistar has a better time getting onto a Jinx more often than not you would expect. So they just wanted Violet to be off that champion.
Which surprises me in a way, because it didn't feel like Violet on Jinx was the big factor in that game. You know, I think you could have stuck Violet on literally any champion. The game would have been pretty much the exact same. It was the top lane, it was the mid lane, it was the jungle that were really having a lot of impact for Peace. But does that necessarily warrant a Jinx ban? I'm not so sure. I still think that Violet's going to get a lot of work done if he gets rolling, especially on a champion like Kai'Sa. Arguably even maybe more than what he would be able to do on the Jinx. So we'll see. Interesting for Direwolves, though, to go into the selection of Lucian. So Shock is kind of throwing that one back in Halo's face and saying, well, anything you can do, I can potentially do better. We'll have to wait and see. It's going to be hard to top.
Yeah, this is probably the most common pick into the Lucian as well, I found in the LCO. Because anytime he wants to dash forward, you have the gravity field to just lock him down and stun him, means he can't use the ult combo. If you think back to the last game, it was the ability to push past the minion wave and press your ultimate that was getting a lot of the lethal damage there onto Shock by Halo. So Victor actually does help navigate laning phase a bit better. But that is a major change in the draft in terms of pick priority for Direwolves, where now Peace can just put 2 allocated bans towards junglers for their 4-5 and make it a lot harder for Only to find a champion that he wants. And you would like to see some magic damage in this comp. So that does actually start to narrow the pool a little bit. Maybe Udyr, if they don't ban it, because you can do Phoenix and it is magic damage.
Yeah, I was going to say I'm a little bit surprised that they actually do ban the Nidalee, but with that in mind, it makes perfect sense. I'm not sure that Only will be too keen to go back onto the Nidalee after last game. Kartha's also taken away, so it seems that Peace have got the same opinion as you do, Rusty, that they're looking for some magic damage.
Yeah, so I think this might be a case of like Olaf jungle with a Gragas top or something instead for Direwolves. I think it's kind of been forced on them now. Cho'Gath, I guess, is a top lane option as well, but they're blue side, so I think that depends entirely on the fourth pick here of Peace. Especially with the Gragas ban, I think that's even more of a tell. So I'm very interested now to look at what Peace will pick fourth here. Is it just going to be a support for Aladoric, which I think would make sense? They know the bottom lane matchup already, so you could be a Thresh, be more aggressive, be a Leona and be super aggressive. All good options.
Yeah, I haven't actually seen too much Leona so far this season, especially actually coming through from Aladoric. Has not played Leona so far. Perhaps it is the first time. I hear Mr. Mac in my ear saying it's the first time. Might actually be the first time across the board. So you might be right as well, Rusty. Either the Udyr or the Olaf doesn't seem a bad option. We have seen Only playing a little bit of Olaf so far this season. Not quite as much Udyr, just the one game, I think, to finish off the season. But by and large, should be a fairly straightforward champion to pick up.
I still wouldn't mind a Malphite or a Cho'Gath. It's just so hard because you're blind picking, so you'd expect the stability, you know, the Renekton, something just to be considered the Gnar, I guess. There you go. We actually got some magic damage. So I was wondering where they'd choose to go with this. I think that could even just be flexed with mid.
Yeah.
Shock is also a prolific Akali player. This was one advantage we gave Direwolves from week 1 of the split, but they haven't played it till now.
Well, I am quite interested to see where this one does end up panning on out. Peace are certainly thinking about it as well before they do lock this Renekton in. Eventually, it is going to be confirmed, so it'll be Renekton up into the top lane. Peace's composition makes a lot of sense. You look at that, you know where everything is going. For Direwolves, there's still a couple of question marks. I'd say, based on where things are looking right now, maybe we're going to be seeing the Akali go up into the top lane. That's the only trade yet to go through, so...
Yep. It'll happen. It'll happen. You're correct. It shouldn't go anywhere else. Renekton, one of those matchups where you can just use your Twilight Shroud, you know, hit level 2, and it's very hard for Renekton to actually go on you. He can't slice and dice to cover distance without you going invisible first and being able to dash away. Not that it's a free matchup, but I do actually like the Akali side of this if it's left isolated. So maybe they pick it because it is, you know, it's technically a double flex. They have choices, but we always defaulted to these lane assignments. But like we mentioned, there is some advantage there for Peace through the draft overall, just in the way some of those matchups go compared to even last game.
It does feel like a bit of a curveball from Direwolves, and I'm not sure that that is necessarily going to be too favorable in the end for them. I think that, you know, the Akali, you have a big question mark over the Akali. We haven't really seen that at all in LCO. We don't know how it's going to perform. If it starts to get behind, and, you know, maybe Direwolves do let this game slip as well, then you're 0-2 down, and you've hinged all of that on what ends up looking like a bit of an interesting kind of a draft for them. I'm sure they can make it work. They're a very, very solid team, but it feels like they almost need to make it work at this point, Rusty. If you go down 0-2 against Peace, I don't know that they let you back up after that.
They're a dangerous team to fall behind against 100%, so it's easier said than done. Obviously, we're now looking at a game in a position where Game 1 was so phenomenal from Peace that you're looking to see, can they be consistent? And for Direwolves, we know that they have resilience because we've seen these players countless times in best-of-5 scenarios. So knowing how they perform will be very interesting.
Will be indeed. We're going to head into game number 2 between Direwolves and Peace. At the moment, it's Peace with the advantage and a very, very large amount of momentum coming through from game 1. We've spoken at length, though, about Direwolves and their strength, the mentality, how they've been able to come back into this season as well and have a good performance towards the late stages. So they'll be hoping to do much the same in this best-of-5.
Most definitely. And a lot of this, to me, does revolve around the early game strengths of of both of these teams. If Peace can get their laning phase going their direction, you know, they're so good at snowballing leads that's what I'm looking at.
Keep an eye on things for us then, Rusty, as we do head into another interview. We've got Midlord this time, who is from the Peace camp. Had a bit of a chat with Farmer earlier. Now we get to hear from the other side. And Midlord, you must be feeling quite happy and quite ready to go into Game 2 after how things went down in Game 1.
Yeah, you are right. I'm quite happy as second.
Were you expecting things to be that easy? I mean, is it fair to say it was easy, or you know, was it expected to be that one-sided for Peace?
Because our teammates did very good last game, so I think maybe it's very easy for this game.
Indeed, indeed. And do you think it's important for your squad to get that momentum going into Game 2, knowing that they do tend to be a team that plays well when they're playing well, and sometimes when things aren't going so well, it becomes a bit problematic. So is that momentum important?
Yeah, it's very important for us. If we win the best of 5, we can just against the Planet tomorrow, right?
Yep, for sure, for sure. And what about Akali? I imagine that was a bit of a surprise for you as well.
Yeah, but it's hard to say because we play at 11.6, right? Akali didn't buff. It's buff at 11 at 7. And Epi is very confident to use Renekton against Akali. He said he can destroy her during the landing phase.
Yeah, I mean, I think that makes a lot of sense, but you almost forced Direwolves into that situation with the draft. If you remember, they had no AP. They had they had their mid laner selected as Lucian, or could have gone into the top lane as well. But they had the Lucian and the Tristana locked in, and then you guys banned away 2 AP junglers, the Nidalee and the Karthus. Lilia is already selected on your side, so there wasn't that many options for Direwolves. Do you think you would have gone for something different in their position?
We just think about they will pick like Evelyn, but Evelyn's better for their team comp. So we just don't care of what the jungle they pick.
Okay, well, it seems like the draft actually worked out quite nicely for Peace. I'm going to leave it there with you, Midlord. Thank you very much for your time and best of luck in this game. All right, Rusty, have you got anything to appraise me of this time?
In terms of overall starts here, the only thing that stands out is that Lisa still hasn't touched that red buff 4 minutes into the game, so a very protracted, still full clear for both of these junglers. A bit of activity from Only overall. Top lane, so just briefly as well to hit on that coach interview, Akali is changed in patch 11.6, which is what the playoffs are on, so it has been changed. One key point about that is that I think Akali is objectively worse until about level 5. Where her energy costs on Q actually go below what she was before that.
Oh, no way. No way! He's got cleanse. It's enough to get out, but ooh, I don't know if you like to be seeing that for Direwolves.
Man, that was bold. He has cleanse, so he can get out with his life, and the ignite was used top.
Oh! How much HP is Claire on there? That was a sliver.
Yeah, barely scrapes his way out. You can see he's regenerating quickly up to...
Oh, he's not! He's not, Rusty. He's not regenerating anything.
Oh, he's just dead. All right, Claire goes down, so that's the 1v1 going the way of Appy. You know, Midlord said he was confident. We see exactly that playing out. And Akali, you know, while we mentioned this, I do think is still a little bit weaker until those levels come in, and then a lot of the damage was moved towards the Shuriken flip, the E. So... definitely relying on hitting some skill shots and weathering the early game storm against Renekton. And, I mean, not really weathering it so far.
I was going to say, it seemed like it was going well. Here goes Cupcake again. I feel like I'm getting a sense of deja vu. Is it going to happen once more? Peace starting the fight off nicely in mid. Shock just stuck, locked in place. Can't quite get out of there, but neither can Lisa. Cupcake is absolutely sending it down the river, but there's no chance of getting away. Zenith Blade does connect. Never mind, I lied. He's flashed the wall. And even the damage from the dragon isn't quite enough, so this time it goes a little better for Direwolves than it did last game, but still some tense times.
I mean, it goes better because Cupcake's just an absolute 5-head genius who could headbutt the drag and get the aggro to push him backwards to flash over the wall. So creates enough space to survive barely. But at the end of the day, you know, that is still a flash of deja vu, exactly what you're referencing here, where Peace are watching Direwolves engage the fight, they match them, and then you're thinking they are definitely going to best them there. Only still comes up big this time around. So he's not the one being caught. He's still getting some gold. He takes down Lisa, so there is still a distinct place of advantage for Direwolves that didn't exist in the last game at all.
Yeah, you're right. But do you get the sense that Direwolves is just trying to force it a little bit too much right now? We've already seen Gunkrab down in the bot lane, Rocket jumping forwards. We've seen now Cupcake, and then obviously the rest of this fight then ensuing as well. Is it a bit too much being done by Direwolves right now that they're trying to control the game when obviously coming off that last one, they feel like they might not have any real control?
I don't think it's over-forcing. I definitely think it's forcing, though. So, like, they are looking to be proactive. They are looking to make plays. They had advantage in mid lane. You can still see the CS difference between them. So I don't mind the killer instinct being there. Okay. It's just that it seems that at all moments, they're being matched and met. There's only flashes.
Oh, there's a flash over the wall for Only. Halo cops a bunch of damage. Cupcake comes through just a little bit too late with his own Hex Flash and now is very low. You got to dodge this orb, son. Fancy footwork from Cupcake.
Predator,
and he
though.
might just get out alive.
Okay, that was an overforce. We were talking about plays that they could make. They had Cupcake, right? So there was a pincer move. It was a two-sided attack with Shock having his ultimate available. And it probably should have been a kill. Halo actually times his ultimate so well that it cancels Lucian's culling. And basically removes all chances as Gunkrab.
Oh, hold on for a moment. There could be some fireworks in the bot lane. Gunkrab does just survive. And Only doesn't look for any more damage onto Violet. Both him and Aladoric looking very, very healthy. I mean, this is the danger sometimes when you're playing that roaming support style that Cupcake does tend to employ on the Alistar. Especially against the Leona lane. Your carry is just going to get dove over and over and over. Especially when they hit level 6.
Yeah, the major point there is that, you know, the first time it happens and Cupcake roams mid, that's an okay look, right? Because he's got some freedom, he can move. And instead of resetting back to bottom lane, he resets to mid. And maybe that was just wave priority, or like the way the minions were pushed. Tristana does naturally push. It can make that a little bit awkward to navigate. And suddenly he's mid again. And suddenly it's just a really awkward spot for a Tristana to be for a period of 3 minutes instead of 1. Clearly not working out well for Direwolves, AD Carry and Gunkrab here. Was actually the slightest bit of pixels away from dying there to the Void Seeker from Kai'Sa. That would have had the execute, but thankfully survives.
Game's really hanging on a knife's edge at the moment, isn't it? So many times we've seen players just getting away on a sliver of HP. Twice for Gunkrab in bot. Claire once, but then he got punished for it anyway. But you just think, like, what if those 2 times Piece of all-in on Gunkrab, or in one sense, I guess Gunkrab all-in on them. But you get my point. What if both of those times Gunkrab just dies? It's a different story.
Right? There could be an extra 900 gold, maybe 1,000 gold, and that's not including the minions that are farmed in the time they're still alive. So it could be an extra 1,500 gold swing that exists. It hasn't, so we shouldn't dwell too much on it, but you are right. Like, it's close to that currently existing.
Just get the sense, really, that Peace is still the one controlling the game right now. Not for lack of trying from Direwolves. They're certainly trying to make things happen for their own right, but Peace are just executing a little bit better at the moment. Here's the first tangible advantage it feels like the Direwolves have got. They've got themselves a Rift Herald. And the thing is, though, when it comes to a Rift Herald, it's always one of those objectives that you're like, okay, we've got it, it's nice, but we need to do something with it to actually make it worthwhile.
Yeah, Only is the tangible advantage, so he needs to find priority or a moment in a lane where he can make something happen, as Claire's about to cop it.
Yeah, certainly is copping it at the moment, down to half HP again. Appy fearless in these trades at the moment. Able to roam down now as well with the priority in top, and that is not a very good looking spot to be for Only. He is locked in place. It does not feel very fun to play against Leona at times like that.
Yeah, Leona and Victor can combo their CC so well. Worst case scenario, Lisa also is able to use the Lilting Lullaby and they put someone else to sleep. Halo is going to actually cop the culling this time, but
Has
for what
the
it's
Seeker's arm
worth,
guard.
yeah, exactly. Is still 2-0 and is fine as all Claire.
Not sure that Claire has the Shroud available. Just going to try and run, and he's actually gotten away. No, he hasn't.
Minions.
He hasn't gotten away again. You just think Claire's out, but he's not.
That's dire for top lane. It's just dire straits for him as a whole now in his matchup. You know, it's not just a Renekton that got ahead and got a solo kill. It's now a Renekton that's pushing plates against you, building 30+ CS advantages. You see this start again, because it is the Lily asleep into a Victor W that's channeling while a Leona ult hits. Only's just sitting there in his perfectly still state thinking, oh no, I have Boots of Lucidity, not Merc Treads.
I don't even know if Merc Treads would have saved him there, to be honest. Leona's able to just do so much work.
Actually, we'll keep track of that as well, because we've only got 2 finished boots so far, and they are both of the Lucidity variety.
Oh no, this is not what you want to see. Well, Cleanse gets Gunkrab out for now, but he lands right on top of the Solar Flare, and even if he hadn't, he was dead.
Gunkrab's struggling. I mean, he doesn't have a support. With Cupcake counter in bot lane, I've seen him there once. He's still mid lane, he's still protecting Shock, he's still working with Only. They summon the Herald. You could say that Gunkrab was far too extended, but he's already falling so far behind because he does not have a support.
I mean, I think it's fine to be roaming, but you need to be getting something done. That's the worst feeling, is when you roam mid, your ADC dies or gets shoved out of lane or whatever, and then you still actually don't really get anything out of these ganks in mid, and that's so far been the case for Cupcake. You do see the Rift Herald going down in mid. Okay, yes, they got a few plates, but it hasn't felt like it's had the value so far, these roams.
I mean, not as much as they would like, obviously, right? Because they haven't achieved a lot of those kills that they were maybe threatening for.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, Peace are just really, I want to say, being the stable ones in this best of 5 series so far, which is backwards to perhaps what we're used to saying, what we're used to seeing.
Happy is standing under tower hitting Claire. He doesn't care. He does not care right now.
Top is doomed. I mean, he's got a full, complete Gore Drinker to the components. You know, a Hextech Alternator there for Claire's not going to do anything for trading 1v1. So it's just a matter of time until this turret actually drops. And saying that 13 minutes in, that's terrible for Claire. 2 levels down. Top is over. The only way this improves is with jungle intervention, and it actually might require more than that.
Lisa has invested the Lilting Lullaby to start this fight off. Killer Instinct gets Violet in there and gets him a kill. And it'll also get Piece of Dragon.
I'm really starting to worry that we're just going to get a repeat of game 1 all over again.
It's looking
Shock.
like it. Ooh. Nice footwork from Shock until he goes back in. Is now forced to flash. And will survive.
If he survives with Flash gone, Gale Force used, could have just walked away.
Yeah.
Just really forcing the agenda. And Only's the only person who is currently having a good game. I think that is fair to say. We'll see what happens here in the first place, though, because they do get caught. There's a lot of CC, and unfortunately, no matter how good a game Only was having, he's still positioned to be crowd controlled into oblivion.
Such a disgusting combo for Peace, isn't it? And it's not just like one combo. It could be any number of things. Lilting Lullaby starting things off. Obviously, Renekton Stun has some potential here and there. The same for Victor. And then once all that is down, that's when Aladoric decides, okay, now I can throw my Solar Flare. And you're basically standing still for 2 to 3 seconds. Maybe even more. Having a bit of a cry as you die. That was a poem I just came up with, Rusty.
No Merc Treads. Hit in the head. That's it.
That one didn't rhyme.
Dead.
It was a good try.
It's a haiku, okay?
I see. All right, well, I mean, taking a step back 15 minutes in, it's a 3k gold lead, a little bit more than 3k gold lead for Peace. They have 2 dragons advantage, 1 tower advantage, and 5 kills advantage. So they're really just progressing along nicely. It's maybe not quite as explosive as the last game was, but it's damn near well exactly step for step how things have felt like they played out last game. Peace got advantages. They came in the mid lane when Direwolves tried to sort of take fights here and there, and then slowly but surely things have snowballed.
Only threatening bot lane. Shock also having priority in mid lane. So this is clearly something that they're looking to force, and Peace are respecting this time. There is a Rift Herald up on the other side of the map, however, so an objective is there for Peace. We'll see how this plays out.
Well, Lisa's not going to move in that direction. He'll just be hanging around. You can even see Appy starting to walk down. Doesn't have teleport available, but doesn't necessarily need it. The wave in top is pushed so far in that he doesn't even really need to be there. And so he can just take a stroll down into mid and provide some presence. Halo under pressure right now. Claire flashes the wall, but he got stunned up by Appy. Halo is receiving a lot of peel, and Claire, oh no, don't tell me it's going to happen. He died to the tower.
Yeah, Claire, I think, was trying to use his E to get to his Shroud and hit the Renekton, who just walked under the turret to chase him anyway, so there was no safety. A really bold attempt at an execute there, but just not enough damage again. Has gone for the Seeker's Arm Guard instead of completing a Night Harvest or anything of the like. So.
Oh, this could be it.
No.
Another lilting lullaby for Lisa. He's hit 2 players with the orb. There is the Leona follow-up. It's just too good. It's too powerful. And Violet's in the mix as well, ordering away on the Gunkrab. Does get forced back by the Tristana ultimate, but the reality is, how much difference does it make? Well, enough for Direwolves to get at least 1 kill out of it, and actually that worked out better than I thought it would for Direwolves.
Yeah, that worked out fine, but it was still, you know, the initiative there for Peace. It's still the health advantage for Peace. They have absolute priority, and Cupcake is absolutely dreaming if he thinks he's going to try and stop Appy from... I don't even know why he considered walking up.
I can't believe he was still hanging around. I'm not sure I would have been there. Appy full HP. What if he just decides to go on you? What are you going to do?
Yeah, I think it was a bait maybe for turret aggro. We'll see this again. Alidoric holding his ultimate, holding his Zenith Blade as well. They look for Shock, and they do find him. Credit where it's due for Shock. He goes back to base and buys Merc Shred, so someone's learned their lesson. But this is that point where you're like, oh, maybe it's not too bad. You know, Cupcake gets in, only does some big damage, and the jump to safety is nice, but you know, it's still a turret that falls. It's still the Rift Herald that's picked up uncontested at the end of the day. It's Peace still running away with this game, but the gold has stagnated.
There's not really an answer right now for Appy in the side lane either. He's 2 levels above Claire and Shock. It's a complete change-up from what we saw last game, where the Lucian was able to just go into whatever place he pleased and shove towers. Now Shock is the one that's on the defensive, Claire's on the defensive, and Appy's the one again that can kind of do whatever he wants. Ooh. Does have teleport available, but he's going to just join the team in mid regardless.
Yeah, I think just priority in numbers. There's no point risking, you know, being late with a teleport at 4.5 seconds or whatever it is of channeling that they might be hitting a carry. It's more important that you're there to secure it. And Direwolves will most likely be grouping up, hitting that Oceanic ARAM. It's their best entry into this game at all. I just think the piece of favored is we are looking.
Ooh. Unbreakable Will is forced? No, not quite. Cupcake fine for now. They're all grouped up. This could be dangerous for everyone involved. Direwolves, they're going to be all put to sleep. Lisa diving right onto the back line, but he's been blown up. Great focus from Claire and Gunkrab, and all of a sudden you think, okay, maybe Direwolves have a chance, but Only is being chased down, and in the end, the execution is just a little bit better from Peace. There was a moment, though, for Direwolves where they at least looked like they had a fighting chance.
There's always glimmers, but it's still, at the end of the day, never going their way. You know, great ultimate from Violet, really well played from Alidoric this entire game as well. They've just been putting in so much work, and they've still got a really fed Renekton and a ridiculously fed Victor working with them. So it's not just the Violet Alidoric show, and Peace are actually saying that we're going to go 2-0 up in this if it continues, and we are the second best team in the league, showing you what we can do. I think this is a statement series from them so far, and Direwolves just left reeling, trying to keep up.
It's been tough going for Direwolves, that's for sure. 10-3 now, 20 minutes in. 3 dragons, 4 Peace, so they're on soul point again. This time it'll take them about a minute longer to get than it did last game, if they do end up converting that 4th dragon. But it'll be a pretty useful dragon, the Mountain Soul.
I mean, last game they could have got it at 22 minutes if they tried to force it. That's how ridiculous it was. So we, in a weird way, we could actually measure time of Drake's Soul as a way to determine how much better this has gone for Direwolves, because it has. But this is legitimately still terrible for them. imagine being a Lucian and trying to walk up and hit any of those members. Now they're all fed. You probably lose the 1v1. Lilia is your only chance. You're only entry into these fights. And, you know, Lisa did overextend himself trying to kill them. He got the big 3-man sleep, but Gunkrab's cleanse should have been a deterrent, but still went for it. Once he has the Zonias, however, I think that goes away. It's not as simple as just killing Lisa, getting a jump reset, and feeling good about a team fight anymore. It's a lot harder to do.
I was going to say Lisa's going to have the Zonias in a little while. Only on 600 gold at the moment, so it does need a bit more to hit that break point. But overall, I don't think the Beasts are going to be too concerned as they summon the Rift Herald in mid. It's going to cause a flurry of rotations on the minimap. Direwolves like ants trying to converge right now and can't get there in time. So that's another free tower for Peace, compounding their advantages.
And it's 2 turrets in mid lane also. So in terms of map control, having both the outer and inner turret dead in mid lane basically makes your life wonderful to be Peace. So placing wards, pick a red side, blue side quadrant. You can now place deeper vision because there's less safe spaces to be if you are Direwolves. But still, so far, you know, they're able to trade a turret back on the reset. They're able to get some wards at the Baron. They haven't cleared any of the deep vision behind them just yet. But they're about to, and they've given themselves an avenue, right? They've given themselves a lane of entry, and they said, well, we're not going for the Baron. We have acknowledged that we're behind. If you do, we will at least be able to meet you there and fight you.
I think that's the difference between this game and the first game, is at least there is some fight in Direwolves, so they're trending in the right direction, even if it is taking a little while to get online. And, you know, maybe it doesn't happen this game for Direwolves, but at least they can take heart in the fact that this one has been closer so far. And it is a best of 5. So, series is not over if they go down here. It'll be tough. No questions about that. But reverse sweeps can happen. Not necessarily required just yet, although it is looking likely. Happy down in the bot lane here does have teleport. So does Claire. So if something should arise, both will be able to get there pretty quickly. Small teleport advantage for Direwolves, with Shock having it and Halo not. I'm not sure how impactful that's going to end up being at this point in time. A collapse perhaps up the river. Only Turbo Chem Tank. Here we go. Doesn't want Aladoric, to be honest. Got him.
Teleport.
Better of it.
Lucky just there for Shock. Does have to dash his way out to dodge a couple of spells that were looking at him. Teleport was greedy in terms of its positioning, but he'll be okay. So we can't comment too much towards it. Just as a quick and final check, because now everyone has completed their finished items here for boots. Elfish, we do only have the 1 Merc Treads. It is Shock in mid lane. And just as a note, there is every single champion on the side of Peace has a stun. And I know that Boots of Lucidity are a ridiculously efficient item. You know, I know that AD carries want their Berserker Greaves. But there's a certain point where you say they just have so many stuns that it's maybe more valuable to not be stunned so I can deal damage than it is to deal efficient damage.
Definitely a consideration. It doesn't feel good to be building Merc Treads, though, on champions like Akali, like Lucian, like Tristana. I mean, Alistar you'd probably be okay with, but even then on the support role, stacking all of that cooldown reduction or ability haste as it is now is kind of what you want. So in a way, it's almost like admitting defeat. I feel like if you're going to go into the Merc Treads, not that that's necessarily a bad thing, but I think it's a mentality thing, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, supports don't get much gold, and he was behind us. Oh, wow.
That's a fast engage onto Only. He is forced to flash. Only cost the ultimate from Aladoric, unless did he flash there as well? I'm not sure. Still has Hex Flash, though. Dragon has been started. We got Cupcake in the mix. Gunkrab dives in the mix as well. Where's he putting his damage down on top of Violet? Claire executes Violet, but so far it's a 2-for-1 trade. Dragon will fall over to Peace. Overall, a very favorable trade for the Peace lads once again. There was moments, you know, I keep going back to that. There was moments for Direwolves, but too few and too far between.
And Claire just scrapes his way out alive with 0 health to his name as well. So it could have been even worse, but that's the soul secured. The next dragon that spawns is going to be the Elder. We're basically poised in this game now to say that Peace may just be too strong for the remnants of this one. But Baron stands, Elder exists. There's possibilities still on the horizon for Dials if they can get there. Gunkrab once again just jumps in. Cleanse is used to make sure that Violet gets executed, and at the end of the day, he's had to change his target towards Kai'Sa. There was no way you look at Lisa now. The Zonias was used to put everyone to sleep. Claire will be very thankful that he is alive, because he probably shouldn't be. But is able to put in the work and survive, but still Peace come out on top.
Yeah, they also get the soul. So that's going to make executing Violet, for example, 10 times more difficult than it was in that last one. Maybe not 10 times, but definitely more difficult. And when Direwolves are struggling to find even the one kill in a team fight, Mountain Soul might be that tipping point that just makes it impossible. Oof. Too many times we've seen that orb connect onto 2 players, and that's the start of the fight. But this time, Peace not going to have that luxury.
Oh, it's just so easy, though, to be Peace now when it comes to setup and planning around Baron. If there's only one objective on the board, you just go bowling, right? You just use the E as Lilia, just constantly throw those swell seeds down, and if one connects, you're on. That's a free engage. You know, it was a free disengage maybe that you have to force out of your opponents instead, and suddenly you've got full control of the jungle every time your E is available.
It's not really a fun game to be playing here, as Cupcake is actually forced to use Unbreakable Will just to survive, and he can't even do that. Teleports coming in all over the place. There's a Leona ultimate on top of a couple, but not perfectly placed, and so the rest of Direwolves will escape with their lives for now. Lilting Lullaby used.
That's the key word, though, that you say, Jordan, because Baron's going to be started, and they have to face check. That blue trinket is the last one they have.
Only's going to lead from the front, but Aladoric is a human ward at this point, providing vision deep into the river, but might be getting blown up in just a second. Very low on HP. Baron still chunking through the Peace roster. Is it winnable for Direwolves? Can they manage to find some resets for Gunkrab? So far, nothing. But if they get even one, maybe it's a chance. Maybe it's not, though, Rusty, because all of a sudden, the turn is on in Peace. They just do it again.
Oh, the patience from Violet on this Kai'Sa is just absolutely insane. You know, the fact that they have the Mountain Soul, that extra shielding, you'd see how close they actually were to being taken down at certain moments there, but you know, Mountain Soul keeps the squishy members alive, and Appy is just a monster. He is an absolute raid boss, and no one is even close to even thinking about taking him out. The Akali's behind. He gets a Randuin's Omen in there as well, so the magic damage dealers are the only people that can hurt him. He is absolutely loving this game right now. And Peace with that Baron are poised to control the rest of this game and close it out. We'll see how this starts off, because it is Aladoric getting very low, but Appy has his ult, is able to get in the middle of the fight, and Lisa with a 6 Zonia is actually preventing a jump reset. And then at the same time, Violet just dealing with the closest members, holding onto that ultimate the entire time there, so making sure he has it to get to where Appy is and take the rest of them out.
So unfortunate again for Direwolves, because you just think, what if? What if they weren't this far behind? A fight like that could have gone really nicely for them. 18-5. Gold deficit is about 8,000 at 29 minutes in. So it has been better from Direwolves, but 7-0 and 7 for Halo right now. I think that tells the story in itself. 4-0-6 for Appy. Peace are not really putting a foot wrong. And they're going to break open the base now as well, as the inhibitor turret does fall. Only is hanging around on the flank with Cupcake.
Yeah. Appy no teleport is about to show himself bot lane, so if ever there was a moment for Direwolves to be aggressive, it's what they're doing right now. You can see very clearly Peace are aware of where their top laner is, they're aware he can't help, so they're just running back and respecting and giving space.
Oh, Cupcake has found an opening for a headbutt pole, but provided that room for the rest of the team to go deep. Only and Claire were the ones that decided to chase, but they kind of isolated themselves. And you can see how that's worked out for them. Killer Instinct, Violet right on top of Cupcake, but he's so fed right now that he's going to survive. He used his heal, but it does not matter. Peace are happy with that. It's just Shock to defend, and I think, again, Rusty, that might be the end of another game.
most likely that is going to be the end of the game. Direwolves legitimately just run it down because they believe that's their best chance to win. And, you know, they took the 4v5 opportunity. They were just so far behind. Shock is trying.
He's trying his best, and he's back in the fountain now. Violet's going to try and take another kill in the fountain. He did the same last time. He couldn't get it. Couldn't get it this time either. But that's the Nexus down, and Peace once again a dominant victory as they throw that gauntlet right back at Direwolves. It feels like they've got two hands without a gauntlet now. It's a 2-0 victory for Peace so far, but we still have a ways to go in the best of 5 series. How far we have yet to go, though, is really up to Direwolves, because Peace have showed up today. But one questions whether or not Direwolves is at their peak performance right now.
Yeah, this is the best Peace that we've seen in a while. You know, we said that in game 1. We saw that actually cemented in game number 2 as well. So faith for the Peace boys is starting to steadily climb. But again, you know, you're looking at a squad like Direwolves, so you never want to count out until the 3-0's happened or until they've lost their 3rd game. But, oh, it's been a really rough start for them. They don't look like the same Direwolves we've seen in the past 3 weeks at all.
Well, I know a man that's all about peak performance, so I want to ask this one to you, Mac. Do you think we've seen the peak performance from Direwolves today?
Well, I'd say no, only because I'm just watching Peace do it one better. You know, this is the Peace that we saw when the group stage started, where they came out of the gates, they were just demolishing anyone in their way. And it looks like Direwolves are being caught off guard by that. Yes, you can see that they're trying to force some plays, make it happen. But Peace, they're just ready for anything, you know, just winning those lane-in phases. And it just from there, it just keeps on going uphill for them. So, I don't know, man. The question is, what can Direwolves do to get back in the game? Because nothing is working for them here in the first day of playoffs.
Yeah, a lot of this for me is just laning. Like, an absurd amount of the lead that Peace are getting is from, and we've said this, Direwolves have said this, everyone in the league agrees with it, but Peace are a really good laning team. It's just so abundantly clear in this game, as well as the last one, that they're out laning Direwolves. And there was no slowing down, there was no stability found. You know, it was Appy still solo killing Claire because of the wildcard choice of an Akali in the draft. And, you know, these things are backfiring, and you can't afford to do that anymore with the form Peace are in.
I just also want to quickly point out, I don't know if you guys at home saw it, if you guys as well casting saw it, but we've got LCO banners in the Rift now. I think that's pretty pog. You can see there's one there, you know. A little bit of top quality branding in between the team fights, so you love to see it. And then you love to see, you know, Violet just running in as well. How much does that suck as well? Gunkrab decides to go for the jump, which just allows Violet to go deeper into the lines as well. So, it's all just, you know, minuscule timing. But again, you can see Violet is happy as Larry with the result of Game 2. And both teams in the pre-game interview thought that this would be a war. This would be a battle all the way to 5 games, or at least 4 games. But it looks like it could just be done in 3, which I don't think anyone, like, especially from the desk, predicted, Jordan.
I mean, I don't think so. You know, if you've got a clean sweep on the predictions, you don't necessarily expect it to be a one-sided matchup in favor of the team that was predicted against by everyone. So if there was to be a 2-0 today so far, we probably would have all said, oh yeah, that'll be Direwolves. But as I've said already, I don't think Direwolves are stepping up to the plate right now. So on one hand, that's not good. They're down 0-2, but on the other hand, it's pretty obvious that they still have something left in the tank, and whether or not they're going to be able to get that going today is the big question. But at least there is another level that we can see them hit. I mean, they're not even hitting 75% right now, it feels like. They're just getting absolutely slammed out of this series. So
yeah,
I'd love to see them get this next game and then just see where we can go from there. You know, if we get a 2-1, Direwolves get a bit of momentum, get a bit of self-confidence back right now. And then we go into Game 4, and really then it feels sort of like it's anyone's game. But at the moment, I mean, if the same Direwolves shows up to Game 3, series over as far as I'm concerned. But if peak Direwolves shows up, we've still got a big series ahead of us.
That's it. I wonder if it's worth going for an earlier Lilia pick for Direwolves as well. Maybe get Only back on that, because he's had a lot of success on that throughout the season, and now he's just not getting his mitts on it, you know? Going for the Udi that game, it looked like it should have worked at points, but then at other points it was like, oh, wow, what's going on here? Anyway, look, we do have a quick meme to throw up before we go to a break. Let's see what you guys from the fans at home have been working on. And it's Laura. Hey Laura, how you doing? Anyone else trying to sneak in some at LCO playoffs while they're at work? That is, ooh, bit
Me too,
risky.
yeah. I am
Posting it
actually,
publicly.
Yeah, I try to sneak some LCO in when I'm working too.
Yeah.
What about you, Max?
Yeah, well, yep, same boat. What about you, Rusty?
Not so sneaky. The difference there, I think, is I'm yelling a little bit too loud for it to be sneaky. But
Yeah. What about your family? They were yelling as well before. What was going on there? Were they like, Rusty, you want dinner? You want lunch? Oh, and there's good time for that as well because we've got a break right now before Game 3. Rusty, go get fed, and we'll see you after this for potential the final game coming up shortly.
Providing vision deep into the river, but might be getting blown up in just a second. Very low on HP. Baron still chunking through the Peace roster. Is it winnable for Direwolves? Can they manage to find some resets for Gun Crab? So far, nothing. But if they get even one, maybe it's a chance. Maybe it's not though, Rusty, because all of a sudden, Cake has found an opening for a headbutt pole, but provided that room for the rest of the team to go deep. Only and Claire were the ones that decided to chase, but they kind of isolated themselves. And you can see how that's worked out for them. Killer Instinct, Violet right on top of Cupcake, but he's so fed right now that he's going to survive. He used his heal.
On the wall, but nobody knows. We've got to get away. I thought I'd try to call, but nobody's on. Must have been a bad day. You know I'm the guy that can make it work. This is what you like. You know what the word is. We got to live life. No, we can't think twice. You gotta be certain. Let's it up and run away. Don't tell anybody about where we go, and no one will know. We don't tell them. Let's be selfish. Let's just in love. Let's just in love. Catch a flight, go around the world, leave our troubles at the gate. We should have a life with some twists and turns, cause it keeps you wide awake. In the middle of the night, we can move just a little light, so we can see what we're doing. We got to live life. No, we cannot. You can't think twice. You gotta be certain. Let's it up and run away. Don't tell anybody about where we go, and no one will know. We don't tell them. Let's be selfish. Let's just in love. Let's just in love. Let's just in love. You and I can
Welcome back. Game 3 on the horizon for Direwolves and Peace here. Peace currently up 2-0 in games, and I think we've all been a little bit caught off guard with that one. Also, Rusty, checking in quickly. How was your lunch? Was it lovely? Was there enough time to eat? What's going on?
When did I? Was it what, mate? They were moving furniture outside. It had nothing to do with food. It wasn't about dinners ready. They were literally moving stuff around. Where'd this food come from? That's why I was.
I don't know.
They just got sick of this guy in the living room yelling all the time, so they decided to move him out.
I thought you were just having a barbie out the backyard, you know, a couple of couches on the grass. Who cares? You had your pool there as well after the floods the other week, so you've got everything going for you.
Should we get the floaties out? Nah, the pool's gone, unfortunately, Max, so we're just land sharks now. It's tragic.
Well, there you go. So, Land Sharks. Sounds like a B-grade movie. Let's move away from B-grade movies and back into A-grade gameplay from Peace in particular. Are they going to close this one out 3-0? Are we going to see any changes in the draft? You know, any predictions here? Because we certainly saw something that didn't work up in that top lane. Claire on the Akali, unfortunately, seemed to be a weaker piece of the puzzle there for Direwolves. So do you expect him to go back towards, you know, a Camille and Nah, something a bit, you know, tankier this time?
Yes. I mean, I don't think we'll see the Akali again. I think in terms of what it did, it was okay, right? They wanted a magic damage dealing top laner. I know that it's flexible between Claire and Shock because they're both mid laners. But at the same time, we saw nothing from that Akali that's given me merit to say we should see it again. It got solo killed like level 5 by the Renekton, and that was it. We never saw anything from the Akali for the rest of the game. Appy has too much of a handle on it, so probably back to conventional, probably back to stable Mac in top lane would be nice.
Yeah, well, something stable would be nice indeed. And, you know, even at mid, it seems like Halo's been performing spectacularly today as opposed to, you know, some of his other games where he got picked on a lot. Direwolves don't seem to be focusing him as much. And when they do, we always see these rotations coming out from Peace as well. So I dare say we will see that trend continue. You know, protect the mid laner, protect the man that is, you know, keeping your life in check, making sure all the boys band together for Peace. It's so weird because we all expected maybe a mental crumbling point for Peace, which usually you can pick. And the question is that going to be this game? Or are they going to close out clean 3-0? Find out very shortly because everyone at home. Direwolves and Peace, game at 3 coming up right now.
Could be the final game of this series as well, Rusty, if things continue in the fashion that they have. It's 2 already on the board for Peace, 0 for Direwolves, upsetting all of us in our predictions so far. But just having a quick look across the bans, very important change-up. No more Lilia. So Peace are going to be forced to change up their jungle selection. That's gone to Udyr for Lisa. Direwolves for their own right. They just seem to be sort of trading bans here and there with Peace. You know, we've got the Rakan, Syndra, Hecarim, Seraphine, and Thresh ban in every single game so far. The only difference this time is that the Lilia has come through instead of whatever it else was that was actually getting banned. But it still seems like it's kind of the same draft process for Direwolves. Tristana first, play that flex, you got the Alistair support. But now we are talking. We have got a little bit of something to have a bit of a think about here. The Volibear jungle, it's just been buffed. Wasn't sure we were going to see it today, but we've got it.
We do, we've got it, we're ready to go. The Volibear is in. 11.6 is the patch we're on just for everyone at home as well. It was changed, it was buffed for jungling, and that's most likely where we'll be seeing it go today. Looking at the rest of the draft so far, like you highlight Lilia being taken away, it was taken away by Peace. Direwolves have once again, as the losing side, get to choose their side for the next game. They've chosen blue side every single game so far. They want to stay there. They want to continue those target bans, and they are deathly afraid of the Xayah Rakan bot lane from Peace, it seems, to the point where they were willing to give over the Jinx once more with that Galio.
Yeah, the Jinx Galio was what Peace selected in the first game. So going up against Tristana Alistair again. Again, I don't know that it's been the bot lane that's been a hugely impactful area of the map. A lot of the fights, a lot of the shenanigans, I'll say, have been going down in top and mid and around those areas.
Yeah, I'd say Guncrab and Violet haven't been the most influential, right? They obviously have been in the team fights, but Cupcake's had a massive influence on these games so far. Jordan, for better or worse.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's funny, echo each other's thoughts. You know, I was
Not sure where you were going with that one, but anyways, looks like we're on the same page. And it's weird to say as well, isn't it? Because normally when we're talking about Peace, we're looking probably at Violet as being the standout player, and certainly Violet and Aladoric as a duo as being the brightest point of the Peace roster. But today they've just been in the backpack, and that's been fine. You know, sometimes you're happy to take that role, and so far so good for Peace as they do lock in the Silas. I mean, again, it's a little bit of a flex. Could go either up into top or into mid. What is the response from Direwolves, though? That's the biggest factor here. They've got a top laner and a mid laner still yet to pick, and then Peace gets that counter. Few mid lane bans coming through, so we're going to get to see something different here. Azir is the choice for Direwolves.
Yeah, and we're just looking at what goes with it, right, in top lane. They've got decent damage mix now. This is the type of comp where you could consider the Camille, Nara, Renekton style champions that we have started to see more and more from Claire, and we've started to like more and more from Claire. So World's his oyster now in terms of champions he would like to pick. They've got decent engage already. They've got good scaling damage, so something complementary would be preferred. And Renekton is the most stable of all of those, so makes the most sense. For the Silas, just quietly as well, while we're looking at that pick, it's already into an Alistar. So you're laughing. It really doesn't matter. Like, you've got a Volibear whose ultimate you could steal also, but Silas with Alistar ult, having the Unbreakable Wheel is obnoxious because you're actually unkillable. You've got W on such a low cooldown while not taking damage, so you just win team fights when you time that well. So it's always going to be a money option for them as Peace round out their comp.
Yeah, a bit more of a standard top lane this time with the Renekton up against the Gnar. We've seen that quite a lot. I'd say this is probably going to work out a little bit better for Direwolves. We've seen some good stuff on Renekton from Claire in the past. You know, we've spoken about the reasons for that being that he was able to play a bit of Renekton back in the mid days. And I mean, for Appy, he's got no qualms about moving on to Gnar either. He's played a lot of Gnar this season, had great success on that champion. Certainly fits the bill for what Peace needs out of him as well. You've got good engage with the Gnar ultimate. You have the follow-up if Udi is able to get a stun. You know, you just jump forward, manage to catch back up. So there's a lot of crowd control again coming out here for Peace. Direwolves, at least it feels like they've been able to play this draft the way that they wanted to, as opposed to being forced into a corner this time by Peace. So there is that benefit at least. I feel like Game 3 is already starting off a little bit better than what Game 2 did.
Yeah, I mean, for what it's worth, right, Direwolves, I do think, drafted with their own agency once again, so it is less about adapting to the series, more about going back to what we know works for them. But even harkening back to that Game 1, it was a disaster when they just picked their own comfort stuff. So it's so much more about how they play than what they're picking at this point, I think, where Peace on the other side of the coin have got strong champions in their own rights, strong champions on each individual player specifically as well. Halo's the one major point of difference here draft-wise. Instead of going for like a Victor or a Lucian for a ranged champion, he's gone much more for the risky melee choice of the Silas, which is much less about that laning phase and much more about those skirmishes and team fights post-level 6, as well as Violet and Aladoric looking to play for their team. So while the engage isn't exceptional, it's not a giant Ornhorn, of course, it exists, and they've got decent combos with a Gnar and a Galio.
Well, Halo has been a standout for Peace so far in this series as we head into game number 3. It's do or die for Direwolves. Peace have the 2-0 lead and Direwolves playing for the reverse sweep now. But I want to touch back on to Halo. You know, so far this series, played the Lucian, played the Victor, had 2 very, very good games in a row. And Rusty, if you had to pick an MVP of the series, I actually probably would float Halo for me as the one.
I'm thinking solo laners in general. You know, Halo and Appy have both been standouts so far. Halo definitely having an exceptional Victor performance, but you have to remember the catalyst for all of this has been advantages in top lane. Game 1, there was really nice teleports from Halo to help in top lane, but at the same time, Appy was cancelling spells and doing a lot of good work himself to enable that to happen. So definitely a toss-up between those two for me, and if this does end up being a 3-0, it could be a determining factor in this one, but nevertheless, let's focus on the game as it happens. The rare opportunity, Elfish Guy, to talk about jungling as it happens, not a coach interview this time.
Yep.
So we've got our red buff start with a leash for the side of Direwolves, as Halo's going to late ward the Raptors to see where this Volibear goes. It's good at late information. where Lisa is doing a leashless blue start into probably Grompwell's level 3 clear. Hiding where his whereabouts does make it a little bit more potent for the side of Peace being aggressive in lanes.
What does this leash actually force for Direwolves? You know, the fact that Gunkrab and Cupcake are late into the bot lane means that there's a little bit less prio for them. Surely Violet and Aladoric are getting the push.
That means level 2 goes to Peace first. It means that they have to play respectfully and let the wave crash and bounce. It does mean that forced priority is there for Violet and for Aladoric, so Lisa has a really good time playing on the bottom side of the Rift. If he was to do a full clear, or even do the 3 camp, weak clear on the top side, recall with boots come towards bottom, like there's a possibility of a return gank. It just creates a lot of volatility in the lane state where Direwolves have to play well to stay in it. And as long as Peace ward properly and don't die to ganks, as you can tell by the Raptor ward they had, they'll be perfectly fine controlling the wave.
Well, speaking of the Raptor ward, we've got another one coming through, but this time from Direwolves. So Shock gets his ward down at a good timing and spots Lisa at the Raptors as well. It's equal amounts of information as to where both junglers are right now for each team. Both pathing towards the top side, but obviously a full clear coming through from Only, and he's just, I'd say a little bit, but it's actually quite a lot slower than Lisa right now on the Udyr, and that's just the nature of the beast, I suppose.
And that was with a leash, so
yeah,
just keep that in mind. It's accelerated Only's clear to help him keep up with an Udyr, but Udyr is Udyr. We're hitting that point now where Scuttle Crabs are going to be the point of focus. You look at priority in lanes and what that means. Shock has priority, but Violet and Aladoric have first move in bottom lane, so this could be a pretty significant skirmish.
Yeah, this doesn't look too great. Lisa's come down, has the level advantage over Only as well. Direwolves, they don't want to see it start like this again, but it will. Shock down, and first blood goes over to Peace once again. Third game for the series, and they might just be able to compound that into a little bit more. Cupcake with the headbutt pole. Gunkrab, it's a trade, but the kill goes to Cupcake, and even still, there's more Peace players available. TP comes from Shock, in fact, returning from base. But Peace are out of there. They said they're happy with that. 2 for 1. And even the top
Abby
lane
has killed Claire again.
Kill.
That's at least once every game, right?
Gunkrab's face says it all.
It's a disaster. To be blunt, top lane is a disaster this entire series. It has absolutely gone the way of Peace. Just top to toe. It's 36-15 in terms of farm. You can look at the minions that Claire's currently missing as he's choosing not to teleport. Halo in a bit of trouble here, just trying to force this wave in and reset it. Needs to be very respectful. His wave is a bit of a mess, but still, Peace are the ones in the lead right now.
Hang on. This could be something. Cupcake, headbutt pole of the flash. It's so good. Halo is dead. Aladoric in trouble now as well, and there's some assistance from Lisa. No teleport can come from the top lane. In the end, it's just the 1 kill for Direwolves, but finally some signs of life.
Yeah, that was a nice roam and nice timing from Cupcake. It was Peace overexerting themselves. Halo will be kicking himself because that wasn't a necessary death. He just assumed, you've got Aladoric nearby. He'll be able to tank the minions. He'll be able to use the Relic Shield proc. We'll get the wave in, we'll be fine, and then it's perfect. Perfect doesn't always go the way you would like it to be. We'll see what happens in top lane, as it does seem like Claire goes for the full slice dice trade. Appy is about to tick Mega, so maybe a flash W. Oh, just the auto attack. Good damage calcs. Also, that's on the nerf Nah. So a bit less damage on him overall. Still gets it.
Yeah, Claire going into a pretty big creep wave there. Just the extra damage coming through from that, helping out as well. Gunkrab getting some good shots onto Violet, but now the return is there. The counter engage from Peace. It's not really going to amount to a whole lot. Aladoric just locks them down for a moment to keep his AD carry safe. All's well that ends well in bot, as has been the case pretty much for this entire series. Bot has not really been the location of anything too substantial. Claire's going to go again, this time not an overcommitment.
And it's a plated steel cap rush from Appy as well, so he really is building himself to survive in that laning phase. It's a crucial item purchase. He got it very early into lane also, so in a very nice position is this Gnar in top lane. It was a nice little snipe in mid lane just quietly from Only with that E. The Sky Strike that we spoke about before is... Ooh.
Aladoric looks for the taunt, won't get it. Finally,
This reminds me of the interview that we had with Farmer earlier on. Not the interview that we did during the show, but the one that was pre-recorded by Direwolves, where he was sort of mentioning that Peace took some rough timings on objectives. And this time it actually works out in the favor of Peace, where Direwolves start an objective and then Peace just walks in and says, thank you very much. Is that 9 dragons this series for Peace so far and 0 for Direwolves? I think it is.
I think so. I don't remember if last game had a single one go their way at all. So Direwolves haven't had a single dragon in this entire series. It's been a mess. Yeah, and Heralds, I do think they've had a couple. So it's not like total objective control, but it's dragon domination at the very least.
All right, well. Violet and Aladoric are having a good time down in the bot lane as well, just shoving this tower in. Very close to getting themselves a plate.
Yeah.
Not going to overcommit for it. Giving the Direwolves the respect they deserve.
It'll happen eventually. You remember that trade that happened a minute or so ago as well in bottom lane? That was basically Violet and Aladoric looking to reset. And they don't get punished for it, unlike Halo, who of course did get taken down for that trade. But at the end of the day, things still going nicely for Peace overall. The 1.5k gold lead they have is well placed. And the top difference right now can be so significant come the next objective fights. And given that he's closest proximity to Herald, I like this idea of just forcing mid lane priority with a Galio roam and using Appy's existence because he doesn't have teleport to ensure objectives.
Shock might be in a spot of bother here if the chains connect, and they do. Emperor's Divide will just about get him out, but can Lisa force the issue again? Aladoric, did he get stuck on the wall? I don't know what happened just there, but there should have been some follow-up, and there wasn't. And now, all of a sudden, the turn, I don't know that that's going to go too well for Direwolves. You got Claire sitting in the middle of about 50,000 Peace players, or maybe it's just 4, but what difference does it really make? He's dead either way. 5-2 the scoreline now, Rusty, and it continues. It's just the same game over and over and over again, and Direwolves are behind from the outset.
I mean, Appy is probably worth that many players at this point, especially when he hits that Mega Gnar. So another team fight victory, another fight going the way of Peace. Shock with about 3 seconds on his flash. You know, actually it looks like a little bit longer, but they catch him out, no flash means he has to ult. Halo has stolen the Azir ultimate, so the second only jumps in to try and pick his moment to fight. It was good damage when he lands, but just gets pushed back out. And Claire trying his best, but Appy is just indomitable in comparison, survives for so long, even though he gets low. And they just take down Claire, continuing their lead.
Over and over and over again, Peace proving that their execution in these fights is just a little bit better than Direwolves. And so Direwolves have to fight from behind. They're seeing this playoffs series just sort of falling down in front of them. I mean, it's not the end of the road, is it, Rusty? So it's not the end of the world if they do lose this series. They'll go down into the lower bracket, but with the expectations that we all had, it feels like a resounding defeat for Direwolves, and it could well be. They can't find a way to turn it on right now. It has to happen in the next 5 minutes. They can't let things continue the way they have so far for the first 2 games.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't
want
to verse either of these teams in the lower bracket, right? And you're spot on in saying they've earned themselves a second chance by finishing top 3, that the loser of this series goes down to the lower bracket. But this is an absolute 3-0 smashing so far if it continues on this trajectory. In this third game, you know, Drake controlled team fights early, solo kills, it's all going the way of Peace.
Oh, here we go again. Appy's about to have some fun. Claire does pop the ultimate to keep himself a little healthier. But overall, that's a pretty reasonable trade for Appy. And, you know, we've talked about it in the past where Gnar doesn't necessarily always look for the kill threat when he uses the ulti.
Yeah.
Just for a bit of extra damage and a bit of presence in the lane. And Appy's got that in spades.
Exactly right. Of course, you can just force that off ult and be happy as Halo.
Ooh. What's going on here in mid? Looking for the taunt. Aladoric's going to connect that one onto Cupcake. No, it was only. He dives back on out. Cupcake goes back on in. And all of a sudden, Shock's got himself a kill. And that feels like maybe the first time the Direwolves are going to get an advantage in a fight. Here we go. Finally, they're starting to ramp up. A double kill for Shock. How huge is that in the context of this series? Well, we're about to find out in the next 10 minutes or so, because that could be the saving grace for Direwolves and their series.
If anyone needs a lead on the Direwolves, it is Shock. He is the person who has now earned that right as well with a fantastic Emperor's Divide. They are still winning top lane. They were still pushing bot lane minions. Can't stay there any longer if you're Violet, just because they're going to disengage to the Dragon. And Dragon number 10. Let it be known, no one takes 10 Dragons in a row away from the Direwolves. It, of course, all starts with Direwolves engaging. Halo has an Alistar ultimate, though, so like we highlight, is pretty hard to kill, but then goes forwards. And Shock has been pretty consistently hitting them this entire time. So all that was left was for Cupcake to hit that headbutt Pulverize, and then a fantastic shuffle. Aladoric also has breath away from dying there from the Tristol, but survives. Thankfully for Peace.
Thankfully for Peace, but I want to say thankfully for Direwolves. They've been able to turn things back around. Claire, that's probably not where you want to be. He's gone over the wall straight into a taunt from Aladoric, and you'd probably be holding your head in your hands after that one. You've invested the teleport, the flash, he still died. Now the tower goes down as well. And just when there's a moment of respite for Direwolves, it feels like the pressure starts to mount again.
Yeah, it was about 1,080 gold goes into the pockets of Appy almost immediately just there, as they're able to pick themselves up the kill. 780 roughly from the turret plates as well. Another charge from that Rift Herald, and not the place that Claire wants to find himself in this series, not the place he wants to find himself in this game. He's got a Shock. You know, at the end of the day, Direwolves, they've got a Shock. And that's what they're going to have to hold on to for dear life, as a further 350 and another turret goes to the Dar.
A lot of weight on the shoulders of Shock. Doesn't even really have that substantial of a lead over his counterpart in mid. He tries to make it happen. That might not work out, but Cupcake is there to potentially save the day. Only goes over the wall. He's got enough damage for Halo, but he's also not going to survive, so it's a 1-for-1 in the end. Gun Crab should have Rocket Jump available, and does. Ooh. And the Super Mega Death Rocket is more than a tickle, but not enough in this instance.
Yeah, not going to be lethal, but still definitely pushes him out. Definitely forces the reset, which again will buy time for Violet to push that bottom wave. Probably get a couple of, or not some plates, unfortunately, as it's 14 minutes, but a lot of damage then instead onto the turret. Nara is now going to be seen walking towards top lane, so you'll see Dire will start to play accordingly. A bit more aggressively bot side, but overall just winning pretty much everywhere.
Pretty comprehensively indeed. Appy's going to go and catch that wave in top. Continues to increase that lead in CS. Was about 30, now it's almost 40. Starting to build up further and further. Bit of respite, I think, at the moment for both teams, where things will slow down for the next minute or so. Rift Herald up in 50 seconds, Dragon in 2 minutes and 10 seconds. So this will be the eye of the storm before the first real proper, what feels like it should be a team fight.
Appy just hovering around Mega Gnar. If he jumps in, he wants to commit. Only is nearby, but there's many reinforcements from Peace as well.
I don't know how this is going to go well for Direwolves. Claire is getting soloed by Appy. Only is standing right there, but can he do anything to save him? Seems he's done enough, and maybe Appy's bitten off more than he can chew. Turbo Chemtank's going to slow him down. Claire's going and looking for the stun, but won't find it.
Shock.
Can Appy escape? Shock's looking for something. Emperor's Divide is available. Gun Crab dives in as well, but now he's taunted back on up. They're not going to turn. Peace are respecting the Azir and the presence.
Yeah, but they protect Mr. President, right? They get him to safety. They are able to disengage Appy, and meanwhile they are pushing mid and bottom. Every single time we say this, we see a skirmish, you have to look at the minimap and acknowledge that Peace have less members, and they are still coming out on top. This continues to happen. The lead continues to stretch now to 5,000. Violet has a 50 CS lead over Gun Crab. It is still comprehensively going the way of Peace overall. When they start to hit these team fights, they are going to be so powerful.
Still holding on for dear life that there is something in the back pocket for Direwolves, Rusty. I'm not sure about you. There's... Look, like I've said, it's gotten better, you know? This isn't game one. It's also not game two.
They need 5 games maybe to hit peak performance at this rate, though. They don't have 5 games, though. The real worry for them is they need to turn it on immediately, right?
Yeah.
I don't think you have to fight for Dragon in 10 seconds immediately, but this game.
I think it's probably the kind of game where you need something like a big Baron steal into a team wipe that's going to just build that momentum, and then maybe that can snowball into games 4 and 5. If Direwolves can find that win condition. Let's see. This is a 5v5 by every sense of the word, and they've gotten on top of Shock. He's out of the fight. He's dead. And Gunkrab is now the focus for Violet, who'll just continue to chase everyone from Direwolves. CC coming through from Halo, and he'll get the kill onto Claire as well. Cupcake only and Gunkrab are left scurrying away. And that's as good as an ace for Peace, because it's going to get them the Dragon, and that's what they wanted.
And that's the thing, right? Like, I think what Direwolves were looking for was maybe for Appy to lose his Mega Nard. There's an opportunity to fight then when he's stuck tired in Mini. But, you know, he finds an opportunity before that ends. He finds Shock, of all people, who just should not be caught there. And so Peace find an opportunity. Claire is hardly a champion right now in comparison to everyone else on the Rift, so Halo is able to just easily pick him apart and single him out. And that was just easy for Peace. That whole fight was easy for Peace. It was given to them. Direwolves, we just mentioned it. Maybe you don't need to fight for a Cloud Dragon that was up just then. Yes, it's a Cloud Soul. You want to avoid giving dragons over, but I think you could maybe pick your battles a little bit better.
Maybe so. Not a single tower down so far for Peace. Direwolves haven't been able to really shove much in at all. So you're seeing the waves really pushing in the direction of Direwolves at the moment. They're having to do a lot of clearing. Shock does manage to put a bit of damage into that tower, and the Rift Herald should be enough to finish it off.
Be close.
Or maybe not, because Halo is arriving.
Just didn't want to stay, and I don't blame Shock in terms of reset timings. If he stayed to hit that turret, probably dies to a Galio and an Udyr that'll chase him down. Especially with your chem tank Udyr running around. Lisa's pretty scary, and you do not want to be isolated and picked off inside lane. Shock's flash, I believe, is also just about to become available. So it does need to be respectful, rightly so. We've seen what happens if he isn't. He gets one-tapped by an Appy.
No vision in the jungle right now for Shock, but his spider senses are tingling. And he'll just back away as Aladoric and Lisa hang around. Cupcake's going to get him the early warning system, and it's in the form of a headbutt pole. Now, Gunkrab is standing there as well, but it's going to be a whole lot of nothing in the end. See what happens in mid.
They're just going to play around Violet. They're playing around waves. Peace are looking to push in top lane to keep Shock busy. Now he's going to be showing himself clearing waves. They have vision control on top side, yes, with Baron up, but they're not playing for it. Halo.
They're going to go on Halo, only forcing the flash. Cupcake over the wall as well. They've actually, I wanted to say confirm the kill, but they haven't. There's a Zhonya for Halo. Look, he's still alive. It's going horribly wrong, isn't it? Aladoric in the end does drop. How? How is Halo still alive? He's getting out of there. He's disappearing. But Direwolves, they might be winning the fight. Maybe they're not. It's 4 on 3, but the HP is so low. And Violet has arrived. Halo just survived for so long.
If you want to pick a fight against the Silas, it better not just be an Alistar and a Volibear engaging on him, because he'll take the Alistar ultimate, and we said it in Champ Select. He is impossible to kill. The constant cycling of his W, the healing that he had, and his persistence and sticking power, and with, of course, Aladoric coming in to help him, he buys like 20 seconds. He buys way too much time. The rest of Peace come into the fight, they clean it up, and suddenly it's a Baron going their way, and we'll see this again, because it's an engage that goes forwards. Halo just able to sneak in the Alistar ultimate, steal flashes after using it, gets the Zhonyas. Another W. He's not taking any damage. He's just not. Aladoric dies, but that's because only splits off from the Halo squad. And then they just get aggressive. They get into the fight. Flashing in, by the way, is Violet to make sure these are all secured. Because Peace know the fight is theirs if they have the numbers.
Oh, it's a big fight for Violet. He's 3-0-4 right now and starting to get to that scary Jinx level where she seems to auto-attack faster than you can even see. Like, there's frames all over the place. It's just craziness. Has got the 2 items completed, looking for the third now as well, and I don't know. When Jinx hits that stage where, like I said, she's just... I don't even know how to describe how fast she autos at some points, but it gets pretty crazy. Anyway, Violet's there. And that's bad news for Direwolves. Even if they do have a Tristana, you know? You never want to see this kind of a Jinx on the other team. Because you just melt.
Once you get the Lord Dominic's Regards as your third item as well with your Hurricane, like you've got a 0-5 Renekton on the other team who's building tank, but just isn't a tank at that point, right? You're just shredding. So no one's safe. Jinx is just going to be unstoppable if these team fights happen, especially considering the things that are standing in front of the Jinx. Very difficult to take him down as Halo could be caught again.
Could be, but he's also still a Silas, but he's under tower that's going to go down. In the end, it's a 4-on-1. Halo doesn't survive this, but
meanwhile,
is it worth it for Direwolves? Because I don't think Gunkrab can save that bot tower.
Surely not.
Okay, so Shock's going to stay in top. No, he's not. He's decided to recall again. I mean, they might just lose their entire base at this point. Peace are going to move up from the bot lane. Mid tower's about to go down in a second if... Never mind. We'll hold that thought because Direwolves have at least managed to get 5 back into their base. So they get a kill onto Halo. It's not even a shutdown though, remembering that he died in the previous fight. And they lose an inhibitor.
Yeah, he's just the only person they can kill, you know? And it feels bad for Halo, but he's surviving for a long time, and that's all he really needs to do, and it's winning. But the strategy is just winning for the side of Peace. Didn't have the Alistar ultimate to steal. He used an Azir ultimate that we saw as we panned over to him. So once again, could have even been a different story with how long he survived if he had that. And at the end of the day, it was an inhib take, and Dire was saying, I guess we can trade an inner turret for the inhib, whatever, like we are just losing. And then they realized, hang on, Peace could actually just end. So they do have to base. And unfortunately for Peace, it's not going to be a game-winning push. Fortunately for Direwolves, they saved themselves the Nexus, and they buy themselves, let's say, one more chance.
One more's better than 0 more. I think that's the only takeaway I've got for that. There aren't too many favouring Direwolves. Trying to grasp at straws right now. Gunkrab's been progressing as best he can. 1-0-3. But it feels like he's never really going to hit that late game Tristana dream that he's been looking for this series. Has played only Tristana. In fact, the bot lane has been Tristana Alistar in all 3 of these games. But just hasn't hit that, that point that you want. So Peace now, after the Baron has faded, have at least got the advantage of the bot lane pushing in with the inhibitor being down. So they can focus on mid and top. Appy's down there to help that wave go in. Nearly has teleport, but not quite available right now. Only probably doesn't get out of here. Does just go over the wall. And Super Mega Death Rocket is blocked by Cupcake, so only does just survive. Cost him his flash and his ulti.
No Baron, no objective, nothing major to take for Peace. It is just going to be pushing in all 3 waves. Appy's also placed himself bot lane with the supers, so they really have been pushing that wave in to make sure they're still getting as much gold as possible, right? One big thing that people can do is forget about the super waves because they just constantly push and you're missing a whole wave worth of gold constantly, but not happening here.
Going exactly to plan for Peace so far. Appy uncontested in bot. Halo very difficult to deal with in top. And now the bot wave shoving. Shock is being forced to spend time down there to clear the wave. And this is where Peace can pull the trigger on mid. Turret's going to go down very quickly indeed with demolished stacks. And now it's inhibitor time.
Mega Gnar does just run off, and you can see that Peace are being incredibly respectful. There's no reason to throw this game when they are so far ahead. If Appy loses the Mega Gnar, just walk away. Just wait, buy some time. You've been pushing for a couple of minutes now, so you've definitely got money. They're going to be able to reset, get some extra items. And I mean, again, laughing. You've got Baron in 30 seconds in terms of ways to break the map. That is the defining feature here. You've got a Cloud Soul ready in 1:50 after Baron if you don't even get the full push. And at the end of the day, you've got 10 minutes to work with where you're in complete control. So there is no reason to overexert yourself. And they aren't. And it's working out nicely. That's a teleport flank.
That's a very fast Udyr as well. Lisa just charging on in. Exhaust goes down onto Gunkrab as well, but he does flash the wall. Might just be able to get away, trying his damn best. How do you escape an Udyr? I lied, Rusty. There's no getting away. He's dead. And Gunkrab, that's his first death for this map. 26 minutes in, he's been trying so hard. But eventually, Peace will catch up.
There's just no safe place in that jungle. Udyr will chase you down. He will find you, and Liam Neeson comes through clutch. Mid lane outer turret is what it looks like the Direwolves are going to try and trade for. A bit of vision control, a bit of priority around the Drake itself, sure, but end of the day, the Baron still goes the way of Peace. You've got Halo top lane without teleport. They're looking to split. Dragon's optional. It's a luxury if you get the soul. It doesn't actually matter. If you're able to use the Baron to push down inhibitors instead, that's a win. And Direwolves are not prepared for that push.
Well, just to touch on the Dragon tally again, it's 11-1, favoring Peace for Dragons so far in this series. Could get 3 out of 3 souls if they were really so inclined. It's definitely in the wheelhouse, but they might just look to end instead. This will be 3 inhibitors down unless Direwolves can do something about it. And what can you do about it right now? Peace are so strong. They've got Baron. They're shoving that inhibitor down. It's half HP. Appy is looking threatening, but he doesn't decide to go for the engage. Cupcake now might be caught, only trying to help out, but he's blown up. He's deleted. Gunkrab caught in the Empress Revive that was stolen by Halo, and all of a sudden, there goes the Dire Wolves. Peace will look toward the Nexus turrets, and this is really a victory lap at this point. 18-8, the scoreline in game number 3. They have such a significant gold lead again, 13,000 at 28 minutes, and the Nexus will fall, confirming the 3-0 for Peace today. They move on in the upper bracket, and they'll face Pentanet for another rematch. What a fantastic series from Peace today. They utterly dismantled the Direwolves.
An absolute slaughtering, a completely one-sided affair, never any way in for the Direwolves. And, you know, at best, Direwolves, you would say they had moments. And moments are not going to win you an entire best-of-5 series, especially when you're given 3 whole chances in terms of maps that you can give over, or 2 maps that you can give over in a 3rd game to play. Direwolves did not look like their regular selves, sure, but Peace, a whole new beast. And that's the type of Peace that if I was Pentanet, I'd be really seriously eyeing off now and saying that's dangerous.
Well, I'm looking forward to that game. I'm sure Mac is as well. And Mac, if there is one takeaway, one silver lining to that game, it's that at least we were all wrong.
Yeah, at least we were all wrong. See, I picked Direwolves when I looked at it because I was like, I still feel like they're probably the underdogs coming into this. But then everyone else went, boom, all right, we're all doing Direwolves. So, look, if I could quickly change mine to Peace, who apparently were the underdogs, then I'll take that happily. But look, you know, congratulations to Peace, 3-0 and the clean sweep, which no one saw coming. Again, look, it's one of those games where, like, when I saw Volley, I was like, cool, this is looking good. We get to see some Volley. Hopefully that goes well. And it did for a while. It went better than the other 2 games. Let's put it like that. Direwolves, you know, Claire still having a bit of a rough time up top, but that's what you got to expect going up against Appy, who's just such a strong top laner. I just don't understand how it's ended up this one-sided, 3-0.
Yeah, look, I don't know, man. If that was maybe a best of 7 or a best of 9 or whatever, there might have been time for Direwolves to actually catch up in that series, right? They were getting better the longer it went, the closer it got, but it just felt like they started from so far behind every single game. And Peace were able to convert it today. So, as Rusty said, a completely different looking Peace to what we saw in the final week of competition. Maybe playoffs has been that motivating factor for them. And I'm excited. Yeah. I'm really enjoying what I'm seeing from Peace here. If they can bring this out against Pentanet, then could be an interesting series.
Yeah, just crazy, crazy exciting gameplay all through this one. And I wonder if we'll get the same going in towards the 2nd series. Now, I think, you know, the silver lining to this is that we get to see the Pentanet Peace rematch now in that upper bracket, and then potentially even for a 3rd time in playoff, or a 2nd time in playoffs if they make it all the way to the grand final. So I guess we'll see once we get there. But again, you know, Violet just got way too huge, hit right click very good, and shot too fast. So that's Jinx in a nutshell, isn't it?
Yeah, it definitely could be the Jinx in a nutshell. I think at the end of the day, Peace all around looked much improved as well. And the fact that we can say this through not just like this last game, but the entire series, it wasn't the Violet show, but they still won, is only positive, only praise that we can offer then. And for me, we do have to look at Direwolves still, however, because we aren't saying goodbye to them. We're seeing them again in the lower bracket, which is where they've earned their place in, against the winner of Order and Chiefs later today. Top lane, Claire did not have his best series of his life, that is for certain. I think he knows that the best out of all of us, and definitely has a lot of improvements to make on his day-to-day now. And an absurd amount of roaming from Cupcake, maybe tapered back just a little bit to help Gunkrab.
And look, Claire might not have had the best game of his life, but I'll tell you someone that might have, that's Appy, and he is our player of the day, or at least player of the series. So congratulations, Appy, for getting that, accolade. I'll write out an award for you. I think we actually have him for the interview as well. So let's bring Nat in. And Nat, how'd you like that series? It's been a while. It's been almost bloody 2 hours since we last saw you. How you doing?
I know. I mean, I miss being like just so constantly after every game coming in. But it was a really interesting game to watch. I'm not going to say it was good. My heart does go out to Direwolves. I did some quick maths, and throughout the whole series, the ratio was Direwolves got 1 dragon, and Peace got 11. Direwolves got 14 kills, and Peace got 58. So, yeah, it was rough. It was really rough to see those stat spreads over 3 games.
I'd love to know the towers as well. I don't know if you've worked that out, but
No,
that's definitely...
I didn't,
I would
sorry.
imagine it's on the same kind of scale.
Look, I mean, maybe Appy was doing some hardcore maths while he was down there on the Rift, but I do have him for an interview. Congratulations, Appy, on winning the series. How does it feel, the first best of 5, and it goes your way?
Thank you, first of all, and I actually feel very happy to beat Direwolves on best of 5 this time, because we were on a lose streak, but I'll say whole team we're still all very confident to beat every team. So yeah, I'm still everyone in our team is very happy to the win.
Before I ask any questions about the series, I do want to say you were voted or given player of the series by the talent. Is it an honor? How do you feel knowing that everyone thinks that you played out of your mind and deserve to be player of the series?
I mean, I had a good feeling after I woke up. I mean, I know I'm gonna play good for some reason. So, yeah. And also I verse swapped to top. So that's some, I'll take it. It's some practice I did before, and now it's everything's, I just prove I'm one of the best top laner. So I'm happy.
Oh, definitely. It is lining up for you. It was just your day-to-day. I do have to ask, I also said it, you guys got 11 dragons in that series over the 3 games. How do you guys have such insane dragon control? What was it that gave you so much control over it?
Yeah, so firstly, our bot lane obviously is the best bot lane in LCO. So they will have leads, or they will winning lanes basically every game, pretty much. And then, okay, so if top, if me didn't just somehow do some bad thing in the lane, and I don't have to use the TP to my lane, and when everyone doing normal, mids and top, and bots advantage will just help us get the dragon. So that's pretty much it.
That's advice. Just have the best lane in the league, and you're gonna get 11 dragons in a 3-game series. I want you to also walk me through the draft, because we kind of felt as if Direwolves never really got a footing with their draft. Did you guys do your drafting to counter them, or was it just more you played on comfort champs and that's how you got so far ahead?
I think our draft is so much better than them, at least first 2 games. So we basically just know what the champion, what champion they're gonna play, so, what they want, and we just sort our counters already. So they pretty much get out draft first 2 games at least, I'll say.
What was the communication like? What was the communication like for you guys in a lot of those games? Because the first 2 felt very aggressive and very full on, but the last one you seemed a little bit more calm, collected, a bit more methodical. You would take breaks and you would go back and reset a lot more.
The the third game's like the champions, like just like Silas, is not like winning lane champion. It's not winning lane against Azir. I would say Na is not like a champion like beating Renekton. Like at least like it shouldn't. So the third game's like a little different. Like we know we just hard scaling because we have Violet on Jinx, so we just take everything slow. So we're still like the game's still in the plan. So yeah.
And the last question I do want to ask you is your upcoming game is going to be against Pentanet next week. How are you guys feeling with that one? And what is the prep that you're going to do coming into it? Because they have been looking mighty fine this split.
Yeah, not gonna leak any straps, any drop. But like against Pentanet, we did a lot prepares for them, so we'll see. I'll say we have higher chance to win. I'm very confident.
Look, after your showing today, I have no doubt about it. You guys are going to give us an amazing show when it comes to it. But congratulations again on the win, and I'm looking forward to when we see you next.
Thank you very much.
There you go. So pretty happy with himself. Good to see that Peace are doing a whole lot of prep work, especially going into tomorrow's match as well. So that'll certainly be something. And Appy, he was, you know, woke up feeling good, and it looked like that seems to be the secret. Maybe have a good night's sleep before your games, players out there. You know, looking at you, Pradith, while we're talking about it. Anyway, well,
What
not
time did
saying
you
he's
wake
not
up, Matt?
having a good sleep. I woke up at some point, you know, but I'm not. I was playing. I am playing today. Leaked. We'll talk about that in a moment, though. Let's have a quick look at that bracket. It has been updated. And it looks like you got Pentanet up there against Peace in round 2. Direwolves, of course, going down to play the winner of the next series of the day, which is going to be Order taking on Chiefs. But 3-0 to Peace. Did you ever expect this one? Nat, I'll ask you, considering we've certainly been speaking about this for a couple of hours now.
I definitely didn't, and not to the extent that we obviously saw it. I thought if it was going to be a 3-0, maybe at least one of those games was going to be a scrappy win for one of the teams. But I don't know. Direwolves were building so much momentum. So I'm kind of hoping that what's happening is what happened at the start of the split for them. How started off a little slow at the bottom of the ladder, and before they knew it, they were coming in at second place. So maybe it's the same thing, just starting all over again with the playoffs.
Well, quickly, before we do go to a break, just want to mention that there will be a very secret, very intense, very crazy show match coming up shortly. I think, Nat, did you say you wanted to fight me in the server?
Yeah, you know, I've had beef with Rusty Cop in my predictions. I've had beef with Elfish Guy beating my predictions. So I thought, who on the panel today have I not had beef with? And I thought, Mac. And this is the perfect man that I want to take down onto the Rift and absolutely try and style on.
Well, I guess we'll see if that one happens. Now, ladies and gents, we are going to go to a short break before the show match. We are going to have Mac's mates coming up against Nat's Tees right after this.
Wow. Go on Halo, only forcing the Flash Cupcake over the wall as well. They've actually, I wanted to say confirmed the kill, but they haven't. There's a Zonya for Halo. Look, he's still alive. It's going horribly wrong, isn't it? Aladoric in the end does drop. How? How is Halo still alive? He's getting out of there. He's disappearing. But Direwolves, they might be winning the fight. Maybe they're not. It's 4-on-3, but the HP is so low. Gunkrab caught in the Empress Divide that was stolen by Halo, and all of a sudden, there goes the Dire Wolves. Peace will look toward the Nexus turrets, and this is really a victory lap.
Yeah. shining in the street lights. You know that we own this, building up the tension, flexing like we all live. Fake it till you make it, take a little holiday. No one got a game plan, taking it day by day. What you make of it? I'm gonna let go, gonna say what I think, still low pro. Don't worry about the consequences. Shooting stars, falling fences, no defenses. Now I'm gonna let go, gonna say what I think, still low pro. Don't worry about the consequences. Shooting stars, falling fences, no defenses. What you make of it? What you wanna listen to? Your mind, all that fear. Just deep in some part of you that tells you the deal. And still you unlock it in. We're in for the kill. Is this how we chill? How we gon' chill? Leaving out the back door, keep it on the down low. I'm still down with playing, but some point I wanna know what we're really doing. Is this just a holiday? Cause if we're making real plans, first I got some cards to play. What you make of it? I'm gonna let go, gonna say what I think, still low pro. Don't worry about the consequences. Shooting stars, falling fences, no defenses. Now I'm gonna let go, gonna say what I think, still low pro. Don't worry about the consequences. Shooting stars, falling fences, no defenses. Now, no defenses. Now, what you wanna listen to? Your mind, all that fear. Just deep in some part of you that tells you the deal. And still you unlock it in. We're in for the kill. Is this how we chill? How we gon' chill? What you wanna listen to? Your mind, all that fear. Just deep in some part of you that tells you the deal. And still you unlock it in. We're in for the kill. Is this how we chill? How we gon' chill?
It would seem I'm making mountains out of dry earth. They always crumble, but I pick up where I left myself. Do it about turn, then blindly fumble. Give me strength, give me worth, give me gratitude for all that I have. My fate is placid. Is that what it's supposed to be like down here on this dry earth? I'm gonna make a list of all the things you love, making my heart beat faster. Is it me? of all the things you love, what are the ones that mean the most? Of all the things we see, what are the ones that stay in focus?
Halftime, tuning out as usual in my mind's eye. Watching this horizon as you float by. Words are scattered stars across the sky. Blood moon, feeling out of sorts like you might leave soon. How much of me do you think it consumes? Easy to accuse you. I'm spun out, drifting on the highway, can't do math. Speeding makes me dizzy, doubling back. No more pretending like my head's straight. These times, drifting up.
Time of the show match. Me versus Nat. Who are you going to pick? Surely there's some Twitch predictions which are going to heavily favour me. But wait till you see who we've got on our teams. And these two fine gentlemen in between, of course, get to cast it all. Jordan looks very pumped and excited about this because he's never got to roast me so hard. So let's see how this one goes, Jordan.
I don't really know what I'm going to say about this one. All I'm going to say is some of the worst League of Legends gaming ability I've ever seen has come from you, Mac. So I am definitely on Team Nat for this game.
You don't even know about what the intimidation factor is. The amount of times I've just ran it at the enemy and you're like, what are you doing, Mac? And I'm letting them know to stay in their bloody lanes. And you're like, well, why'd you die? I was like, look, I probably overextended. But that's another conversation for another time. And I'm sure Rusty's about to get very familiar with my playstyle. And at least I'm going to keep the place watered. Let's say that. I'll make sure I focus on that one to keep you happy, Rusty.
Yeah, I've casted some show matches before, Mac. I've even done it in China. I've seen some Master Yis from some celebrities, and could I just say, none of them have won. So the precedent has been set, and if you manage to break that trend, I'll be most impressed.
Wait, that's unfair. You can't tell them what not to pick straight off the bat. Now you have to help me as well.
All right, don't pick a Mumu.
Master Yi or a Mumu, yes. A Mumu support doesn't win.
Well, we'll see about that one.
Try Shaco support.
I don't think I've ever played Shaco in my life.
That was a good first time for everything.
Correct answer.
Sorry, I'm just getting in the right team. Speaking of teams, my team, they're very good. I love them. And let me introduce them to you all. All right, we've got Styled, the big man, who's going to be up in the top lane, I think. I don't have the list up at the moment. Yeah, it looks like he is. Good on you, Styled. Thanks for that. Me, I don't even have a profile picture. Never seen me. That silhouette, probably me on a good day. Sybil there in mid lane. He is going to be carrying us and running around pretending he's the jungle because I stole his position. Jungle Man somehow wanted to jump down into that bot lane. So we've got 3 junglers all playing pretty much out of position because I shouldn't even be there. And then Threshy on the support as well, who wanted to join Nat's team, so I'm expecting him to throw. But look, we'll have a conversation when I do jump in voice comms with the boys.
I don't really know what to say about this on Mac, but that looks like a terrible team.
Oh,
you got 3 junglers. You can't have 3 junglers on the same team. How have they done that? You haven't even got Sybil up in the top lane. What are you doing? You're the team captain, Mac. You've got to be thinking about these kinds of things, all right, mate?
He's not thinking. Is that confirmation?
No, I'm just getting told how to use a TR lobby at the same time as trying to host a show, and I think we've done it right. Maybe I'm wrong.
Look, you know what? We'll just jump straight into my lineup because I think it's going to make a lot more sense why we're seeing Sybil in the mid lane once you see who's my mid lane. We've got Wynot going there, so we've got the 2 junglers from Legacy going up against each other in the mid lane. That one's going to be really interesting. We've got a Melg who's, I don't really know if he's going to do anything in the top lane. It might just be pure memes coming out
there. That's Legacy's bottom lane in top lane.
And I mean, I'm just here for the memes from him. I'm glad he's on my team. Then we have Valiax, who's on jungle, which I've never seen him play, right? So I have no idea what to say. I think it's going to be good. Maybe in comparison to Max, it's going to be great. Then I'm going to be down in support with Piglet, and I'm hoping he's just going to tell me what to do the whole entire game because I'm a little bit nervous to be duoing with Piglet himself.
Yeah,
We've seen him absolutely step up.
It makes a lot more sense to me, actually, this this team composition. First of all, you've got Nat in the support role, which, you know, obviously that's good. Piglet is an ADC, so that helps.
Good start, yep.
Velixis, I actually don't know what he played, but I did beat him in a ranked game.
Isn't he?
So no, in the actual game.
Oh, right.
I played against someone called Velixis in a ranked game. I don't know if it was actual Velixis, but I did win that game. So that's a negative. That's a cross in my book. Who else did we have? We had Wynot, actually, in mid. Now, isn't Wynot like a Kiana one-trick? And does he play mid or does he play jungle when he's Kiana one-tricking? Because that's a kind of important factor. Rusty, have you got the scoop here?
My take from looking at this draft of players, because I guess it was drafted, is that Wynot's a massive troll and potentially major inter. So the fact that you've put him against Sybil, you might have saved the draft, Nat. Like, you might have actually saved the entire game just by ensuring that he has to focus because he's against someone that maybe there's some meaning there. So I give you credit for that. ML up against Styled in top lane. You've got an AD carry and a support playing top against each other. I would always probably favor the AD carry just for mechanics maxing, but ML is a Bard player, so I would like to see that, you know? Like to see the Bard players come through and actually win.
No, just rip out a Karma top. Easy.
Yeah, look, I don't think we've talked strats yet in terms of who's going to be picking what. And at this point, I don't know if I just want to...
I'm not leaking any strats. I'm just getting ready to get into the game. Look, we got predictions from someone to bring up as well. Look, we're going to be in the jungle. It's going to get bloody hot in there. It's been a damn hot day. And I've picked myself. The other 3 have obviously picked Nat. That's completely biased, completely ridiculous.
Matt, taking your shirt off is not going to change my prediction, all right? Don't even try it.
I'm just getting ready, Jordan. Look, I've got to assert dominance before we get in the server. Nat needs to know who Velixis has to deal with, all right? And that's me. That's me, the big man, the jungler. I'm not telling you what I'm playing or you'll ban it. So let's go.
Nocturne.
Boys, take us into the show match.
All right, listen up here, Nat, just because I know you can still hear me even though you're not on the screen. These are the champions that you have to ban. These are the only champions that Mac can actually play to a bronze level. Everything else is iron, okay? So he's got Warwick in the pool, but I wouldn't even bother banning that because it's a terrible champion. Nocturne, that's probably a good one. Master Yi, Graves, and I don't think he can actually play anything else. So I reckon you just get rid of Nocturne, Master Yi, and Graves, and you're probably sweet. You've banned out his entire champ pool.
Fair enough. She can't respond, so we've actually just, we've got Elfish Guy over here who has tipped the winner and then ensured they win by giving them draft strategies. So that's one way to make sure your tips are correct. We'll see how that one plays out for you, Jordan. As I I don't know if I would bother banning away max champions personally,
point.
right? Like you've got 4 pros or pro adjacent players. I believe there's a coach in there somewhere. I think that's Nat's team actually. So 4 pros. Probably better off banning some one tricks for these guys that are all in off rolls, right? You don't even need to deal with Mac. Just deal with him on the Rift.
Well, I'm just having a look. You know, I've been op.gging a few of these guys, and Velixis is Diamond 2 apparently. So, you know, you say he's a coach, but even still, he's up the top.
True.
The top sort of area. You know, it's not Master, it's not Challenger. You're not the pro, but you're still in the top 2% of players worldwide if you're in Diamond, and he's pretty high up in Diamond as well. So that's pretty reasonable. So, yeah, look, maybe there's a few things to be said as far as champion bans are concerned. The hard thing is that most of these guys are off-roll. So even if you know what they like to play, it's kind of hard to say, oh, well, what do they play in this role? Because, well, what are the chances you really know that? Like, okay, if I'm versing you, Rusty, I'm banning out Bard. But if you're playing mid, I don't know, what do I ban? What, Gragas or something? I saw you play that one time like 10 years ago in a game where you were playing for like, I don't even remember what the name of the team was, Exodus or something like that. Something that started with
Jesus.
an E.
There was Eviscerate. That's
Eviscerate,
what it was.
yeah.
Geez, that almost got lost on me.
Yeah, so yeah, I would ban Gragas. That's probably that. You know, that's the kind of thing I'm talking about. Like, what can you really do? Kiana banned from Max Mates. That's obviously targeting at Why Not. So there you go. There is at least some precedent being set there.
I like it. Looks like they're saying ow, not 0 wins. Just noticed that. But yeah, Kiana ban, definitely a must take away. I was hoping just quietly that we would have got Sybil on Jace versus Why Not on Kiana. You know, just to have the one-trick off-roll champions on their one-tricks in their off-rolls, but not going to be seen, I don't think. Graves are banned from Mac because they are listening to you.
Yeah.
Must be. They must be.
Well, you just got to make Mac's life as difficult as possible. That's all I really care about in this game. It's not about who wins and who loses. It's about seeing Mac just absolutely int on broadcast so that we can talk shit about him for the rest of the season and the seasons to come. So I don't know, what else can he get? I'm just trying to think. I mean, I'm sure Nat's still listening in, you know. So we've got Graves, Nocturne. Right. You get rid of Yi. What else has he been playing lately? I'm just trying to remember.
Do you know his account name?
I think he plays a bit of Rammus. Of course I know his account name. Let me have a look.
Yeah, let's look him up. Is it just MacMate?
I think it's MacMate _. It's MacMate. No, it's just MacMate. All right. Oh, he's been playing a little bit of volleyball. That's right. He's a Shyvana main. He plays a bit of Shyvana. Yeah, see, I'd get rid of Shyvana and Kha'Zix right now, and I reckon you've got him. You've got him easily if they don't pick the jungler in the first 3.
I mean, the team does also have 3 junglers, so I like just banning jungle champions away from literally all of Mac's mates, just to see what they'll do. Jace is going to be the lock-in here. The one thing that we can say with absolute certainty is that Sybil is a Jace player. Everything else makes no sense and is confusing from here on out.
Is it cheating to pick your off-roll main in a game like this?
I don't think so. Because it's not your main, right? Like, I would imagine in solo queue, players probably have 1 champion in every role, maybe 2 champions in every role to be competent and still be challenger, right? But it doesn't mean that you've got the most hours in it. You've still got to have like 8 junglers to be a competitive jungle player. So I think it's all right.
All right. We got Soraka immediately. So that's probably going to go to Nat down in the bot lane. Although you can pull Soraka out in mid, in top. There was a period where Soraka top was kind of a thing. Not sure that we're going to be getting it today, but flex pick Soraka, that's what I'm going to say.
No, I'm with you there. It could be a Nat champion 100%. She has played it before, and of my very limited knowledge of her champion pool, Soraka exists. But Emelg being a support player, I actually think Soraka top is obnoxious, and I legitimately think it's good. As Mac has gone for the Rammus.
You know, I think I might have 3,000 IQ'd, or maybe minus 3,000 IQ helped Mac here, because I actually think Rammus is probably one of his better champions. Like, unironically, you know, it's a champion where you just roll at people. It's kind of hard to screw it up. Whereas if you're on Nocturne, if you're on Graves, you know, you kind of need to have a little bit of mechanical ability, and you need to sort of not int. But even if you are Rammus and you are inting, by nature of that champion, you are not inting, you know, because people are hitting you and you kind of want people to hit you. So maybe I've accidentally helped him out here. That would be awkward.
It would be, but he's also now up against Hecarim, who you could say is an actual jungle champion. So quite a disparity there. You've also gone for a Kindred mid, presumably for Why Not. He's the only Kindred player that I can think of on that team. So that's just what makes sense to me. We've got 2 smites also right now, just quietly, Jordan, while we're looking at the summoner spells. Well, it's normally not allowed. I'm doing it right now. Do they double jungle? Do they do some cheese technology?
I mean, you could. We'll have to see what the rest of the lineup looks like here before we get a bit of an idea as to if double jungle is actually a possibility. You know, if you go like Blitz, Thresh, double jungle, that could be pretty fun. We've got the we've got the Thresh, sorry.
Yeah, I guess you could like Thresh Lantern them to other camps faster as well. Just be as efficient as possible. Though I doubt it, Sybil probably does just play on this TR when he practices and just has Smite by default. We'll see if it changes. If it doesn't, it's exciting and we'll have things to talk about.
It could also just be a mistake if it doesn't change. That happens sometimes.
One could argue this entire match is a mistake.
Yeah. I can't believe Nats actually banned Amumu out here as well.
Well, they banned Amumu from her. Like, ML gets the choice, right?
Yeah.
As the first pick, so he's banned Amumu away from Nat. And I respect that.
What else have we got? Okay, so we have the Heimerdinger locked in. That's an interesting one. Probably down for the bot lane position. I guess it makes sense, you know, you've got the Kindred, bit of damage coming through there. It's almost a marksman-esque champion, so you still have that relevance. Unless it's a Kindred ADC, which also could happen, I suppose.
Yeah, it could be. I think Why Not will want to play it. I don't know. It's really hard to discuss draft. I'm thinking right now, it would have been better if we just got the champions and
blind pick,
deal with it. Because we don't know. What are we even speculating for? We have no idea what's going on. We know that one. But do we? Because there's a Thresh.
There's triple smite as well. You know, it's not just double smite.
It's the jungle men.
Jungle men, 3 of them. Thresh center in the bot lane, up against, presumably, Heimerdinger Soraka. So, I feel like there's a bit of kill potential in the bot lane for Thresh and Senna.
I think it's fine to speculate, but we don't know yet.
That's true.
Did Nat just random? I think it might have timed out and she randomed. I don't know. We were well past the 0 seconds, and I know there's a grace period, so I'll give benefit of the doubt that it was picked, but that looked awfully like a random.
Look, an ADC is an ADC at the end of the day. All you have to do is right-click. It's not a very difficult role. I feel like Piglet's going to be fine.
Yeah, I mean, he's also an ADC player. Yeah, he'll be perfectly
exactly
fine. You're not wrong. You're
it
not
doesn't
wrong.
matter what you put him on here. He's going to just own everyone, probably. If he doesn't.
Why not? And ML might be trolling each other a little bit here. These jungle champions constantly swapping roles, but if I were to pick, I would say that Why Not's the Kindred player, so this is odd champion assignments. There we go.
See, we do know. We do know things.
We know our players. Not always, but we
I'm liking the engage potential for Max mates, you know. You got the Rammus, he just rolls on in there, Turbo Chem Tank, Max a Fiend, Thresh Hook, bit going on there that he can work with.
I didn't actually, who was the top lane matchup?
Irelia versus Heimer.
I feel like Aurelia hard wins that unless you max Heimerdinger's turrets, right? Because you can just use Q to the turrets and it's free stacks.
Well, it's bragging rights for the Legacy bot lane in the top lane. Styled and Emelk going head-to-head, normally brothers in arms, mate against mate. And what else have we got? We've got the 2 junglers for Legacy up against each other in mid. So there's that to talk about as well. Feel like there's a few rivalries. Mac and Velixis in the jungle. Can
Rivalry
only
for
imagine,
the ages.
I actually feel like Mac is just going to get it handed to him over and over again. There's going to be
God,
invades all over the place. Velixis probably just starts at his blue. That's what I'd be doing. I'd be saying, okay, we need to invade. We need to just take the blue or the red, wherever he's not. And I'll get triple buff and then max out of the game. Easy
We'll
as you
also
like.
need to confirm these summoner spells. I wasn't paying too much attention to them at the last second, but...
No, they're all standard. They're all standard.
Okay. Damn. I was going to say, there is some crazy dark tech that you could do. I watched a show match in China. It was Jay Chou, actually. So, big celebrity over there was playing Master Yi.
Yeah.
He ran Teleport Smite.
Yep.
And at level 1, they warded the enemy red buff. And so he started his own red and instantly teleported to the enemy red and stole it, and then walked back to his own jungle. I was like, you're a madman. Like, that's insane. And then years later, we've now seen some junglers in the LPL doing Teleport Smite.
Well, get yourself hyped up, Rusty, because we've gone straight into a pause. And do you want to know whose fault it is?
Looks like Mac.
Yeah. Have a look down in the bottom left of your screen. It's Mac. He types, "My binds are wrong."
Oh, come on.
Who is even changing their binds in League of Legends? Let's be real. You've got Q, W, E, and R. That's all you need to press.
What binds can help a Bronze 2 player?
It's a good question. Maybe the problem is that he's changed his binds. Maybe that's part of the reason he can't actually get out of Bronze.
Do you use Smartcast?
Yes.
Do you reckon they both use Smartcast? Nat and Mac?
I actually don't know. I think Mac does. I'll give him benefit of the doubt here. I do know, by the way, that a certain producer of this show plays on locked camera. Not to name names, but if you search Witherby on op.gg, you'll find him.
Oh, you've just upset Mr. Witherby, and there's an entire another best of 5 to play after this. I can't believe you would upset the gods of the LCO.
All right, well, Mac's got his shit sorted, hopefully. Although, just in the game.
He really doesn't.
Probably
it's just
not
the
everywhere else.
yeah.
Let's hope things go well for Mac and Nat, but exactly what we wanted to see. A bit of an invade early on in the piece.
Is now a good time to mention, because they're not finding each other, that the game Chiefs in Order starts at 7 p.m. For anyone who's wondering what is going on, I feel like we should mention that.
That is a good point. And there's already a big advantage for Nat's team.
They committed to the play.
Damage. Oh, this could be bad. See, this is it.
Oh, she's big-brained it.
Piglet's probably said, listen, jungle is dirty. Don't go in there.
Oh, no.
No, they don't check. They don't check. Piglet's got a big brain.
They've been spotted on a ward, so under their noses.
Honestly, even doing this is scary, I reckon.
They're committing to the blue steal more than anything else, as you would expect from 3 junglers.
This is a MacMate play if I've ever seen one.
Does he expect his own blue to be stolen? Is that why they've done this?
Possibly.
Or is he just killer instinct of a human?
Maybe a bit of both.
Just raw testosterone and invading only.
Actually, Piglet and Nat haven't even pushed this bot wave, so they don't even have prio despite being there first. Which is probably not what you want against a Thresh lane. I'm sure, like, if I'm playing this Thresh right now, I know Nat is on Soraka. I'm killing Nat at level 2. You know what I'm saying?
I know what you're saying. And if my name was Threshy and I was playing Thresh, I'd be pretty sweaty right now as well. It feels like there's some reputation on the line. Maybe a little bit too sweaty from this champion choice, but here they are.
Yeah, well, he's got Flay now. And actually, Mac's going for the level 2 gank. He's flashed. What an insane madman. First blood. And they've gotten rid of Nat. Man, it's just so easy. But in the meanwhile, his jungle is being eaten by Velixis. So, look, he gets his bot lane ahead, but he's getting himself behind.
I've got an angel and a devil on my shoulder telling me a couple of things here. One of them is, yes, prey on the weak targets, Mac. It's a smart strategy. The other one is, why would you do that? She's the weak target. But meanwhile, top lane. I'm guessing that's exactly what we said would happen, right? You have Heimerdinger turrets, you're level 2. Okay, oh my god. We're just going to need to back-to-back replay, I think. Why not is literally Narnia has warded between the turrets.
I'm really not sure what's going on right now, but it is 3-0 favoring Team Mac, and I am about to get my prediction wrong if things go the way that they have been. Let's get a replay from the top lane. Look, Emil, I mean, he nearly lived. He actually nearly lived, but Style is just too good.
He legitimately just played it right. There was 3 turrets that hit a full crossfire onto a stunned Aurelia, but it's a Heimerdinger.
No. Well, here's some more damage. Going both ways, actually. I don't like versing Heimerdinger. I'll say that much. Styled has got the kill, but he's still a level behind. That just seems unfair to me. But anyway, let's see what happens here in mid. Why Not gets aggressive onto Sybil. And he goes for the tower dive. And he's just bad. That's all there really is to say about that.
Mac, mate, blink and you'll miss it. He's back in bottom lane almost like he never left. He's not here to jungle. He's here to gank bottom lane and make Nats and Piglet's life absolutely miserable. I'd say actually so far so good, to be honest. He's doing exactly what you'd want from a Rammus.
Ah, well, we do get a little bit of a response from Velixis. You know, Diamond 2 jungler. Don't want to get out jungled by whatever Mac is, bronze something. So he needs to step up here, and he's been able to have some impact. Maybe he can take the game away from Mac. Why not? Does not have flash available, but Mac's gone under the tower. He's a madman. So is Sybil. This could work out horribly. Oh, no, they've turned it. It's going to be a 2v1. No. Mac, what have you done? You've just inted mid. You've absolutely inted Sybil.
Doesn't hit the knockback on the Q. Rolling does not connect. Presses W to slow himself down so that Why Not can chase him and kill him. Absolute mess is this jungler for Team Mac's mates. We'll see what happens in top lane. Stuns miss. Style definitely just thinking he had the kill. And then Amel does this thing where he walks into a bush and a giant horse comes along and it locks him down. Ghost, of course, means you can cover some stupid distance.
Yeah, gotta love Hecarim's like level 1 to 4, 5 ganks where he just comes from absolutely nowhere and does about half your HP in one auto attack. Well, that's a nice shift in momentum that is actually looking like it might be going back in the direction of Nat's team. Nat T's? The Nat T's? The Natties?
T? Nat's T's?
I don't know.
Already forgotten. That's how important it was.
Does Nat even drink tea? That's what I want to know. Anyway, Emel, look, this is not quite too fair for him. He's just a lonely Heimerdinger. He's got 3 people in his lane, although Mac did nothing. He did just walk around. Now he's clearing the turrets. He might die. Why Not's here? But Rammus is fast. Why is he going back up? Just go back to tower and reset Mac.
Really not sure what he was thinking. Maybe he just wasn't thinking. That's entirely possible. It is Mac playing League of Legends. Pushing at the bottom lane, there is no Nat. She's in base, has some boots. That's really the only talking point we have for this Soraka so far.
Yeah.
Got some boots.
No flash, no barrier. What do you reckon about barrier versus exhaust on supports like Soraka? I'm always a proponent of the exhaust because barrier seems like a very greedy and selfish decision. You only help yourself with barrier, but with exhaust, you can help someone else as well. And it fulfills almost the same purpose in that it keeps you alive. That's what barrier is for.
I think barrier is actually really good for Soraka and like maybe Lulu or something like that, right? When you've got double carry lanes, because the idea is help me, help you.
Yeah,
if I'm dead as a Soraka, I'm not healing you. And it's more important that I'm alive to heal you than it is for you to have heal or something like that, right? So if I was to change any summoner, it'd be the heal on the AD carry to an exhaust.
Right. Potentially. I like to take barrier sometimes on Senna as well. I feel like you can get some good baits with all the shields and heals that she can throw out as well when you do have barrier. Mac looks to be in a little bit of trouble. That was some good mechanics. Crisp, clean. Love to see that.
Just in his lane and flourishing. By which I mean a grey screen. Also, that's a mark for Kindred. I'm not sure how many marks we've got right now. We'll have to click Why Not's head to confirm that one. You have that power, I believe. Or are you not in the game?
Oh, I am in the game. What am I looking for? The marks?
Oh, he's got 3. He's got 3.
Okay.
We're all good.
Oh, there's another all-in up in the top lane. Why Not looks to be in trouble. No, never mind. He's too good, too skillful, too powerful. And now Sybil is going to arrive, but Why Not does still have the ultimate available. Can he find a way to turn this back on his head? Sybil tried to push him out of the healing. Wasn't able to do so. So now it ends up being... Oh, never mind. The savior, ML, keeps Why Not alive. Oh, my word. Too easy.
And Harold's having a dance. Insane mechanics coming out. You'd say it's almost too easy. Why Not's just built different? You know how it is. Of course, it was ML coming in clutch to make sure that his ally stays alive.
Look,
this game, yeah.
I don't want to leak DMs. I might actually hold things for a moment here because Mac's going to do something dumb in a second. Never mind. He's decided to do something smart. Does not realize that he's standing on a ward, though. So that's about 3,000 IQ. Anyway, back to my original point. I don't want to leak DMs, but I've just been looking in the LCO Discord, and Dragku from the Chiefs just went, yo, at Mac, want a duo. And then 2 minutes later, he wrote, never mind. So I think he might have been impressed, and then he wasn't impressed after what he saw going out on stream.
As a support main, I'm sure Dragku feels the same way that I do, as Styled might just be dead here. We'll see how this one plays out. He's dead. That's not really surprising.
Or maybe Velixis might be dead. The death sentence doesn't connect. Everyone's okay.
All right. So what I was going to say is, as a support main, you watch a Rammus flash gank your lane at level 2, you probably think to yourself, he has hope. You know? There's a chance that this is a jungler that I would duo queue with, because that's awesome for me as the person in bottom lane.
Yeah.
It's the rest of it that has you worried. So if the game ended at level 2, I'd duo queue with Mac for sure.
All I'm going to say, Dragku, is if you're watching, I'll duo with you, but you have to play jungle, and I'll play support.
Is this Mac's first camp in about 6 minutes?
He is on 29 CS, and he's level 5. So he hasn't been really keeping up the pace with Velixis, but when are you really going to be able to do that as Rammus against Hecarim? I think MacMate is just playing to his strengths, you know? He's a jungle gank god, as you can see. Farming is for pussies.
That's what he's saying. Wydot's coming down here to say that's a lie. He also has a mark on the Rammus, so he's keen.
MacMate is doing some interesting things right now, taking the 2v1 against Piglet and Nat T. Although, to be fair, it did kind of force Wynot into a 1v3, and he tanked the entire bot lane himself. That's the power of Rammus. Nat T does use the ultimate, but cops one in response. ML with the teleport down does come in at the perfect time. Piglet gets the kill, the trade onto MacMate. ML, maybe he can turn this one around. Has got the mana available, but Piglet did not, and that damage surprising even me.
Yeah, they are going to be able to get... Oh, Melgan troubled, maybe. Sibley's going to have to wait on those cooldowns, though. So it does seem like the Heimerdinger will win the day in this bottom lane fight. Well, it is his team, I suppose, that are close to winning the battle overall. Threshy is nearby, and ML's decided he wants to actually take this fight, maybe.
Well, this is kind of Heimerdinger in a nutshell, isn't it? You want to be that bait. This time doesn't actually have Zhonya's yet, so maybe it's not as scary of a bait. Mac, you can't be there. You're 2 levels down. Press tab, my friend. Press tab, my friend. Because you've got nothing else to do right now. It's grey screen.
He's got a confused look on his face, and all I could say is there's nothing there for you.
That's OP, man.
Nat, you can't be there. There's nothing there for you.
I'm a Rammus. I shouldn't take that much damage. I hear that a lot, not just from Mac, from all the people that I play with. This is a personal shout out to all of the boys. When you are 2 to 3 levels down against your lane opponent, do not fight. Hopefully that got the message through.
You can't tell Mac what to do. Nice try, though. I give you credit for that one. There was a lot of emotion in it. Like, you have experienced true pain.
I've experienced a lot. Here's an unstoppable onslaught. What is it? Can't remember what it's called. Unstoppable Force, something like that. Onslaught of Shadows. We got there in the end.
One.
At least this isn't a real game. Velixis. He might have overcommitted, though. MacMate is there, but is there any damage? Well, Style teleporting in might be able to do it. Dodges the death sentence. Fancy feet.
Fancy.
Here we go. Nat T helps him out. Puts the thumbs up out as well. And that's ultimate BM on the way out. Love to do that one. But I actually have to Crying Ezreal in that slot.
Just a quick check-in, because I do feel like this may be the most important thing that we'll discuss. MacMate is now officially the lowest level in the game, including supports.
And he's also probably the lowest elo in the game.
I think that's true. If memory serves, Nat isn't even ranked. So you could argue she has the potential to be significantly higher ranked than anyone.
I think being ranked bronze is worse than being unranked. Mac?
I'm not going to guess ranks either for where she would place. I feel like that is just one-way mean. But you can probably make some assumptions from why I just said that.
Well, here we go. MacMate charging up a big power ball.
Look at the damage. MacMate's insane. He's caught. Why not? He's going insane. That's so easy. MacMate. Oh, MacMate's dead. Shit.
That's definitely, thank you for taking us through the mind of the Mac.
Yes.
Unfortunately for him, he may not know just how weak he is. In saying that, they'll drag it or go down to the other side. They're going to try their best. Mac's mates, maybe too many junglers in the game, just maybe.
Look, the game started well for Mac's mates, but they've really lost the snowball, haven't they? Nat T fighted back well. Why not? Oh, this could be interesting. Has got the ulti down, but it's a 2-on-1. The heals come through. Jungle Man, he was holding on to summon a heal. That's cheeky.
Can never doubt the man of the jungle, 29. He's in the AD carry position. The heal definitely being saved was nice. Of course, you don't want to waste that heal inside the Kindred ultimate. Healing effects actually do nothing when you're below the life-saving threshold. So something that Nat T will not have a clue about and will probably waste their ultimate during a Kindred ult 4.
Now that is toxic. Jungle Man is perhaps feeling a little bit of toxicity here as well. Valixis decides he actually doesn't want a tower dive. Honestly, might have been better off going for it, because right now he certainly seems to be in a spot of bother. But if he dodges the skill shots, he can get out, and he does.
You know, I think what matters the most is that they don't listen to us anyway. Believe in yourself. Mac, you have to believe in yourself. You can get these kills if you believe hard enough.
He's believing pretty hard. But look, he's just so confused.
I just don't know if the team believes in him. You know, if I was Mac and I was Bronze, I would say I just got abandoned. He didn't. He was inting, but it feels like abandonment.
Look, I don't know what your mentality would be going into one of these games, Rusty, because as far as I understand, you might know one or two things about League of Legends. But for me, if I was coming into this game and I'm playing with 4 challengers on my team, or 4 pro players, I suppose they might not all be challengers, I'd probably be looking at it, and I'd be saying, my job right now is not die.
Oh.
I just have to get carried.
Yeah.
Mac didn't get the memo.
You need to be as light as possible, right? If you are definitively the worst player. I don't think that I can trust the pro players, though, especially putting them off role and against some, maybe some friends they know and they might troll against. Volatile.
MacMate's coming up with a big play right now. He's got the flash ready. I want to see him do it. Here we go. The MacMate engage. He's gone forward with flash. He's on top of Piglet. The combo is there from Jungle Man, but the damage just is not. MacMate is inting again. Nat T doing a great job just sitting in the back line there, healing everyone up. I mean, it's too easy being Team Nat. That was some damage, though.
I mean, Mac, you know what? He was creating space. He has created a lot of space to let the rest of the team put in work. I keep going to say Mammoth because the bottom lane are both, like, they both have Mammoth in their name, but it's Mac's mates.
Oh, there's a good death sentence from Thresh. He doesn't quite have enough to keep himself alive, but Jungle Man should be able to potentially pick up the 1-on-3 here. Valixis surely doesn't have enough damage. Jungle Man very, very strong right now. 4-0-5, charging forward, has red buff, can't catch up. Never mind, Rusty. Getting excited for nothing. Well, this is the danger because the turn is in on sort of Shadows with that fear. Not quite into tower range. Maybe that's what Valixis was hoping for. And in the end, Jungle Man might actually be able to step up and carry this one for Mac's mates of mates variety.
I don't know if there's a better player in League of Legends than Jungle Man 29 in the AD carry role. That may be where Mammoth have been going wrong through the earlier parts of this split. Why not in style?
Well, Why Not's got the ulti available. Doesn't have Ignite, though, so can't cancel the heal onto Styled. And in the end, the burst is always going to favor an Irelia, even if it's a 2-5 Irelia.
Yeah, had the passive procced on him, so very easy to actually chase Why Not down and just deal some serious damage. Piglet just going to say, how do you do to Mac? But the 0-7 Rammus doesn't care for your arrows. He's clearing vision. He currently has the best vision score on his team. And while I don't think vision score is a relevant stat a lot of the time, he's winning it. So it's relevant now.
All right, I feel like we might need to get some chat interaction in this game, Rusty. I know there is a delay, but I want to get a bit of an understanding from those of you in chat that are watching. Who actually thinks MacMate can win and who thinks Nat can win?
We're going to do the emote poll. Have you ever done one of these, Rusty?
No, especially never done it with a 3-minute delay, so this will be interesting.
All right, so we're going to spam lull if we think Mac can win. And we're going to spam PogChamp if we think Nat T is going to win. And we'll see what it comes up with in about 3 minutes' time, Rusty.
So we have to remember, it's 3 minutes, lull or PogChamps.
Yep.
Okay.
And that's a great turn from Mac Mate. Sets up the death sentence, but Threshy's just no good at all. Oh, that is all Threshy's fault. Mac Mate would have survived. It was a perfect play from the jungler of Max Mates. And if he was just backed up by a half-decent team, he might have won. But unfortunately, the best player on the team gets dogged again. Luckily, his teammates seem to be having some luck in turning the team fight back on around. Styles is going to do a lot of damage in jungle. Man, he's absolutely carrying at the moment, isn't he?
Both teams actually ahead of the clock in terms of their kills as well here. 41 kills in 19 minutes. Kinda insane, no? This is a bloody affair. And once again, after a fight like that, more blood will spill.
It's pretty par for the course for Max games. I've tuned into a few of them in ranked, and it's always like this, so he'll feel right at home. Let's see how much damage Jungle Man can actually do with one auto here. A lot. He has finished off the core build on the center. Kraken Slayer into Guinsoo's Rage Blade. That's where you start to come online, and once you get Rapid Fire Cannon, well, doesn't matter who's on the other team.
Absolutely true. He's going to be out of his mind strong. Quick soul check now that he's 2 off 60 as well, so a bit extra range inbound in 2 souls. Absolute nightmare to deal with. If we're going to be somewhat serious for a second here, it is pretty easy for them to kill him if a Hecarim gets a good ult off, but otherwise, he just outranges you all.
Yep.
How annoying.
I think it is going to be quite tough, actually, for Team Nat right now. Threshy gets a good hook. This is a decent engage. The follow-up as well. There's some mechanics for you. Oh, lucky. Felixus wants to try and force something. Knows that it's 4v4 at the moment, styled in base. Won't get anything.
Yeah, Nat once again has been taken down. The old esports assessment lab expert proving that it doesn't always translate onto the Rift.
Oh, Felixus caught by a death sentence, but will be okay.
Mac's gone quiet. It's been a full minute of no deaths.
I'm
really
impressed.
Important moment. Yeah.
He's nearly finished his first item as well. So that's good to see.
He's steadily getting poked out though. Like, he is basically still irrelevant for what it's worth. I mean, this is one of those things where like Nat is always going to be at least a little bit relevant.
Yeah.
Because she's a Soraka that has the Moonstone build. There is just like Rabus is doing nothing. Just nothing.
All right, Rusty, I'm seeing the results starting to come through in the Twitch chat right about now. So just get ready to get a bit of an update. We'll see how the lulls and the PogChamps do stack up. Right now I'm seeing about 50-50, but I think it's starting to favor the PogChamps, which was Nat. I think the PogChamps are winning right now.
Yeah, the Pogs are running away with it. Some people can't even type PogChamp properly.
I'll still count it.
We'll count it, but the Pogs are running away with it.
Yeah. So sorry to report for Team Mac, you do not have the faith of the people.
Oh, the lull resurgence.
That's true. The lull resurgence is coming through. It seems like maybe they've just been a little bit slow. Anyway, let's focus on the game. There's a fight, there's a Baron, everything's going on. Who even got it? Okay, it was Team Nat. The PogChamps are out in force. Why Not is going to survive inside of his ultimate for a moment. Mac walked out of the ultimate. He walked out of the Kindred ultimate and died. And Nat is still doing a good job of healing. Forces the barrier, running away. Nat, you need to get back in there. You need to get back in there.
You've abandoned him.
You got to help Felixus. He could have lived. Nat's just absolutely dogged the boys. She's dogged the boys.
Just admitted defeat. No way am I still going to help the rest of my team. Just goes back to base with a long walk, I must add, before getting that Baron recall off. But nevertheless, it is Max Mates that'll come out with the team fight victory. Mac, get out of chat.
Yeah, he's turned on chat. I feel like there's some like competitive integrity that needs to be sorted out here. Can we get the admins online? Get this guy out of chat. He's cheating. 099. I mean, to be fair, he needs all the help he can get at this point, so I guess I'll allow it.
Oh, he's just been timed out. He's just been timed out by LCO. Thank God. Remove his mod status.
I think getting timed out may actually remove your mod status.
Yeah, I think it does.
I believe he's actually just gone from being a moderator. And I'd say that's a pretty good punishment for someone who's now 0-9 on Rammus.
I mean, Velixis at this point is going for the triple. He's gone for the triple. He's got the double. He's doubled max CS. And he's looking for the triple now. He's only about 40 CS away.
The fact that you can hit a Flame Horizon as a jungler is it's going to be quite a sad boys experience. Piglet.
Oh! Close. But no cigar. This time, let's see what Velixis can do. Tries to get on top of Jungle Man. Essentially, is going to need to 1v1 him. But it's a 1v3 if nothing else. It does force the TP from Styled, and Why Not is doing so much damage at the moment. Kindred's a nasty champion. Didn't even use the Gale Force there, but wish my Jace could do that much.
Mac, what are you doing down there?
He's
Your
trolling.
team's in mid.
This is where he'd be like, oh, I'm just zoning the heck of him.
Oh,
That's
it's a
what he would
flank angle.
say.
Yeah, Dragon might be secured, but he's got a flank angle.
Well, Threshy in the mix of it. It's Why Not that they need to be focusing on, though. Jungle Man, he's not going to be able to do it this time. Gets blown up. Here comes Mac, ready to save the... never mind.
The front line didn't live for long enough for the flank angle to actually come online. 1,000 gold, by the way, is given over to Nats Tees. And they get a clean ace there in the end, actually able to turn that one around. So get their Baron, they'll get their ace, they'll start to push down mid lane, and we might actually be looking at an opportunity for one of our squads to break the base open.
Yeah, Velixis just going to alpha mode it and tank the tower. Of course, that's something you can do when you do have a Soraka on your team, so... Very, very good work from Team Nat as they do take down the inhibitor.
There's only one person who was looking at the screen for the past minute there.
This is 100% going to catch Mac. 100%. He's going to go straight to his Wraiths. The only thing that may... Yeah, there's a spanner in the works because blue's up. Yeah, he's more interested in the blue buffs.
They've blue trinketed next to the bush. It's the 5-head strategy. Of course, there's no one in the bush.
Or is it going to catch Styled? Is it going to catch
Patience is a
Threshy?
virtue, and they've run out of patience.
Oh, they might still be able to make something happen here. Why Not sees a bit going on. He is baiting and waiting, and now he chooses the time to strike. It's a 5-on-3, and that's not fair. I've done maths before. Here comes. Never mind. Mac's gone. He's out of here. You know, he has hit the 0-10 power spike, so I'm expecting big things from this Rammus.
Absolutely. The next team fight could make or break it for him, and he's definitely at the most empowered state of mind for any Rammus player to be. He also got Sybil deciding that it's just not worth team fighting, so catch him in a side lane winning the game quietly. Definitely doesn't want Why Not to get the upper hand on this legacy jungle battle.
I mean, a lot of towers have gone down actually for Team Nat, you know, so... Yeah. Mac's team is still ahead on gold. It doesn't feel like it, but they are.
They just have, like, this game isn't jungle gap, but it is definitely jungle man gap as Nat.
You can't do that. You can't solo face check a bush as a support, but I guess if you're Soraka and you have barrier and ultimate, you can. Apparently.
We know she's going to say that's a part of the plan, but we all know it wasn't. We all saw it.
Worked out nicely.
It did.
You know what's funny is Nat actually has more kills than Mac as well.
She's also 2 levels ahead of him.
As a support. It's pretty good.
I think we need to reframe this and have both of them as supports in future. I know Mac is a jungle main, but I think it's actually just kind of unfair to put him against the Diamond 2 player.
Well, I think really you just have to have them both in the same lane. That's all I ask. If we put them both top, that'd be fun. Why Not's going to try and fountain dive at this point? He's so confident. Doesn't quite have enough damage to really deal with Styled, though.
They'll hold the base. Why Not? You know, we said he was prone to inting. That was one of those cases. He traded, so he'll be happy with it. Sybil has also almost one-hit Nat's health bar. Piglet half health. He's probably just going to chase him to the end of the earth, because that's kind of fun as a Jace, don't you think?
On a brighter note,
Mac is no longer in danger of getting tripled. Sybil wants to go for the 1-on-3. This might not work out. ML just needs to hit the stun, and then he is going to be stun locked. Piglet follows up nicely. Well done. All right, 28 minutes in. We've got an inhibitor down. Mac's trying to solo Baron for some reason.
No, he was trying to clear a ward, but his chem tank has a Sunfire. Barbie's sit there. He almost died. I wonder if he was even looking.
I doubt it, but he needs to be looking right now because his team is doing great work. They've worked their way through a couple of members, and now we can actually look at the Baron.
You know, we've definitely been saying Mac has been inting a lot, but that little death in mid lane, while we didn't get to see it, I could assume it was a bit of an int. Aurelia comes through, takes down the bottom lane, and that's Tease.
Oh, why not? Didn't have ult. He was so confident I thought he had ulti, but he didn't. But he
They
thought,
still
why
haven't
not?
cleared that ward.
Who needs to clear wards when 3 players are dead?
Oh, I mean, the jungle's alive. Smite's ready. This is not always going to be a free Baron. He's 3 levels below Velixis.
Macmate is an absolute smite god. He's an absolute smite god, Rusty. This is impossible to steal. Look at Macmate. He can't be stopped. He is unstoppable.
Oh, no, he's stolen.
No, what? Mac, what are you doing? What are you doing, Mac? The jungler was dead. The jungler was dead.
It was a Luden's proc from the Heimerdinger. No!
Mac, this story can't get any worse. I don't even...
17 health.
I don't even have to, like, you know, there's a certain point where it just feels bad to shit talk Mac, and we're kind of at that point now.
I believed in him. I thought he would hit that smite.
I really did as well. I was
would.
actually G'ing him up. I was thinking this is going to be the absolute god play from Macmate, but he's really shining through right now. Here goes Piglet. Macmate's doing some damage, taking some damage as well. Oh no, Style is overcommitted. He's dead. It's all gone wrong. Team Nat has got the Baron. Team Nat has got the mid. They're going to take mid in here. Let's have a look at the replay here.
All right, the smite, I believe, gets it to 17 health. It's a W. Hits
It got
the
to
Luden's
1.
proc.
Didn't it get to 1 HP? Can we get that replay again? I'm sure we
That's
can.
That's illegal. That shouldn't have been stolen. There's no world. Is the game about to end?
I think the game's about to end. Maybe we'll see the replay after. Let's have a look and see whether or not Nat Tees want to actually finish the game here or just go for some extra BM.
The Natty Brass. They're diving.
100%.
Who have we got alive? 1 second on Jungle Man.
Well, Velixis needs to go first, doesn't he? He can tank a little bit. Nicely done. There goes Jungle Man. They need to kill Mac again. If they can kill Mac again, then they can finish. No, Nat's seriously done. She's ready to go. She wants this game over. She was hitting the Nexus, and that is going to be that. Team Nat wins. Congratulations. We all get our prediction right, except for Mac. I'm hoping that one's going to go up on the standings, by the way, because that was an important game. And the other thing to think about is that there was also a lot of people in the Twitch chat that did predict for Team Nat as well. So congratulations to all of you. Fantastic work.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, at the end of the day, we predicted it. We knew it would happen. It is unfair, I think it's fair to say, to put Mac against somebody who is Diamond. But he tried his heart out. And unfortunately, he was 17 HP, maybe even 1 HP off actually getting that Baron and keeping his team in the game, and how quickly things could turn around.
Oh, look at that face. Look at the man. Look at the decision making. Absolutely sublime. If only Sybil was a better player, that would have been an easy kill. Macmate set it up perfectly for him. I'm really not sure. Like, you know, you've got the best player in the world on your team, and you're just going to go and tower dive like that. I mean, why are you even playing Jace? Just let Mac do it. Let Mac do it all. Look at these guys. Mac's doing everything, and
they stole that from him.
They can barely even string a kill together without him.
Blatant steal. This one right here, where's his team? He's in the correct position. That's a blue buff contest. It doesn't matter that he's 2 levels down. He's better. He's just built different. And his team abandons him.
I can't believe it. I mean, again, you know, he's got the perfect engage right here. You couldn't ask for a better engage. You found the carry. You're a Rammus. You've got the taunt, but where's the team? That's what I want to know. If I'm Mac, that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking, who are these losers? These guys don't even know how to play the game. I'm always making plays. I'm stepping up, but my team just can't even, look, my team just can't even follow up. And yet, somehow they even keep it close. That's just the genius of Mac.
Yeah,
This
look,
one's unlucky. He just needed Styled to auto. Look, he just thought Styled was going to auto the Baron. And if Styled would have autoed the Baron, that's what... I mean, can these
it's
guys
not
just
Mac's
help him?
fault that
Yeah.
Styled tanked the rockets, right? He was accounting for those rockets hitting the Baron. The
He
smite
was.
was perfect.
He was. And by the way, I'm just taking a look back at the replay just to check. I'm like 99% sure he smited it to 1 HP. He did. He smited it to 1 HP. It healed to 14 and then to 22, and then the Luden's Spock took it. So that was just fantastic. Love
I
that.
do want to take this moment as well to say a special congratulations on Nats Tees for making it to Reykjavik MSI. Big win. We did see it coming. We predicted them, but it's just so sad to see Mac go. You know, he put up such a good fight, and I really understand now, Jordan, why when he says he's hard stuck, he genuinely means it. It's his teammates. It's never him.
It is. I mean, he's just sublime, perfect gameplay. Really nothing more to say about that. I don't know. What was the score in the end? 0-11 for Mac. I can't remember exactly what Nat was on, but it was something pretty... Sure. It was reasonable. Hang on.
I think it was like 1-6?
I've got a quick pause. 1-6-18.
Yeah.
1-6-18 for Nat. 0-11-10 for Mac. So he couldn't even go 1-to-1 in assists. That's when you know you're really in trouble.
What could you say?
Do you ever have one of those games where you've died a lot, and then you go like 0-3, and then you tell yourself, you have this mental sit down with yourself, and you say, okay, no more deaths. You know, I feel like that's what Mac needed that game. Anyway, we've got an interview ready with our 2-star players from Mac's Mates and Nat Tees. We'll get them on the line. I think we've got them ready to have a chat here. So I'm quite interested to hear from Nat first. Let's talk to her first and see what she's got to say. Oh, we're not doing the interview. Nat's doing the interview. All right, Nat, how are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm doing well. It was an interesting game. I don't know if the comms will ever get leaked, but I'd be interested to know if Amelg's gonna turn this into a meme somehow. But I did enjoy myself. Palms are a little bit sweaty, heart racing a little bit. I see how the pros are feeling it these days. But, you know, I thought it wasn't fair that I would interview someone from my team because, you know, I was talking the whole game. I don't really care what they have to say. So I thought we'd grab someone from the other team. Unfortunately, the losing team. And none other than Mac himself is going to be joining me for it. Mac, mate, I've got to let you know, it is my first time doing a loser's interview. So I guess condolences for the loss. But you guys were looking good in that... laning phase at the start. You got a few ganks off on the poor Soraka there.
Yeah.
So how are you feeling after those ones?
I spent 30 minutes trying to figure out how to fucking turn on quick cast. And I couldn't get it. So I only towards the end started to taunt people because I figured I had to left click them, which I've never had to do because I've always had quick cast on. So, you know, first 15 minutes, I'm like, why am I not taunting people? What the hell's going on? Even like with the smites initially, like I had to left click them and I was just pressing like my smite button. And I'm like, what? Why is it not working? But look, here we are. And we figured it out 30 minutes later.
Fair, the smite I would definitely not be too happy with. But the taunts, do you think that's what lost you guys the game there? Do you think it was the taunts that you couldn't do that might have just not gotten you over the edge for a win?
Well, there was one time I ganked mid, and I don't know whoever the mid player was on your team.
Why not?
I like clicked E, and he just kept running, and I'm like, what the fuck? And then he turns around and gets a double kill because I'm just like, well, why did I not taunt? What the hell? So, you know, I lost the technical abilities there. But
technical
look,
abilities aside, how were the communications in the team? You know, were you guys still enjoying yourselves?
Yeah, the boys were having a good time. You know, Jungle Man was doing a lot of shot calling, talking about which angles we were going for, and you know, he was having a great time down in the bot lane. Look, you foiled our plans. You went with a draft which didn't allow him to play his key ADC pick of Lee Sin, which he was going to do, and I also got target banned initially, where I was very devastated. I was like, oh no, all my favorite champs that I wanted to play are gone, so kind of got really sad.
Oh,
yeah.
I mean, look,
now I know how pros feel.
Yeah, if you ever want to play again, we won't target ban you this time.
Oh, it's all right. Do we have time? We don't have time, do we? We've got like 20 minutes before the next game or something.
I'm not too sure. But, Mac, is there anything else you want to say to those of your fans out there that were cheering for you and maybe even the fans out there that weren't cheering for you? Anything you want to say to them?
I think Jess just got home and said hi at me. I love you all. You know, thanks for putting up with it. You know, Graham, I did smite. There was 8 HP left on the Baron. It's okay. It wasn't on cooldown. Was it 1? Was it literally 1? The boys are telling me there was 1 HP. Mate, I'm cooked. I'm so over that. It's like everything that could have gone wrong went wrong. So.
But look.
Yep.
Mac, I get it. The loss is a bit devastating, but thank you so much for joining me for the post-game interview. Now,
No
Rusty and Elfish Guy, if you guys want to take it back away from me, we'll let you run with it.
Thank you so much, Nat.
I don't want to.
Wonderful interview, by the way. I feel like we should do losers interviews more. You really get some good insight from the team that lost.
Yeah, look, you learn that their bindings weren't correct. You learn that they didn't even realize how close that Baron smite still was. You learn that they had to left click to smite. A lot of things that maybe we were better off not knowing, Jordan, but we do know now.
We do know. And I'm sure with such an epic matchup that we've just seen there in the show match, again, unfortunately we don't have time for a second one today, but there is a possibility that sometime in the future, if the opportunity does present itself, we might get another rematch between MacMate and Nat T. I would love to see that, because I feel like you turn that into a best-of-3 series or a best-of-5 series, it might deliver.
I mean, there is a distinct possibility that the other team could win next time around. The Max mates could come up clutch, right? Again, 1 HP away from maybe turning the game around. So best of 5. I wouldn't want to cast it, but I'd be interested to hear the result.
All right, well, luckily for you, Rusty, you don't have to cast it at least for now. But we do have more League of Legends coming up in just a moment. It's time for us to take a break. We'll be back in about half an hour or so for the game between Order and Chiefs. That'll be kicking off at 7 p.m. So do stick around. Don't go anywhere. Stick in, enjoy the evening, and enjoy some, finally, half-decent League of Legends. Sometimes on center as well. I feel like you can get some good baits with all the shields and heals that she can throw out as well when you do have barrier. Mac looks to be in a little bit of trouble.
The flank angle.
Well, Threshy in the mix of it. It's why not that they need to be focusing on, though. Jungle Man, he's not going to be able to do it this time. Gets blown up. Here comes Mac, ready to save the... never mind.
Elixir's.
MacMate is an absolute smite god. He's an absolute smite god, Rusty. This is impossible to steal. Look at MacMate. He can't be stopped. He is unstoppable.
Oh, no, he's stopped.
No, what, Mac? What are you doing? What are you doing, Mac? The jungler was dead.
grab you for a minute. Take me at face value. You know I live within it. Blended so long, I'm breaking you out. Escaping this roundabout. Smash the ceiling. I need a dose of sun. Feeling loaded. About time to get things done. This velvet space is moving slowly. Open it up. Check out that list and stop the show. I'll savor this in stereo. Don't wanna miss the most high. We blasting through these skylights. Hey. Check off that list and stop the show. I'll savor this in stereo. Tomorrow brings a new fight. Beaming out there like skylights. Shining through these skylights, these skylights, these skylights. Shining through these skylights, these skylights, these skylights.
Can't believe it. I have to go back to normal League of Legends. I don't get to play anymore. It's back to business, back to bloody game time. But the game that you guys deserve, that scripted game was very, very interesting. I'm sure you all enjoyed it. You know, 1 HP Baron Smite, never seen it before, and you never will again because it's completely ridiculous. But look, down to the wire, we've got a couple of boys here. Different ones these times. Look, Jubes and Skimmy, both on the desk with me. You love to see them. And so how you guys going? Where you been? What's going on?
I was better until I watched that show match, if I'm being completely honest.
You should have not watched it.
But actually, I don't know which one was I don't know which one was better, to be honest, depending on what side of the fence is, if you're a Direwolves fan or not. So, Skim Dog?
Yeah, look, I mean, I watched that, and boy, oh boy, just didn't see too many adaptations in the draft phase. Seemed like they were going for the same picks and just the same outcome, right? I think Peace really woke up and were angered more than anything by that tiebreaker. You then hit the simmering. You had Jungle Man becoming ADC Man, popping off doing whatever he could to try and carry Mac. And look, mate, I respect it. I saw the Rammus. As soon as I saw that locked in, I knew we were in for a treat, mate. So kudos to you.
Yeah, well, I was just like, I need to go something tanky so I can survive for more than 1 second every time we go into a team fight. And still, I got annihilated every time we went into a team fight. So it is what it is. And look, we move along. I'll go back to Bronze 1 and enjoy my time down there. Now, let's go. All right, couple of memes. Get them up. We got Cool Cat, Good Flex Son. He's a good social media manager, this guy. LCO Player was McMate's first in that team. We had like 3,000 people watching the show match and only like 2,000 watching the first match of the day. That says something. Maybe it's the time slot, but look, certainly some good memes to come from it. Entered the server. Is it just Good Flex and making these memes, or what?
He's on point, bro. He really is. Every time I see Chiefs post something, I know that he's behind it and he's being creative. But look, hey, every time I saw you making a play, I'd see you either cracking up or like stroking the moustache for good luck, like a wise wizard. So hey, I'm not opposed to this.
Oh, that's my new profile picture. I'm going to steal that one. Thank you, Good Flex Son, bloody champion. He's actually jacked as well. You know, give him an extra shout out while we're here. Now, all right, that's enough about me. I don't want to talk about it anymore. I really want to move on with my life. And I want to move on to Order and Chiefs, which is coming up in just a moment. You know, it's going to be a banger series and another best of 5. So it's not just one game wonders this time. We can see if the consistency can go across all the maps, Jubes.
Yeah, and but I feel like it's kind of been the story for both teams in terms of I was asked to give a comment about both teams, and the same sentence I wanted to post for both teams was consistently inconsistent. You know, we've seen very highs from Order and very highs from Chiefs, and we've not really seen a continuous string of performances where they've lived up to their very best.
Yeah, now let's talk Order first, and before we get into it, we've actually had a chat with the players on Order, so let's have a look and see what they had to say.
I'm Nathan, my last name is Puma, so my in-game name is also Puma. I'm on Team Order, and I'm the AD carry.
Engage, and they found it. It's 1 for 0 so far on court through most of Order. But how big of a difference does that really make? Order are so uncontested right now that even with Baron, Chiefs are completely wiped.
Our team is like a bunch of rookies with a little bit of experience. We all have like our weird ideas and what we want to play and how the game is meant to be played. When all the ideas work, it's really good.
Our strength as a team is like our overall environment. I don't know if you can call it a strength, but like everyone is very on the same page and directed towards getting better. Like we don't let any wins get to our heads, or any losses like get to us personally. So we're all very focused on improving and making it to MSI, making it to Worlds.
Unique strengths I think would be champion pool. I think each player can be a carry and be supportive towards the team.
Our team's playstyle, everyone has sort of labelled us as a top jungle carry team, but I don't think that's true. I just think our top jungle are better than everyone else.
We're mainly relying on our knowledge that we have now, but I think eventually we will know how to be self-sufficient. I think we'll probably play bot side eventually.
Pentanet's been the toughest to play against. We went even in the fight, but then it just went downhill after that.
The ultimate's there for the Hecarim if they can find it right now. There's some two-man Cataclysm Praetor looking at Killer Instinct to try and disengage away. He's going to fall on down. The burn is too strong.
I think a standout moment for me was beating Peace. As a top 2 team, it feels really good to get the win because it sort of shows that you can contend with the top teams. And I think that everyone on the team played really well, but I especially had like a really good game. So that was a big confidence boost for me.
So one thing I want to achieve is probably just being the best mid laner.
I think MVP is like my ultimate goal for the end of the year, but if I can't make that, then at least being the best top laner. I think right now BioPanther is better than me. He's got so much more experience. I'd say mechanically I'm better, but in terms of his experience, he just knows a lot more about the game.
The main goal is to go to Worlds or MSI and do really well, because I think the team that does well at one of these events will probably be considered the best team that has ever played. My own personal goal is I want to be the best AD carry in Oceanic history.
You've probably done enough. And Puma gets a 1v1 against Kisei.
Right now we are not that good, but we are also not that bad. I think give us the end of the split to really ramp up.
There you have it. Order with a little bit of a chin wag on how they're going, how they like things, and damn, they got some spunk, don't they? Looking at them, you just love to see them every single time. Now, let's have a quick talk about this team, and get my eyes off them, Skimmy. You need to talk because I just can't get my words about these men.
It's week on week, right? It's this Stutter City right now. You know, you're just looking at this roster and you think, hang on a minute, is this a Calvin Klein photo shoot, or is this a roster that plays League of Legends coming out of Melbourne? They just do it all, quite honestly, right? In terms of the atmosphere, you can see that from their gameplay. They always look to be on the same page, and whilst they're not necessarily a team that you look to for early game aggression, there's no denying their late game team fighting. You know, how many times have we seen them be in a situation where they've stolen away an important objective, they've come in and just cleanly executed a team fight to swing the balance of the game. You look at a lot of these plays and you start to think, okay, your form coming into this one, you've taken out Peace, you did it on Vayne as well, and you're really showcasing that, hey, we've got mechanics, we've got players that can pop off and do what they need to in the heat of the moment. And it's hard to say that this, I want to say it's Order favored in this matchup, but it's a degree of chaos in the Chiefs camp, which we'll touch on in a second.
Yeah, and I mean, you look at the way that Peace dispatched Direwolves, and then you look at, you know, the Order Peace game. And then you start to draw comparisons between, okay, well, how good is Order in terms of ramping up? How good are they? And I guess we'll find out today.
Good question. Now, another question we need to ask is how good are the Chiefs? Because head-to-head, these teams have been doing, you know, a little bit of work both ways. Initially, Chiefs starting the groups with a very strong beginning, but, you know, towards the end, it got a little bit rough, and then, you know, maybe some shines of brilliance right at the end, but even so, you know, does it leave something to wonder about?
Well, on paper, this is one of the best teams in the league in terms of individual talent, in terms of names, in terms of, you know, things they've been able to achieve. So the fact that they've started and had a few missteps, you know, later towards the end of the split means that, you know, maybe it's a blessing in disguise, right? You know, playoffs is a different ballgame. We've said that a bunch of times, and potentially it's, you know, it's the losses you take during the season that then lead you to not take those when it really matters, right? So maybe Chiefs has learnt enough from their little hiccups mid-split to really take over come playoff time. So excited to see, you know, whether the young mechanics crew or the young mechanics kids are able to transition into what is the, you know, what we're looking to see, which is that 5v5 really well coordinated unit that we want, you know, that we expect to see from the Chiefs.
Yeah. I mean, they to me, have such... I mean, they have similarities first and foremost, right? They definitely have similarities between the two of them, but there are so many different aspects between them outside of that, right? You know, we look at how Swaif is that carry jungler. We look at how Mboma gets left to his own devices time and time again. Draco consistently roaming, looking to act as that second jungler. And I think you can boil that down to the fact that Swaif and Draco are the big shot callers. They are the big voices on the team, so they're looking to always get something done. They're not patient to sit around a lane for 15 minutes waiting for you to sort of casually farm into the match. So I find it really interesting when these two teams do go toe-to-toe, because they are obviously 4th and 5th in the league, but they have these very opposite styles with a sprinkling of similarity. So in a best-of-5 scenario, anything can happen.
Certainly can. Now we do have Nat down on the side lanes with some players to have a bit of a chin wag too. Hopefully they can live up to my beautiful interview earlier. Nat, who do you have down there?
I've roped in Mboma and Maximize. You both were two people that I interviewed on the first day of the LCO split, and here you guys are playing off in the lower brackets. You know, how's the team feeling? First of all, it being a best of 5, and then second of all, being in the lower bracket. Maximize, if you want to start.
I think we feel really confident heading into today. I think everyone here is pretty confident that we're going to win the series quite convincingly. So yeah, there's honestly not that many nerves. Obviously there's nerves because this is everyone's first best of 5. Like we're all a team that hasn't had much experience in the best of 5s, but we're against Chiefs who haven't been looking too hot, so we're confident in that regard.
And Mboma, what about the Chiefs? How are you guys?
We're feeling really good going into this series. I think our practice has been pretty good recently, and I think we match up pretty well into order even in our past couple games, so I'd say we're not really that nervous. We're more excited to play in a best of 5 and show what we can do when, you know, I actually think best of 5s are less pressure, so I think that we'll be able to play our normal style, I think.
Hopefully the nerves definitely aren't there for you guys. Maximize, I did hear that most of the Order team, you guys are playing from the headquarters. Do you think it's going to help you like in between games and with team communications?
I mean, yeah, it's been great. We have 4 people down here from the team, and I think it's just like everyone is a lot like closer, and no one is like gonna flame or no one's gonna tilt because we're all here to like pick someone up if they're having a bad game or something like that. So I think that like being all in person is really gonna help the chemistry.
How evenly matched do you guys think you are with Chiefs, and what sort of weaknesses are you able to capitalize on from the past games you've played against them?
Well, I think one of the Chiefs' weaknesses is that they can't beat any teams that are better than them. They've only beaten us once, and they haven't taken a game off any of the teams above them in the standings. So, given that we're better than the Chiefs, I think that's a big weakness that we'll exploit.
And Mboma, is there an advantage or something that you guys think that you have over Order coming into this best of 5?
Well, I think if we're using that logic, we're pretty comfortable matching up into Order, to be honest. I think that even when we played them last time, we got a bit of a lead. We just didn't close the game out that cleanly. So I think that we're pretty confident coming in. I'm not too worried.
The last question I will ask is match predictions. How many games do you guys think this is going to go to, and what do you think is going to be the final scoreline in Mboma?
I think it'll probably be 3, maybe 4 games in our favor.
Okay. And Maximize?
It's going to be a 3-0. Yeah.
I love the confidence. You have never faltered in that confidence, but I wish you both the best of luck, and I'll see you on the other end of the best of 5.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't know which way this one's gonna go. It's crazy. How what?
You just see him staring you in the camera and saying, "It's a 3-0, Nat. Listen, it's a 3-0. Done.
I
Cut the
know.
cam. Done."
There was nothing else. He's like 3-0.
Well,
That's it. That's all she wrote.
Maybe we won't be here for 5 maps. I don't know. I guess we'll see. Look, I've got to stop calling them maps. I know everyone out there, all you League fans, you're probably tilted, but it's inbuilt in me. It's how best of whatever works in other games that I may or may not cast. So games for the series. I'm getting there, all right? And now the question is, I'll ask the guys on the desk and the girls, what do we think this is going to be? You know, we're about to do predictions, but do we see it as a 3-0? Do we see it as a 3-2? I personally hope it's a 3-2, so we get a very strong best-of-5 series. Jubes will go all the way along.
I don't think it's a 3-0. It's very hard to 3-0 in best-of-5s. I think what we saw today was a little bit of an exception. You always just drop a game because the other team, when they lose, make tweaks to pick bans and they do different things, you know, level 1, whatever it is, different strategies. So it's definitely easier to drop a game in a best-of-5. But you can close them out quite convincingly in like a 3-1. So I'm expecting maybe a 3-1 either way.
Okay, Skimmy, how about you? Also, we'll bring up the predictions so there's a bit more transparency here while we're quickly chatting.
Yeah, so I said before that I think that Order may have a slight edge, but I think for me, if Chiefs can hit the ground running, which they've shown in the first 15 minutes they can do, get these huge leads, if they can actually turn that into something more, then I think it could be Chiefs favored. You know, we see time and time again, there's these different ideas of, you know, are you an early game team or a mid game team? If you lose the early game, it's very hard to recover. It is very much a go next angle. But I think I'm going to go for 3-2 here. I think it's evenly matched. It really is going to come down to finding the advantage in draft, but then being able to execute on it and build from that. So I think it's not going to be a clear-cut 3-0 by any means.
What about you, Nat?
I think it's probably going to be a 3-1, same with Jubes, only because I do think these two teams are probably more evenly matched than the last best-of-5 we had, and I think there's a lot more potential for that, like, quote-unquote, scrappy win to come through. You know, it's just like a lot of back and forth, a lot of aggression, potentially early game, that, yeah, you know, there might be just a point where our team gets one game in, but I think overall it's definitely pretty close. And I think Order, if they can manage their energy levels, are going to be the winner. I think that they're stronger, and I think they are a lot quicker to adapt. I don't think Chiefs have it in them to adapt quick enough between games, maybe between like series that we have in the past, but not with only 10 minutes sort of thing between each game.
Yeah, well, I guess we'll see. And look, Order have created a nice little content piece, which myself and Nat probably going to like a little bit more, predicting Order here. So let's see what they prepared for us.
Look, I think we're going to 3-0 Chiefs, if not 3-1.
I think so as well, actually. Yeah,
and then whoever loses from Peace and Firewolves will probably be a banger game. But if we win that, then we're going to beat Pentanet. And then we're going to go to MSI.
I mean, Order, all credit to them. It's something about the organization. It's something about the staff maybe that they have on the back end. But when the playoffs word flies around, they just step up another level. And it's not even like one person in particular. It's every single playoffs. Order's been a force to be reckoned with. So whatever they're doing there, it's right. It's the right cup of tea.
Maybe the memes don't die when the rosters do change. That, you know, you're looking at this late game playoffs performance that seems to come about here for Order. Maybe this is the beginning of that tune once again.
What a way to say we're here and we're ready for playoffs.
Yeah, that was certainly something.
Too strong. Beats with the 3-man knockout. Can he salvage this fight? And the Lord, the lane waits. Out comes the Requiem. Boom! And two people pop.
How big of a difference does that really make? Order are so uncontested right now that even with Baron, Chiefs are completely wiped.
Just going to go down extremely quickly. Yep, the Kaiser to top that off. And it's very early, but look how quick it's going down. Can Vengeance steal it? He does. He does.
That's huge. Vengeance may be able to turn this around. All the damage is coming through from Chungy.
That has to be the biggest brain play from the Order bot lane in the world.
This is looking like it's a story that still has a few chapters yet to be written.
I like that. How do you, I don't know, Jubes, I feel like this is a question for you. How do you get into the server and get those cool cinematics? Do you just have to like get a replay and then you've got full control of all the camera options, or have you never done that?
That's definitely your first problem, is that you asked me about something creative.
You're the league guy on the desk here.
But you think when we're VOD reviewing games, we're doing cool cinematics like, hey, bro, next time don't die to that gank on that ward, but let's zoom in and do a 360 because it looks cool, man. Less tilted, bro.
Yeah. If you could watch it from, like, you know, a different angle, you know, you get a different perspective on the situation. That's what Rusty means when he's talking about it, right? He's like, we need to have a look at this from a different perspective. Like,
yeah,
There's programs out there, Mac. There's people that are super talented, like Steven Spielberg 2.0s out there, doing whatever they can to try and get themselves noticed with these montages. Old mate Jules will go into solo queue, hit a few people around, show that his fingers are still intact. They ain't all washed up, that the Sin logo is there on Flair. Big strong arms in the chat for him. And then obviously then send it off to somebody that makes him look like a montage monster.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it is time. Second series of the day. Order and Chiefs. Who's going to come out on top? Find out right now.
Oh, we certainly will. Here we go for the second best of 5 of the day. There is the lower bracket, Chiefs. There are no lifelines, no second chances, as will be the Chiefs doing battle with Order.
Yeah, but back in my day, there was no second chances anyway, so it's funny because there's no second chances, but you feel very safe in a best of 5. Because you can drop, like going into the first game, you obviously want a 3-0, okay? You don't want to lose, but you can, there's always that like safety net of we can lose one.
Yeah.
And that's something that both of these teams aren't used to all year. Now, the thing I want to highlight just quickly is Vayne's been banned away, targeted at Puma, but more importantly, Seraphine's been picked up, and that's huge for Chiefs.
Yeah, certainly is huge. I mean, we've seen in terms of what's been picked and prioritized that whilst both support players have tended to go for the engage, there has been that slight preference to go more for the enchanters now, creeping back in, as Draku's shown us in the past. The Seraphine, first pick is never going to go uncontested. It's interesting, because this is really, I suppose, where I want to turn the conversation, right? What would you be targeting in this game? You look at the Chiefs, they've then said, look, we identify that Puma's really strong, nullify his impact, make sure that Mboma can hold his own. As for Order, seems a little bit clear-cut, target the jungle, but then more than anything, make sure that Kisei can't pop off on these frustrating AD picks.
I think the meta's in a spot now where there's too much stuff that's really valuable to warrant target bans. So in this instance, right, you target ban or you take away Hecarim, take away Yone, and then you ban Nocturne. And Nocturne's a target ban towards Kisei, but then what do they get in exchange? And they get Seraphine, that's arguably like one of the best champs in the game. So it's like when you target ban, you run the risk of giving something S tier away, and that's what we've seen just happen here. But they've traded with Udyr and Jinx, and Jinx respectively is definitely a very strong champion. Needs a little bit of peel, needs a little bit of utility that should come on through in the draft. However, that's not it. The Alistar isn't it, but we can still see that come in the top lane, in the mid lane. We've definitely seen the likes of Karma come on through from Chungi. The things like the Galio as well. Galio can be used defensively, but it's not the first thought, right? The first thought is you want to pair it with something that dives backline.
Yeah.
But I like
Chungi's
what
shown that he can do a fair bit, right? Like, he is very present in the fact that he will play tank, utility, carry. He'll slot himself in real nicely and say, all right, what do we need? And, full 5th pick to round out this composition.
But with how Chungi's been playing, I don't really want to put him on utility. I mean, he's been sleeper OP for Order in the last couple of weeks. On the Syndra, on a few other things in multiple games, he's had some very big impacts, very big performances. So I'd like to see him on something with a little bit of lane priority, a little bit of early game prowess, maybe a little bit of early game dominance.
Yeah.
So then he can kind of help Vengeance get through sometimes that little mid-game bridge or early-game bridge where he likes to get those double scuttle crabs and things like that. So the thing I wanted to touch on though, Skimmy, is that Swade's opted in for the Skarner. This possibly might be his first time.
It is his first time. He's only been playing the carries, right? So it's a big switch up coming into this playoff.
And in playoffs, that's when you shift your identity, which is a big call, right? Most players opt in for comfort come their first game in playoffs. It's not really a time where you want to try things, see what works, see what doesn't work. Now, in saying that, Skarner is pretty easy to play, right? The champ does play itself in a sense, so you do have that going for you. But now they have the double flex, Skimmy, right? Lucian can go mid, can go AD, can even go top lane in certain matchups, and they have the Seraphine, which can go sup, mid, top. Top, very uncommon, very, very uncommon, but nevertheless can do it if need be.
Certainly can, and we've seen that they have had situations before they've opened up drafts like this to try and cause as many headaches to their opposition. Quick note on those second bans, the Camille targeting Maximize, Liv has played a whole bunch of it too, and Imelg receiving, Mboma, still tainted by the show matchup before, Mboma receiving his pocket pick ban on towards that Heimerdinger as well, so taking no chances with, you wouldn't call it cheese as such, but just comfort, which I suppose goes back to our original point there of this big identity shift, because if I look at Swathe, carry jungler, so much damage in those initial moments, the highest jungler actually in the entire LCO, I would be thinking strong mid jungle 2v2, guarantee first Herald, Drake, so on 15 minutes you're laughing. But from what we're seeing here from Order, they're finding themselves some pretty strong picks to go and battle with that, I suppose.
So the Gragas is being picked up too. So what it's looking like is the Ornn goes top lane, Lucian bot lane, Gragas mid, is it? Oh no, it might actually be the Seraphine ADC. So Iboma will play the Seraphine, Draku will be playing the Gragas, and then it becomes a solo lane Lucian with a top lane Ornn. That's probably what we're going to see here. Can do that. Annie.
Okay. That's a
curveball for me.
We've got curveballs all throughout this one, right? First of all, Chief Swaith changing his identity, going from the hard carry junglers into the fact that, no, I'll play Skarn, I'll go utility, I'll grab it in and allow you guys to find those picks instead. And for Chungy to throw us that curveball at the end with an Annie. The first time we've seen it here in the LCO, but not a pick I see too commonly.
I mean, the point and click CC type deal, I guess it makes sense into the Lucian. Be interesting to see if Kisei opts in for the cleanse, because I do think sometimes we get a little bit of a delay on the summoner spells. So, I don't know if he's necessarily opting in for the ignite in this lane, particularly because, any flash stuns you and Udyr just follows up like you're as good as dead. So this 2v2 between Udyr and Annie is quite volatile, quite scary. I'm not too seasoned on Annie mid and its particular matchups, if I'm being completely honest. Might need to get a special guest LS in here to talk about the Annie, since he is kind of a really big Annie advocate. Now, the Seraphine ADC, I think this again might be the first time we've seen it in the LCO, in the ADC quote-unquote position, where the Seraphine eats farm bot lane, has a traditional support. This does allow Draku the option to roam, because Seraphine is quite safe under tower. Can also just, leave tower if need be. It's not necessarily a champion that needs 10 CS per minute or is going to stay, even or win most matchups. It's just the scaling that really gets you over the line.
But it's fitting, right, isn't it? It really is fitting for the Chiefs narrative, given that we do see Drake who roams so often, and Mboma is... I mean, how many times have we seen him? Ezreal, Heimerdinger, champions like this that, 1v2, if I am left to the wolves, that I'm not going to falter.
It's a pretty low damage composition though, right? Like if Kisei falls down in the mid game or early game or late game rather, their damage does fall off a cliff, because you're going to have a beefy frontline Alistar, Udyr, Nah in the mega form. So Chiefs really need to navigate this early game quite well, because they don't want a Lucian to be playing from behind. Yes, Seraphine's OP, yes, the scaling's OP, and a lot of the time you can stay in the fight for so long that your bruisers do damage. However, your tanks do damage. You don't want to run that risk.
Well, we'll see if the situation presents those forms of risks as we jump into the very first game of this best of 5. It is the lower bracket. Chiefs taking on Order. And as we get ourselves ramped up in here for game 1, we do have the coach of Order in Calvin on standby to join us.
Hello, Summoners.
Hey, how are you today?
I'm good.
How are you feeling about this one? First of all, obviously, best of 5 situation. We had a quick nosy over some of the players. You're coming into this one, all these players, no best of 5 experience behind them. Does that play a major factor, or do you think that whole narrative angle is a bit overplayed?
Yeah, I mean, definitely no best of 5 experience from all the players, but I think everyone's coming into this series, we're not really very tense. We're not oh guys, we have to win this, we're playing 120% and we'll burn off by the end of the series. We've had a lot of talks around this, how to handle the pressure, how to handle the extended gameplay on the stage with this, with all the when every game matters. And yeah, I mean, everyone's pretty chill right now. The environment's pretty good, and we're just gonna play this game out.
Yeah, talk to me a bit about that environment, right? The fact is, I'm seeing a number of players on the player cams right now in that Order facility. What has that been like? In a situation we are globally, the ability to group up and play as if we were at LAN, that must feel good.
Yeah, that's definitely a luxury, because I wish I'm there, because I'm currently in Hong Kong, and I really wanted to be with the teammates. However, they're definitely enjoying the headquarters over in Melbourne. And I think we'll have a good showing because of that.
Well, I'm excited to see what it does mean, because obviously we can keep tabs on him as the game goes on. Finally, talk to me a little bit about this Annie. Caught us all off guard. We saw obviously the flip up here from Chiefs, but then we saw the Annie coming in as R5 and thought, hang on a minute, Order have got something spicy.
Right. So this whole draft was pretty much like all planned, and it was going like exactly how it wanted to be. The only unexpected thing was actually Swathe on this Skarner. Their comp overall like virtually has like very low range and very low damage. Their only damage champion is going to be that Lucian. We're expecting the Seraphine lane because we deliberately gave Seraphine to them, and therefore we also expected the Lucian mid lane as soon as they banned the Tristana. So we had this Annie prepared. We had a massive front line in the Alistar, in the Udyr, in the Na. Like there is no way like this team can actually do DPS into like a triple front line like this.
So I suppose you're basically telling us you just hit them with the 4D chess complex of checkmate already coming out the gates here for this best of 5. Thank you so much, Calvin. Appreciate your time as always, and we'll talk soon.
Talk soon.
Right, Juves. Well, there you go. That's the insight. As you can see, you know, he talks a little bit about what you were mentioning. You know, the fact that they have a very low range composition, but more than anything, a low damage composition if Kisei falls.
Yeah, I mean that's what we touched on in Champions League, right? And the matchup I've just been watching, it makes sense. For Lucian to do damage, Lucian has to get close to Annie. And like the one way that you beat Annie is keeping distance, because you're going to get like all of her abilities dropped on your head, and potentially the Tippers comes down at level 6 as well. So Lucian as a champion obviously wants to dash in, get in close, especially into control mages that can't really trade back in the early game. Yeah. And then through doing so, he generates his own lead, generates a lead into the mid game, and then hits the side lane. However, when you do that, or like when you play against an Annie, you run the risk of just getting blown up. So, and then, you know, Annie also has the I'm not actually sure of the ability name. It's the E, where you get that ring around you, and you have a lot of like durability in that sense, some move speed as well. So Lucian just needs to play very safe. Again, maybe I should have brushed up on my Annie before the series started, but I'll be completely honest with you, I wasn't expecting it.
I don't think anybody's expecting it, quite honestly. The Molten Shield, as you reference, plenty of mobility and nuisance creation, as it allows you to get in their face and hit them with a stun and overlap that CC like you would not believe. It's worth noting, Jubes, as we get ourselves into this one, to set the scene for what this best of 5 could entail. Both these teams, first and second, in terms of getting first blood percentages. I think for the Chiefs, it was 71% of the time they're the ones to pull the trigger first and, you know, get in their opposition's face. But then the biggest deviation between the two of them is first Herald rate. Chiefs, 78% of the time go for the Herald. Order, only 42%. But forget that one, because that's a distant afterthought. We're looking at level 1 ganks right here. 5 minutes in, it's going to be Swathe that pokes his head into bot side. They look to try and take out Beats. He has no flash. And that's going to be first blood for the Chiefs.
That's huge, because this is the lane for Order that should win, right? Like, you're playing Seraphine, you're kind of just happy to gracefully lose and then just scale up to a point where you're just going to take over mid-game, take over team fights. All of a sudden now, Beats has no flash, and what was looking like a very decent lane is going to be a lane where they have to come back and play a lot more respectfully. And to top that off, the first dragon has gone over to Chiefs, so, you know, potentially even the option to start stacking dragons this early on and play for a soul, so got to be very happy if you're a Chiefs fan this early on, especially with a composition that does scale so well. I mean, we didn't even touch on the fact that the ornaments are going to come through for Seraphine, for the Lucian. And yes, there is a lot to deny Swathe on this Skarner, but I hold that thought, because watch the Hex Flash.
Looking for the Hex Flash, looking for the POV combo. There's Tippers, says hello. It's a CC combos like you would not believe between all three members. I don't think a cleanse, let alone a flash, is enough to survive that.
I mean, look at the weight the Lucian's losing. You know, we talk about value for money, and that was definitely value. Yeah, First Blood went over to the side of Chiefs, but, you know, I value the Lucian being put behind, the Lucian being put at a deficit, much more than I rather, you know, the kill onto the Skarner. So just really good roam from Beats. Really, really good use of the Hex Flash. We don't see that too often. And we're just seeing the Annie into Lucian matchup, right? Even in CS, picks up a kill now, has the tier 2 boots. It's only going to get harder for Kisei here, particularly because he has no cleanse now.
This is going to be so tough for him to actually play aggressively in this lane. Hang on for a second, though, because whilst we're talking about that one, we then turn to bot side of the map, and it is actually Puma that takes that kill onto Embowment. Squishy Seraphine, another big wave crashing. Really good start here for Order.
That was a teleport as well. Not sure where he TP'd from. Potentially could have been a minion. Potentially could have been a ward that just died in lane. If you look at the ward of Chiefs there, Jinx should be okay. Shouldn't have to burn flash, but maybe. Is there an ignite? No ignite. Okay. We're all good. False alarm.
Playing with danger, though. certainly are playing with danger. And it's interesting to me because, you know, we talk about what these two different teams can do. Once again, it's another Hex Flash. And this is what they can do when they have the CC like this. They can just literally lock you underneath turret. Then it's a TP on that minion, so a hold to the wave there. Hold to the minion more than anything. And with the combo ready, it's easy pickings.
Now, the best part about that was Jinx got the kill too. So all of a sudden, you know, 20 CS lead, 1 kill as well. And Order are just in a really good position with a composition that could really just run over the mid game, right? They lost the Dragon, which kind of hurt because, you know, they want to be stacking up early, particularly because they have a prio bot lane. They have the mid lane with an abundance of CC and, to be quite honest, some very good base damages this early into the game. But I think from here on out, Order are going to be sniffing out all of these Dragons.
Certainly agree, because they've shown that they've got that early game aggression now on point to go toe-to-toe and match Chiefs as to what they're looking to try and achieve. And, you know, we talk about Chiefs, you know, finding these really strong advantages in the first 15 minutes, but it's worth noting that, as you say, this is the first time that Ornn will be played by Liv. So giving themselves that kind of mid to late game insurance policy. Date your mind back to the last time these two teams met in week number 4. It was all in Chiefs' control. They go for the Baron, Order just smurf. Every single member knew exactly what they needed to do, steal the Baron, end the game.
I think that's the one thing Order are doing very well at the moment. Particularly, we didn't really, at the start of the split, I wouldn't have said that they're a big team fight team. I would have said, you know, maximize on the side lane and live TP's bot.
He's looking bot, looking to try and make his impact right now, cycling through that spell, but the max range on the ultimate there ensures that he gets locked in place just long enough to guarantee that this TP finds its warranted value. Now both brawlers punching on. Maximize topped up and healthy, and Liv receives all the heals in the world. How fun is Seraphine? And topside, there is another kill. The observers can't keep up with this one. Herald was the bait, and Herald was the answer as this grants Kissei a huge invitation back into the game.
Disaster across the board. I mean, it's kind of the classic, make a play one side of the map or get a pick one side of the map and then someone doing something on the other side too. So, but in this situation, it's the Chiefs winning on both sides, right? Historically, it's, you know, one side wins, the other side loses. And when you're winning on both sides, so here's the replay, Dragcurie with the engage, level 6 advantage. And just a 2v3, right? And he's not even there to participate. Of course you're going to lose the 2v3, and Chang'e was just in mid lane, had to eat a wave, and this is the one thing the Lucian does for you, is it generates a lot of priority. And although this Annie pick is the quote-unquote counter pick, or at least something that's meant to match the Lucian, you take stock of the scoreboard now and you see a bounty, you know, a 2-1-0 Merc treads Lucian, and you start to say, okay, we haven't really kept him down. Now it just, what does Annie look like post-laning phase, right? How does Annie function in the side lane? Are they able to get Annie out of the side lane into the team fights? Because if Annie's just sitting bot side of the map and Lucian's pushing waves in and roaming to place first, that's just worst case scenario for them. However, this is the one thing that they can do to bring the 5v5 team fight. Let's see if Chiefs will contest.
Looking for it, Chiefs. They want nothing to do with it right now. First Dragon, or second Dragon I should say, goes across to Order as Chiefs had invested in getting that Herald. They will summon it mid so perfectly to take down the first tier 1, and that protection that it aids for Chang'e could be crucial in the context of this volatile mid matchup.
Yeah, and now you have no turret to fall back to, right? So you can't even really play this matchup the way you would like, especially too because in long lanes, Lucian just chases you down and kills you. So, you know, think about the culling. Usually that mid turret there is going to keep you alive. It's going to stop Kissei from walking you down with the culling, but now he's just got a whole lane. He's pretty much got a 100-meter track to run you down on and throw the culling down. So, going to be dangerous territory for Chang'e.
Quite interesting how his game's played out so far. You know, I saw the Annie coming at the end. I thought, okay, well, you know, between the Annie and the Udyr, the mid-jungle duo, tons of damage and lockdown and CC between the 2 point-and-click stuns. I thought that would give them a big, big advantage into the curveball that Swaif has thrown us with this Skarner. But we've yet to really truly see that 2v2. Maybe that 2v3 before that resulted in the Herald. Yeah, sure, a numbers advantage in Chiefs' favor, but it showed that that was all it really took for this Lucian to get himself back into the game. And he's got that Kraken Slayer. A ton of damage now on the board. You can quite understand, I'm sure, as to why they were hesitant to go for that Dragon, because, look, we just want those power spikes, and from there, you know, the sky's the limit.
I thought we may even see him go full defensive with the Gale Force, just to get that little bit of extra mobility, maybe kite out the Tippers, kite out the Udyr, just that little bit of distance. But then you look at the composition, right? The Gragas, the Seraphine, the Ornn. I mean, if you need any more
needs
distance
it.
than that, or tools to buy you distance, then maybe you shouldn't be playing Lucian. So definitely agree with the item purchase there.
Yeah.
And Invoma's done a very good job at, or the Chiefs in general have done a very good job of stabilizing this bot lane.
Yeah, from the chaos in level 1, right?
Yeah.
Or from the very get-go, where Invoma's getting taken out of the situation, you think, this is what they tend to do, put Invoma on these safe champions so he can be left to his own device, so that Dragu can try and be the initiator, rather than let Beats continue to find Hex Flash angles to punish and promote ideas on their own for Colts. Worth noting that Chiefs now starting to get themselves a little bit more ramped up and grouped up. Lived is parving towards the bottom half of the map, but hesitating for just a second to catch that wave topside. So Chiefs looking to try and gain some control of this river and looking to make sure that they're the ones that retain this gold lead.
Yeah, and controlling of the bot side river is just purely so Kisei can sit in that bot lane and just push and farm. And they're just going to park Mboma in the mid lane, let Mboma pick up the waves whenever they come in, because again, it's not necessarily a lane that freezes well, right, in the mid lane. It's usually just a table tennis match, a ping pong match, or if you take this wave, we'll take the next one. Yeah. And of course, like if you can just trade farm on your Seraphine quite safely with vision on one side of the map, you're going to take that every single day of the week. And no team is kind of on the timer to start something, because it really just does come down to execution, right? You've got so many tools on the side of Chiefs to deny Jinx any entry into the team fight, right? You think of the Ornhorn, the Gragas ultimate, like every time Puma's flash is down, he's just a sitting duck. But then you look on the same side of order and you start to see, okay, the Flash Tibbers angle, followed up by the Alistar combo, the Mega Gnar. There's just so many bits of CC on both compositions and only 1 or 2 key members. And that's why these team fights are so interesting, because if Kisei falls down, well, it's surely a team fight win for order. And vice versa, if Puma falls down, well, surely Chiefs win the fight. So we honestly just need to keep tabs on those 2 carries.
And it's going to be interesting to note the itemization that goes around, right? Mikhail's Crucible could be huge in the context of this game to ensuring that, Cleanse is there. Here, have this as that second insurance policy and guarantee that you have that survivability, that you have the faith in the rest of us to do our job to buy you that space to work around with and pop off for maximum damage out. But 15 minutes, it's come across, and it is still the Chiefs that take this lead. Up by 1,600 gold in their comfort spot, you'd have to say. But this is now where we start to reach the business end of things. We've seen it happen before. Chiefs get off to a fantastic start, but it's the mid-game that we scrutinized.
It is, and like we talked about this even before the game, or maybe it was touched on in an interview, but it was that the last time, it was in Boma actually, and Swathe might be caught. Oh, he's okay, he's just flashed that one out, and that's actually a very big cooldown burn, right? Like that's half of Skarner's kit. You pick him for the Impale, and then you pick him for the Flash, and nothing in between. So one of those key kits or key parts of his kit is down. So come this next Dragon fight, or potentially Rift Herald fight, depending on what they opt in for fighting, there's no access to the backline. There's no access or easy access to Puma or Chungi.
Yeah, he's going to be basically very reliant now on the likes of Blast Cones or Vision Denial to try and find those engagement angles. It's still the Chiefs, though, that lead the line. There's a Flash Body Slam, 2-man knockup, explosive cards. It is explosive, because that's already Puma out the fight. A backline attempt here by Sway, but he'll fall on down. A flanking Skarner without a flash. That is not a scary prospect.
Yeah. But again, it's Swathe dead for Puma, but they're still fighting.
They still are fighting. It is an extended front to back. The Carling finding a ton of value right now as Liv goes gold and Stopwatch finding its value. Buying just enough time. The Dragon is up. The Herald is there to take as well. When both teams hungry for blood to gain that killing edge.
Chungi has no mana, Skimmy. I don't know how they're going to fight this one, and Vengeance is just a little bit too low. Like we said, if they have no Puma, they have no damage. Beats goes in.
Yeah, he's gone in for a 2-man knockup, but he realizes this is not a fight that we want to take. Dragu's still on the run, looking to try and 1v2, lock them in place for as long as possible. The cask to guarantee to slow the beat drop from across the terrain, and quite honestly, they don't need to chase those kills. They just need to bully them away, get their numbers advantage once again, and look to claim this Dragon. But Order Jubes, Order still wants something. Members of Respawn, Puma's back. There's a flash from Maximize looking for the big Gnar ult. He's just been CC'd into oblivion. It comes out when he's 10%. Triumph proc isn't enough. He'll fall on down. But it's a shutdown. It's for those 2 carries you wanted to see. Kisei gets the kill. Puma gets the kill. But the third Dragon is still there.
It's a 1-for-1, but that could have been so much worse for the side of Chiefs. We have to keep our eyes on Dragu in that particular fight. The Knights maximize the Mega Gnar into the wall there, through the body slam, and Dracu's having a blind that sets up the pick onto Jinx, but I'm going to cut myself off here.
Swipe, you can't steal it. The smite does not connect. Very passive was their approach to try and get themselves into that Dragon Pit. And ultimately, Order are able to secure it.
This game feels so tense, right? They just feel very evenly matched, and they're both trying to do the same thing. And it's just a backwards and forwards of who's going to execute better, who's going to play team fights better. And we see here, right? It looks like a bit of a disaster for the Chiefs. You think, okay, this is it. Maximize going to wallop, but Dracu completely denies that, and Maximize just in no man's land enables the 1v1 and probably saves the day because Jinx gets excited, and it could be a lot worse for the side of Chiefs there. So well played by the Gragas, having a very good game, and you know it just feels like it has the time to explode. There just needs to be that little reset or that CC onto Jinx, and at the moment it's just beefy front lines. It's just extended fights. No one's going down.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of the prospect of what we saw when Dracu came into the fold of things for the Chiefs last year, right? The end of last year on the likes of Set, one of those massive moments to set his team up for success. And you called it already. Take out Puma, and what does the fight look like? And quite honestly, it was a fight or skirmish more than anything, really, that Chiefs are winning. Health advantages, number advantages, but just the fact the fight went on so damn long ensured that Order could come back and find retribution. So it'll be interesting to note what it means in the grand scheme of things now, because both those key AD carries, Kisei as well as Puma, still have their flash.
Yeah, and that's huge, right? Like every time that Jinx has flash, being able to participate in these team fights is going to be massive. The one thing I just want to take stock of, not necessarily a huge deal, but has the potential to absolutely blow out, is the CS discrepancies in the top lane, in the top and AD carry position for Order. Now, we expected Jinx to run away with a little bit of a lead. However, it is quite substantial now. And we look at Nah, same thing. Only thing keeping lived in the game is his kill participation, right? Has 2 kills to his name. However, that could be a 30 CS deficit. What if it goes to another 30 and then all of a sudden we're talking about this Maximize in the side lane? But also keep your eyes on Kisei now. Kisei has the CS lead, has the gold lead. So it's just nice, or it's interesting to see where the advantages lie for both teams. And it's exactly what we said. Kisei falls down. That's 3k or a 2 to 3k lead that is non-existent in the game. And generally like the anchor or the pivot point of Chiefs' composition.
Yeah, I mean, they're already such fine margins. We've yet to deviate away from this 1k gold lead that Chiefs have managed to build up. 3k there for Kisei. Then he falls on down. It's a bounty to pick up as well. It's going to be 800 gold to whoever gets that shutdown. Well on their way to major components to get in that next big power spike. But it is still Chiefs being aggressive. It's the Hex Flash angle hit from Bates, who's sniffing out trouble. Tibbers has been used so far. Annie on the flank. Top wave being pushed in here by Kisei. Everybody coming together, but Chiefs on the money. Chiefs are crashing waves, whilst Order are retaliating.
Yeah, and they're 2 big ultimates down, right? Like, that's the Alistar ultimate down. The Annie Tibbers has just been used onto Dracu, but no real reward. And
oh, does the Impale. That's what you want to see, Jukes. He's still got his flash. It's just too easy. They've removed the jungler. 20 minutes on the clock. Maybe looking for more. Oh, the explosive cast. Dracu, what was that? The one combo from Chiefs. That is the best skirmish yet.
And I mean, this is just the team fight composition from the Chiefs, right? Ornn can start the fight from a screen away. Like we said, forces the Jinx flash, followed up by the culling, and all of a sudden this is barren because they don't have a jungler to steal this one out, and there's going to be no Tibbers coming over the wall to even contest. The Jinx rocket, though, has a very big execute.
It does. They have to block this. It only hits when it explodes on a champion right now. Out comes the ultimate. They've done it again! Why? Why? Every single time. The Jinx ult, if it hits you, it splashes on. And Order, despite losing the fight, they've taken the grand prize of Baron.
Oh, no. That is just a... I mean, it depends what sort of fan you are. It's either a disaster or a Hail Mary. I mean, they had nothing besides that Jinx rocket. You do have to say, maybe someone should have gone over the wall and just tanked that one for the team, right? I mean, we've seen so many videos now, so many montages of the Jinx rocket stealing. It is a nice setup from the Chiefs. And I mean, look, as soon as the Ornn comes through, Jinx has to flash. Can't play the team fight otherwise. Dracu cast very, very nice. And then it's just at the critical moment, at the smite fight. Who can go over there? It's got to be the Ornn or the Gragas. Gragas just body slam over, take one for the team. Like, just fall down. They have vision over the wall. Someone has to deny this.
It hurts me to see, man. Every single time. You said it. Just sacrifice your life for the greater good. Jump over that wall and guarantee that, hey, at least that team fight win meant something.
I didn't take stock of the smite. Like, do we know the range? Like, what did it hit at?
Okay, something absurd. I'm pretty sure Jinx ult hits for 3k damage as some of these team fights right now. Out goes the ultimate, the encore, it's Charms, it's Maximize locked in place. He's already used the ultimate, everybody coming together. Kisei removes Puma. Chiefs finding the fights, finding the kills, and finding the moments to execute upon so flawlessly. Forget about the Baron buff, it means nothing when you're dead. Remove from the equation and take it straight back to Dragon.
Yeah, and here we are just seeing the full brunt of the Chief composition, right? Just a 5-man squad moving together, Seraphine just perma-buffing, and there's no access to Kisei. Absolutely none. It's you need to be on the guest list, you need to pay the entry fee, and then maybe you get to talk to Kisei. Maybe. But at this rate, I mean, yeah, no one has access, and he's just free hitting. You know, to be fair, Puma is in a little bit of a no man's land situation, does get engaged on, is spending most of the fight trying to get out of the Impale. But again, it's just really clean team fights coming out of the Chiefs.
And it's just so beautiful to see when a composition can be so, I don't want to say one-dimensional, but such a big emphasis on one particular person like this Lucian to pop off, that they do just that. 6-1 and 2 right now, huge gold lead, soon to be 100 in the mid lane, let alone anywhere else in comparison. And a 1k shutdown bounty is on his head.
Yeah, and I mean, but it's also nice for Kisei. I would say, you know, like, I love the kid, but he's definitely had some very big ups and some very big downs this split, right? And in terms of a team that requires confidence in a series, you know, Chiefs for me would be one of the biggest, right? Because Kisei is such a hot performer, when he's able to pop off, when he's able to get himself in the game, he's really, really, really good. And I think this is going to do him wonders leading into the rest of this BO5. Because Order, from what we know about them, you know, let's say this game does go worst case scenario and they do lose this one, right? They're just going to bounce back. They've shown us to be time and time again be resilient. They've brought games back from the brink many a times, which is why I don't count them out of this one yet. But in terms of a team, in terms of a mentality, they're always within, you know, reaching distance of bringing the game back. So got my eyes on Puma still. Want to see what this Annie can do. Not being impressed by it though yet, Skimmy. 100 CS down.
Yeah, and it's yet to really find that major impact that you were hunting for, right? You know, those major 3 to 4 man, multi-man stuns more than anything with the Tibbers to guarantee that Maximize can jump in and combo that and align it to guarantee their success. You know, we've just been seeing the montage reel being created in real time here by the Chiefs, showing that, you know, we both have CC, but we're the ones that are able to execute a little bit cleaner.
I think it's just the Seraphine gap. Like, you know, even then, like, Annie's not known as a tank killer. Like, I don't care what you build on Annie, it's not a tank killer. You could have Leandri's Demonic Embrace and you're still not going to get through tanks. But what it does is it one-shots backline, but with a composition where you have 3 frontliners, how do you get backline? Right? Like, it almost feels like the Chiefs draft is a little bit of an Exodia into Orders, because I know we were talking about Chiefs draft being short range at the start of the game, but the range itself doesn't matter if you play front to back, because there's always going to be that space between the Annie and the Seraphine and the Lucian, unless the Annie's quite literally flashing over the Ornn, which in that situation, do you even win it anyway?
And there's no stopwatch at the moment either, Juves. So it's not going to be too easy for them to make such Hail Mary plays. As you say, now starts to come that second degree of burn where, sure, we're down 3k gold. That's going to only creep up further as those ornaments creep on through to add insult to injury. The Chem Tank empowered, now they find the Kraken Slayer empowered too. And it's Kisei well on his way to 300 CS, well ahead of the 10 CS per minute that you just love to see. And a carry doing this is a carry that's going to pop off.
And I guess the other thing that feels moderately disrespectful is that 26 minutes into the game, we're seeing our first QSS into a Skarner. Like, I'm not expecting the Udyr to get it. I'm not even expecting, you know, Maximize to get it if he really wants to sit in that side lane. But Puma should have had it, but well and truly by now. Like, he's sitting on a pickaxe on a longsword. And Liv?
This could be in trouble. He's headbutt the terrain right now. Going to try and buffer himself for CC and vulnerability. R2 will not connect. This is going to be a lamb to the slaughter. 5 members surround him, and 5 members will take him down.
And
it
Baron
could not have happened at a worse time here, Jubes, because Baron is up in 10 seconds.
And this is what I talk about Order, but you can never count them out. Whilst their composition looks like it's, you know, flailing a little bit, looks like it's maybe getting away from them just because of how well the Chiefs' composition scales, they just go and find a pick like that and start up the Baron.
Do the Chiefs even want to have any idea about contesting this one? You don't have the Jinx to replicate what that Baron steal meant before, but Swave still has the Impale. He's got the flash, and Bowman. Big ultimates can be landed. Baron getting lower and lower. Out comes the culling. Baron down to 4k. A 3-man body slam, looking to try and lock them in place right now. The ultimate's already been connected. The Baron's still leashed. Puma evaporates. Kisei survives, flashes across the wall. He's still got that cleanse, hits it immediately. Forget about what Maximize can do on this now. It's a double kill for Swave. They take him out of the equation as well. Doubles across doubles. It's all things doubles, all things blue, and it's all things Chiefs.
Yeah, that fight is literally just Kisei Gaff, right? I mean, we saw him on the back end there, pretty much flanking, right? Like, Delusion in isolation, finds Puma in the back of the Baron pit, is able to assassinate him, and to be honest, quite cleanly. Looked very nice coming out of Kisei there, and after Puma falls down, it's just a cleanup. It is just absolutely a cleanup. No damage coming on through. Baron picked up, pushing down the mid lane. Are the death timers long enough? Looks like maybe just inhibitor and back away.
What an upset here, Juves. What an upset. 15 seconds and multiple members will be respawning. Still be content with that. But the fact you go into this one 4v5.
Look at Kisei.
The confidence.
Look at Kisei here. I mean, Puma's probably in no man's land as well, but look at that. It's almost just a, yeah, 2-tap, literally. Kraken Slayer proc, press the attack proc, and Bob's your uncle.
Unreal
just
damage.
2-tap maximized there too on the back end.
Unreal confidence more than anything. I think that's probably what you were trying to get at before, right? The fact is that, you know, we have seen Kisei come into this one. You touted him up at the start of the LCO. You know, young rookie, plenty of potential. And he has shown us that, you know, I've got curveballs, I've got random champions, I can play the likes of Anivia in mid lane, I can do crazy things like Nocturne, and they can now warrant these respect bans. So give me the resources, build a composition around me, and I'll show you what we can do.
I do think we're being generous by saying I can play Anivia. If I remember correctly, that Anivia game was just an absolute shambles. And I'll tell him that myself. He can't play Anivia, okay? Look, maybe he can. Maybe it was just the BO1 sample size. Wasn't the best game. I think they did. Did they lose that one? They did, right?
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah. But maybe it wasn't his fault. We'll have to VOD review that one. Skimmy, me and you.
Yeah, Nivea is definitely a champion of the past. Many seasons ago. Definitely not 200 years of experience like this Seraphine is providing right now. The Moonstone has been empowered because more healing. Why not? Fun times for them to play around. 30 minutes into this one, another dragon is there. And the Baron still has a minute left to try and open up a second inhib.
Yeah, and it does look like that's possible. And he has flash. I want to see him just flash tippers. There was no cleanse on Kisei there, but they feel a little bit gun shy. Like, that was a flash tippers angle, and he can't react to that. There's no QSS, there's a stopwatch, but he probably dies. So, maybe just a little bit gun shy.
Whether or not it's a trade they're willing to make, because really at the expense, it's a 4-1 split. Liv pushing mid, bringing in those Winions, making sure that they have to be responded to. And that slow, patient presence has opened up that first tower. Now the call of the Forge God can hit R2. Locks in place 4 members. That just buys enough time to remove Beats from the equation. He's gone. So squishy, even when the ultimate has been popped. That is the second inhib. And that is 2 members down for 30 seconds. And that is a chance to try and end this game, to start this series off with a bang. It's all things Chief, and it's them looking to try and go for that one final moment of brilliance. Looking to try and take things out. Tibbers is there, but Tibbers is gone. Flashing and stunning, bear stunt slapping, but it's all things Kisei because he is legendary. And then Bowman gets himself on a score sheet as well. Smiles on the player cams, smiles for the series as it's an ace to end game 1.
Yeah, Chiefs with confidence is a very dangerous team, and I think across the board they all had a very good game. And I mean, Chiefs, what a statement. What an absolute statement, particularly how, you know, how Order looked leading into playoffs to have a game like that, 31 minutes in, 21-5. They're going to be happy with that one, Skimmy.
Certainly will be happy with that one. You had a weird moment at the very start of that game where you're thinking, well, you know, this is a composition that is so damn reliant on XYZ just coming together so beautifully. But when those pieces do come beautifully like such, it's a masterful performance like we just saw there.
Yeah, masterful is the word, and you know, maybe it's just illegal gaming to give away Seraphine at this point. I think we've seen too much Seraphine and be too successful in the LCO, so potentially back, and this is the beauty of a best of 5. You get to go back to the drawing board and chalk up what worked, what didn't work, and what can we change leading into the next game.
Certainly can make some changes. And Mac, what did you make of that one? You know, you see the Lucian popping off, having an absolute blast. You're thinking, I would love to be his jungler, to be in that mid-jungle 2v2.
Mate, I just thought that that Baron steal is completely dog shit. I've never seen it before, and it's not the first one that's happened today. Look, my Baron got stolen, that Baron got stolen, so many Barons getting stolen. I don't know, it's absolute thievery, robbery, terribleness. But look, crazy as it was, Chiefs potentially, if that didn't happen, could have ended it earlier with the Baron buff. But again, it was relatively close in terms of the team fights, but Chiefs doing a very good job macro-wise to just, you know, be in the right place at the right time.
Yeah, and it wasn't like a, you know, the end scores is just, it looks like an absolute wash, right?
Yeah.
But there was points that in the really early game, like very early on, it looked like Order just had complete control of the game. And a little bit of a reaction there from Beats. But Chiefs were just good enough to turn it around. They were able to stabilize volatile lanes, and even at this point, even when this happens, you start to think, okay, Order's just going to absolutely take over the game. And you start to think, well, it's going to be a tough task for the Chiefs now, but they managed to just find Puma on the back end. Very disrespectful in itemization because he doesn't participate in this crucial fight here when they have Baron. All because he doesn't have a QSS. If he QSS's, he's out of there, able to rain down damage, put the Jinx Rocket down, and maybe we see a different team fight. However, itemization, key instances, key timings, key item purchases are what costs you in these games, you know, because the skill difference isn't a substantial one. Everyone's relatively close, and it's just these little things that create such a big deal.
And that play for me at the very end, right? It felt almost a little bit Vayne-esque. Kisei saying, look, Puma, you can play that, but I can do it just to, you know, taking all the 1v1s. You see Triku flexing, so happy, shaking the camera all around. You know, he, of all people, right? There have been a few shaky moments coming to the split, but definitely found his form when it matters most. How many times did we see the initiation start with himself, backed up there by Lived, and the layering just coming together so beautifully, and enabling the fact that, you know, Maximize couldn't do really much in the game, that the Annie was pretty much nullified, and that Kisei was just so far gone by that point that even if they did have CC, they were getting 2 to 3 taps.
Is Udyr at this point, is he just a curse? Because I keep seeing teams getting him and then unable to win the game. So, you know, Jules, you want to give me a bit of enlightenment here?
I think Udyr potentially is in the realm of being picked for so long and picked all of the time that we just keep picking it, as opposed to maybe looking for better options. You know, there was the Skarner trade, could have opted in for maybe something else. I don't necessarily, and it also comes down to champion pool too, right? If you're being completely honest, Vengeance and Swathe probably have the 2 of the nicest jungle champion pools. So maybe when we saw the Skarner go over, could have opted in for one of his carry champions or vice versa. So I think it's just about figuring out the meta, what works for them, not necessarily playing what Global is playing. Because again, you know, if you watch the region, we don't really conform to meta a lot of the times. And for whatever reason that may be, but I think it does come down to identity, playstyle, and what works for them.
Yeah, and look, when we get to see players play what they're good at playing, they usually excel. So who knows? Maybe we'll see an actual bit of Vayne going into the next game. We did see a lot of Vayne that worked out. Oh, it was banned, was it? Okay, cool.
Yeah. Otherwise, I reckon they would have taken it, snapped up.
There we go. Let's see if that trend continues or not as we do head towards game 2. We've got to go to a quick break, but Chiefs currently leading 1-0 over Order.
Some of these team fights right now. Out goes the ultimate, the encore, it's Charms, it's Maximize locked in place. He's already used the ultimate, everybody coming together. Kisei removes Puma. Chiefs finding the fights, finding the kills, and finding the moments to execute upon so flawlessly. Forget about the Baron buff, it means nothing when you're dead. Baron down to 4k, a 3-man body slam, looking to try and lock him in place right now. The ultimate's already been connected, the Baron's still leashed. Puma evaporates! Kisei survives, flashes across the wall, he's still got that cleanse, hits it immediately. Forget about what Maximize can do on this Gnar. It's a double kill for Swathe. They take him out of the equation as well. Doubles across doubles, it's all things doubles.
Motionless horizon as you float by. Words are scattered stars across the sky. Blood moon, feeling out of sorts like you might leave soon. How much of me do you think it consumes? Easy to accuse you. I'm spun out, drifting on the highway, can't do math. Speeding makes me dizzy, doubling back. No more pretending like my head's straight. These times, drifting up our paradigms in white lies. Words can come so easily, but where am I? Lost inside, inside. Tell me that we'll make it. Going on sideways, don't you know my ways? Scared this. It's all up to us. I know that we can make it. Going on sideways, don't you know my ways? Scared this. We blast off from these rooftops. Fresh air tastes like I imagine, and you still wear all these reservations, but I don't care. All this carbonation bursting out. Side note, pressure wash me off, cause I might explode. Damn, you're staring me down all these safe roads when I'ma try to drive blindfolded. Tell me that we'll make it. Going on sideways, don't you know my ways? Scared this. It's all up to us. I know that we can make it. Going on sideways, don't you know my ways? Scared this. We blast off.
Jubes, you all right? I heard you had a situation. There was a dog attacking you in the break. What's going on there? Did you deal with him?
I've dealt with the dog. The dog has been dealt with
Beautiful.
in the most nicest way possible with pats and telling
Yes.
him to stop his behavior because it's inappropriate, really.
Pats and treats, and look, he's back to normal. Well, let's see if things go back to normal and Chiefs can assert themselves and get another second game on the board, because they've been... this is the Chiefs that we expected much earlier in the split, but, you know, playoffs is a good time to put your foot down and show what you're capable of. And if they play the exact same as they did in Game 1, well, Game 2 might just be looking as easy. But, of course, on the other side of the picture here is Order. You know, they have been looking pretty good going into the final end of the split, you know, getting that win over Peace the other day. That was certainly something no one was really expecting, except me, of course. But, look, going into this one, hopefully it works out for them. I'm, you know, leaning towards my prediction. It's not looking too good. You guys, maybe, you know, different thoughts on that?
I mean, Maximize's prediction has just been completely obliterated. It's impossible now.
True.
I did tip 3-1 because I do think Order are a team that don't necessarily, like, Maximize talks about tilt a lot, but I don't think that they have that in them in a playoff series, in the sense that it's very easy to just get lost in what you're doing and not necessarily focus on the emotion. So I think Order are going to bring it back, and every game's going to be competitive. And I think that's just the nature of the series and the teams. But I do think it kind of leans towards Chiefs. And I wanted to say this before even the game started. Sorry for rambling. But Chiefs, I think if they win Game 1, have won the series. Just purely based off how they are as a team, confidence-wise. Swaith, Kisei, Dragku, just ride waves and ride highs and ride lows. But now they're on a high.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Definitely the atmosphere in their camp will be crazy right now, Mac. I mean, you see it from their camera angles. That alone should tell you that the Chad energy building up in that roster of 5 members, they are surely getting a few screams and shouts out in comms there right now. So, like you mentioned there, Jubes, I think this game is, or the series is far from over. There's definitely going to be a lot more competitive matches. And that wasn't a stomp by any means, right? You know, there was a lot of control there by Chiefs, but, you know, you see Order steal away the Baron. Unfortunately for them, they then lose that subsequent fight with the Baron. If they win that fight, very, very, very different story.
Well, let's see if that chat energy continues into game 2, ladies and gents. It is time for the champ select. So, boys, take us in. Game 2 coming at you right now.
Well, let's figure out if that momentum is really well and truly in their favor. The Chiefs lead in this best of 5 as they look to try and keep it that way going into order. No variations in the bans, identical with the only adaptation being made with Seraphine now being denied. And that means that first pick instead will be Rel, which is actually both support players. Most pick support across this entire split.
Yeah, and probably both of them have made some montage plays, right? Lucian's one pick here that I want to focus on in particular because we didn't see much Lucian prior to playoffs. Wasn't a lot of mid laners picking it, partly because I think whilst it is a bit of a lane bully, we tend to have, in a region, we tend to have a few throws, a few team fight loss, maybe some bounties given away. Lucian as a champion doesn't really like playing from those, not deficits, but playing from neutral, a neutral setting. And it can become quite volatile when you die. Kisei did a very good job in recovering his loss last game when he got tower dove. However, it is just such a volatile pick. And if you opt in for like the control mages that we're used to seeing, stuff that scales a little bit better, you really just are able to win at any point. But I like the confidence coming out of both teams, locking in this Lucian, saying you're going to get the lead in the early lane and take it away from there.
Plenty of leads that can be acquired with this champion, as you touched on. Lucian only 6 games during the regular split, as many games actually as Ari, because we seem to have a big affinity for Ari in the LCO as well. You've touched on it multiple times. The Alistair matchup into this row, it's always going to be that guaranteed handshake, but let's keep tabs on how that level 1 goes, because how many times have we seen Jubes, but a level 1 goes pear-shaped, but they lose the trade, because what can Alistair really do at level 1? And then that just means that junglers and mid laners having to try and sack their waves to recover and bounce back, and it was quite doomed.
Yeah, and just like if I took stock of the 3 picks here, and if I said there was like a composition that was S tier for particular nameplates, I'd have to say the Orders draft right now is the best of the best for them, right? Beats Alistair, I think, you know, doesn't really need an introduction, probably his best champion or split. Lilia on Vengeance is really what got Orders split rolling in terms of the wins. He was probably the first player to really have a lot of success on Lilia in the LCO. So the fact that he gets his hands on that is you got to be very happy with. Potentially Chiefs wanted to give that one away to pick Kane into because it is a very big swathe champion, but they've also banned that one away. So far, Orders draft looking so good.
Looking really strong, as you correctly put out. And the fact is that they are going to target that jungle champion pool now to try and say, well, what will you have up your sleeve? What matchup do you want to take? If it is a mid Lucian, then you got the AD AP synchronizing up so beautifully together. But it is worth noting that the Chiefs right now have got 2 fantastic champions at poking, right? Between the Ezreal as well as the Zoe, looking to try and zone away your opponents. So if Order do have this composition that wants to push forward, wants to get in your face, flash lullabies and so on, the Chiefs definitely have the tools to try and poke before they fight.
What did the Malzahar ban? What is that? Are we missing something?
Yeah, because we saw Chung actually play it only once. He played it into Pentanet. And whilst it didn't really find the most amount of success, I suppose we keep going back to the argument of, like, you know, Skarner, you've got to pay that tax, you've got to get that QSS, and I don't want to give Chungy that wild card.
Sivir being picked up here into the Ezreal. Sivir historically has been picked up into Ezreal lanes. Normally it's a Vayne, and if we took away bans, I mean, we said to Puma, what do you want to play into the Ezreal? He would 99.9999% take Vayne. However, Sivir's probably the next best option for him. Now, we've got to see what he opts in for. Is he opting in for lethality, like Dark Harvest type route, or is he going to opt in for lethal tempo on hit, you know, crit build? So, interesting to see what happens there. Chiefs pretty much running back the same draft, minus, like, you know, obviously minus a few champions, but at least the style, the same.
Yeah, very similar style, right? Sure. You know, Zoe is not anywhere near the same as Lucian, but in terms of the overall identity, you know, find that pick, put somebody to sleep, hit them with harass, and then guarantee the engage works in your favor. That might be an Impale, it might be a Call of the Forge God. It might just be a 5-man Magnet Storm, quite honestly. They've got themselves that wombo combo that can follow things up from afar. But as for Order, you mentioned with the first 3 picks, you thought it was Infinity, you thought it was the best draft with nameplates off, but then with the final 2, what do we make here of the Sivir and the Scion?
Not 100% sure. Lilia went ahead, can just make up for your whole team's AP, right? Like, can just completely clean up a team fight. The Leandri's burn into, like, a couple Qs here and there. Maybe a cheeky sleep as well. You're just going to win a team fight. However, if you fall behind and your Lilia is the one that fall behind, you are literally playing an all AD composition into 3 frontline again. And this is the second draft in a row. Chiefs have drafted multiple frontlines, and it becomes very volatile or very important that Order don't fall behind in laning phase. Now, they have drafted champions to ensure they don't fall behind in lane, right? Like, if you look across the board, they have good matchups.
Yeah.
Kisei, I know, likes Zoe into Lucian because Lucian needs to take a defensive summoner spell. Lucian can't opt in for, like, the Ignite, and Zoe can, you know, pick up sums, can pick up, really, anything to assist in the laning phase. And with the Corrupting Potion, depending on what he opts in for, you can trade back quite well in the early lane. It's when Lucian gets a few shops or gets the first purchase and then hits level 6, you run into some problems. But again, it's a matchup I know because I actually duoed with Kisei and we used to argue with each other about...
He's at the inside track again.
Yeah, I used to argue with him and say, hey man, how come you don't have Prio playing Lucian into Zoe? And then he would explain the matchup and like that this is why. And I just know, I'm just laughing when he picks it because I just think back to those days we'd like literally be having a debate mid-game. Why is this champion not working? But no, I'm super keen to see how this one plays out. Again, like we touched on before, Lived probably going to play Ornn or Sion every opportunity he gets in this series. It's just his bread and butter, his comfort. Swathe with the Skarner, probably a newfound playstyle that I was really impressed with. But, you know, I'm leaning towards the side of Order. They have all the tools to make stuff happen, all the tools to get an early lead, and Skimmy, it's going to be a crit on hit Sivir.
Looks to be that way. The 500 magical CS number that we talk about every time that we have a Sivir. It is the condition that Order are playing for. But as we get ourselves into the second game with Chiefs leading this series, we have a chance to once again welcome back Coach Kuden from the Chiefs. How are you?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
I'm Yoza, mate.
Yeah, Kuden. Nah, normally you just say hello and how are you to us. Yeah,
that's what I said.
Oh, okay. I'll just maybe I didn't hear you properly. So,
my
Kuden,
language.
talk to me about game one, buddy. Talk to me about game one. First game as a coach in the playoffs, picking up the win. How's that feel?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, like, all those we've been focusing on playoffs this whole time since week 1. Just like we didn't really care that much about the other games. Now we've been prepping for this specific game this whole time. So, well, I do feel pretty good about that win. I think definitely will help us snowball the momentum. I think the game 1, like the most important game out like in the playoffs, right? In best of 5, I think game 1.
Yeah.
Definitely big.
Mike, what's it like drafting in a best of 5? I mean, you've only drafted for single games, all split, and being, you know, new to the coaching role, you know, now you have a different dynamic to think about. Can you give me kind of a little bit of insight to how that's going for you?
Inside, it's just more workload. It's just annoying. Got to draft for both sides.
More workload.
But they chose red again. So pretty fun. More work. But yeah, I don't like draft that much. But
you like the coaching aspect more than draft.
Yep, I like people.
Yeah, fair enough. You don't seem like the yelling type, if I'm being completely honest with you.
Not yelling, I like criticizing. Sorry, not literally yelling, but I like criticizing gameplay, you know?
Now quickly, before I send you off... Yeah, I did outfight Levi. I did. Before I send you off, and thanks for that, I appreciate it, living my glory days. Before I send you off, if you have to predict, how's this series going to go? Is it a 3-0? You reckon 3-0, 3-1, 3-2? What is it? Order reverse sweep, maybe?
If they keep drafting like this, we're going to smoke them out. How will the Wazoo? They're going to get smoked 3-0. But they got to... I don't think they did want the adaptation. They banned everything in this game, but not good enough. You got to ban something else.
Cheers, Mike. Hopefully we talk to you again for our sake, but for your sake, hopefully it's a 3-0.
You never know, guys.
Yeah, never know. Never know, Mike. Have a good one, mate.
There you go, Jukes.
Yeah, Coach Kuden. So, he's always a pleasure, isn't he? Fan favourite.
He really is. And you know what I love about it all? He knows how to rile up the crowd. Hey, he does. It's just easy 3-0. Yeah, sure. What is worth
level
noting
1.
is we saw that little level 1, right? The fact that flashes had to be burnt, a first blood went across against them, and you start to think, okay, it's a bit of early aggression that we haven't really seen from Order too much.
Yeah, and if there's one way that you want to start a series, it's with your Sivir getting the first blood, because they're able to base and just pick up like double longsword. And the reason Ezreal lanes are decent, or the reason Ezreal has good lanes, is when he's able to go back, pick up the tier, as well as like the sheen or pick up the damage item that you're opting in for, right? But when you allow your lane opponent to get a free base, to pick up a double longsword whilst you're sitting on a tier, that's like a disaster. The lane just becomes terrible. It's really hard to farm, and then you start to slowly lose out on what is generally like the good part of an Ezreal pick. And so we'll probably just see the Sivir and the Alistar really start to take over bot lane. It's already, you know, crept out to a 10 CS lead. Yes, there's probably 10 minions in that wave alone, but that's going to be farmed under turret, and Puma's just going to be throwing boomerangs. So, you know, maybe Mboma just turns out to be Faker or Teddy, whichever one you want to call him. But should be hard to pick up all the CS here, especially with the pressure coming on through from Order bot lane.
Yeah, and that's going to be the biggest talking point, right? The fact is that, you know, you can CS under this wave. You have the ability with all that mana at your disposal to, you know, cycle through those spells on repeat. But how much pressure comes your way? How much of it is forced into, you know, turret dives, into early dragon pickups, into early turret sieging, be it even Herald plate acquisition. So the ball really is now in Order's court to showcase what it actually means to get first blood on towards the Sivir. And coming back with the second shot, that is now going to be a Sheen, as we're getting excited in the mid lane. Sleepy Trouble Bubble does not connect, but at least he has a Youmu's.
And you see how Kisei has Summoner Spell advantage now, right? In the sense that picks up Summoner Spells, but might be a solo kill here. Ooh, I thought...
Vengeance is parving up topside as well, Juve, so definitely looking at a turnaround angle. Ultimate is not there. Ultimate has already been used. The headbutt doesn't connect. Call of the Forge Gold wasn't used. He's hit there. The charge away and just baited out Vengeance and more.
Oh, he had no flash. Did he burn flash level?
He burnt flash in the exchange as well, I believe. Flash and dash.
No. When did Vengeance burn flash? Am I trolling?
Oh, that's a good question. We must have missed that.
We did miss it, right? Did he burn flash on the spot or doing something?
Well, we didn't see it, I don't believe. We had the VOD review. This is the fun.
Anyway. Doesn't matter. What matters is Lived got away. Okay?
Well, that is it. And Dragon got picked up by Chiefs because of all their vision, all that understanding as to where the opposition is, and that just frees up so much pressure for this under siege Chiefs bot lane.
But, I mean, it looks like the bot lane's going better than it is because Puma had a very good recall, was able to pick up his Sheen, so now he has an itemization advantage. Sivir's going to be able to quickly push this wave, and he's actually resetting. He's not pushing the next one, so you know he could have pushed this next one into turret, opted in for the recall. So actually, this bot lane isn't going too bad for the Chiefs after all that.
We're going to check in to see where that flash actually was. So this is what we missed off cam.
We missed this. Yeah, okay.
So we're not losing our minds just yet.
I mean, that's pretty smooth from production team.
It's clean.
If I'm being completely honest.
They hear us in a moment of madness thinking, I'm not too sure they're Juves. And
we might.
Say, look, we'll save the day for you.
If I'm being completely honest, I know a few guys internationally, and we could probably get the production team to Iceland. And why not? You know what I mean? Like,
true.
Because the way I look at it is if we can send a team to Iceland, we can surely send a production team. Like I said,
they are on your screen. Those are the observers, right? You know, at Toasty, at Hemo, you know, at MSI.
I'll pull a few strings, and those guys too. They can probably go MSI as well.
Those guys especially. I mean, more so than anyone, surely.
Yeah. So, oh, here we go. All in the
two
bot lane.
teams. They're the ones at the end of that that want to go to MSI, and it is Liv too. He's in a whole bunch of trouble right now. The Boomerang connects. He's ticking down to the burn of the Ignite and will fall on down. A second kill here for Puma. The pressure that Order showed. We were talking about it. What did it mean? A gank bot side, plates to pick up afterwards, and Puma once again back in the driving seat.
Look, that is a little bit unacceptable. When you're playing the weak side tank, especially Ornn, it is quite easy to clear minion wave and very hard to get dove. Like, Alistair's not level 6. He can't just sit under turret. I think Liv made a mistake trying to kill Puma there and just got a little bit confident, I would say, on the weak side. And that is not what a weak side Titan does. We've had a few weak side Titans in OS, particularly Swiper, and he'd tell you that's the wrong way to play that one.
If he is watching at home right now, I'm sure he'll be thinking, I can't coach everybody. Doing wonders right now over in NA. We'll get to see what it means for his old team. Two of his old teams, actually. The Chiefs in the order.
Yeah, true, hey. This is a swiper angle. He probably, I think I did see him in chat, actually. So he's keeping a keen eye. Maybe he's looking for the next import.
True. But in terms of this mid matchup, how do you quantify it so far? You talked about the summoner advantage, the fact that Kisei is keeping toe-to-toe, basically dead even here with Chung, and has really limited his impact to try and roam and find pressure elsewhere.
It's not. These matchups just function differently in the sense that Lucian would generally always wants to get a lead in lane, and needs EXP, needs gold, needs levels, right? The reason why you don't see Lucian bot lane is because he can't do that. He has a support, he can't do that in isolation, can't do that and get, you know, everything for himself. This matchup progressively gets worse in the 1v1 in a long lane, right? If you're Kisei. But if you keep this in the mid lane and Kisei is able to just deny vision, play around sleeps, play around bubbles, with Changi having no cleanse, it's just going to be extremely volatile. So the longer that they can keep, you know, this Kisei and Changi in the mid lane, the better it is for Chiefs. However, I thought maybe, yeah, Chiefs, Order rather, sorry, are opting in to put Changi inside now. So they're trying to force Kisei to get to a side because that's where they want. That's where they want the Zoe. They don't want Zoe to just sit in mid lane and be safe. But if you put Puma mid, it's going to be harder with a duo for Kisei to clear the wave because he's just going to get poked down by the Sivir as well as the spell shield. So I really like this from Order.
Yeah, and especially if it is bot lane, a ton of damage has already got into that lane to try and make sure that it can be crippled. And if a Herald is summoned there, then Herald could do a fair bit of work there. You see it on your screen down to 50%. But with that in mind, it is worth noting that Swaif right now has the very first Herald of the game.
Yeah.
So he is the one that really can counteract that pressure and determine those lane states and ensure that, you know, Kisei will stay mid.
Yeah, and I mean, no matchup inside here is bad for Lucian. You know, if he's laning into the Ezreal, best case scenario. If Zoe's sitting mid and just being permanently pushed in under tower by the Sivir and the Alistar, then that's also best case scenario. But we have a Rift Herald drop in the mid lane, so potentially we see a 5v5.
So they may do. We've yet to see any skirmish truly break out this game so far. The Dragon has spawned for the second time around. The headbutt connects and it drops that turret down a fair few plates.
Plates only went over to the Skarner, I believe. Maybe I missed it, but look at Ornn, 5v5.
Looking for the call of the Forge God right now. Switches his angle, flashes across, forces out Vengeance to flash too. Hits the headbutt, knocks him up, puts him to sleep, but it just does not matter. It's a fight that Chiefs start. It's a fight that Chiefs will win. The Dragon is still there, but this is the pressure that Chiefs want.
Yeah, Changi also burnt TP to get their Vengeance, but double summoner spells. But that's the problem when you're running away from a Zoe. It's almost better to die or not flash because you're just going to get chased down, ran down, you lose your summoners, and now Kisei's got a flash in the mid lane. So really good pull of the trigger from Liv. And honestly, he's having some very big games on the Ornn. I mean, it's not something that we particularly see pick too often, but he's really making it work and made a bit of a hiccup on the weak side. But when it comes to starting fights, pulling the engagers, he's just picking the right target every single time.
And it's interesting, right, because we date our mind back a few weeks. I can't remember what interview it was specifically, but Draco mentioned, you know, Livs has been putting in a lot of work. He's been really improving at this role. You date your mind back to, what, 2020, when he made the role swap from mid to top. He had cheese picks like the Nico top lane, if you remember. He's come in here and, you know, week on week, really starting to scale on through. And as you say, you know, Ornn was that super prevalent champion of Season 10, and he's showing it, you know, once again, what it really brings to the table here.
Yeah, 100%. And if all else fails, you bring ornaments, right? I mean, it's even if you're having a bit of a roughie, you're still useful in some capacity. But we did see Sion get banned away from him too, and I do remember him being a bit of a Sion demon. So just feels like these tank top laners Liv really has on lockdown, and this is kind of what we're seeing the Chiefs draft towards, right? These 5v5 team compositions, or, you know, not necessarily 5v5 front to back, because if you look at the Ezreal and the Zoe, they're happy to play around vision denial more than they are like the brute force 5v5. But nevertheless, it's a similar dynamic, right, with the big boys in front.
And the big boys are the ones that look to try and claim all that vision. As you can see from the minimap right now, the top half of the river is lit up red in favor of Order. The bottom half is all things Chiefs right now. And you can see that's where these lane assignments are playing towards. And it's now a case of Chiefs looking to replace and replenish. and set themselves up for this next Herald, which will be spawning in 30 seconds. Maximize going to sneak in a few turret plates, look to try and get him a second, as those minions will die too. And it's worth noting that TP advantages, it's only in favor of Lived, whilst Chungi would have to run all the way up from bot side.
Yeah. And the gold advantage is still in the side of Order, right? And predominantly because of the gold that's been put onto the Sivir. If we just take stock there. So it's a 1200 gold lead, which is literally the gold lead, and some. So Puma is in a really good position to carry this one, especially because you have a triple front line, but the ricochets are still able to damage backline. You know, if Mboma's sitting behind them, Kisei's sitting behind them, and a 3-item Sivir's throwing ricochets, then they're going to get chunked out. They're going to take a lot of damage, and this is probably the weakest Sivir will get. And it's funny to say because Sivir is very accelerated, but in terms of like power spike trajectory, once you see the second item come on through and the third item, that's when we start seeing, you know, the 500 CS Sivir doing some absolute numbers in team fights. You know, right about now probably lacks some attack speed. You know, only having the Berserker Greaves, not having the Zeal item, not having the third crit item. So Puma almost just like in a little bit of a lull, I guess, which sounds funny to say when he's this accelerated, but you just want that other item to come on through.
And I'm wondering, Juice, if they will decide to force a fight for this next Dragon up in 2 minutes, or wait for those, you know, extra items to come on through, because it's another game, as you mentioned in the draft, where Chiefs find 3 heavy tanks to soak up that damage, another Mountain Soul to play for too, and it just makes it near impossible to try and take them down as a result. So they're giving across control to Chiefs where they can. That's the second Herald they'll find. The plate's already gone, but get this low enough, and that'll pretty much hit the one shot. It just opens up the map that much further.
It feels bad when you're dropping a Rift Herald for no plates, but I mean, the prize is the turret, so you got to be happy with that one. And it does close the gold lead that little bit more, only 1k now, which is, again, literally all on the Sivir. So if Chiefs are able to play a front-to-back team fight, somehow deny Sivir access to the fight, access to auto attacks, then it's going to be a hard one for Order. Because, again, like we talked about, you know, if Vengeance falls behind, it is a little bit of a toughie, right? He is all of their magic damage. Yes, there are hints of it coming from other abilities, like, all right, Lucian's W, you know, it does a little bit of magic damage. Rusty actually went through a phase where he was only playing AP Lucian. Now, I don't know how much success he was having, but there's definitely AP ratios on the champion, and probably not enough to get through the front line of the Chiefs.
Not enough to justify it any other way than perhaps like an ARAM. But I will note, as we get ourselves amped up and ready for the third Dragon in 30 seconds, this time the tax has been paid. You were critical of it in game 1. Double QSS for both AD carries.
Well, people think of the QSS tax as losing 1,300 gold in damage. But you have to think of it as when you're dead, or even if you don't die, the duration that you're impaled, you're not doing damage. So the gold that you funneled into a BF sword is doing nothing. And like, it's like a false sense of security, right? Or it's a false sense of, this is how strong I am, I have a BF sword over you. When really, in reality, the QSS, subconsciously, I guess, does more damage. Not even subconsciously, it just does do more damage because you're able to stay alive and stay active in the fights.
Well, it's also
but
worth
the
noting,
dragon is being
everybody
contested.
has flash. Everybody does have flash. Forget about Kisei. He can summon and steal away as much as he likes. They're going to look to try and hit that harass. That goes the True Shot Barrage, followed by the Paddle Star. Not going to really pad many members low, but they will take the Scuttle Crab in favor here for Maximize, who's now going to look to try and hit that drift. He's going to go for the knock-up. Takes out Kisei down to 20% straight away. Members going to sleep. Kisei trying to bounce around, but going to fall on down, not having any fun whatsoever. It's 2 kills for Order. Make it 3. They found their moment to shine, and they will take the Dragon.
Yeah, and this is why you can never really count Order out, because they've shown us in later weeks of the split, they've just become some teamfight demons. You know, they've really just execute so well. And I was almost going to say, if they don't pull the trigger now, they're running the risk of letting this one slip away, because Chief's composition wants to dance around Vision, dance in River, and throw skill shots. It looks like it's getting so bad, but Beats again on this Alistar, pulls the engage, Maximize Sion on another level. He's able to just pretty much solo out Kisei in the backline there, and the damage from the Ezreal is just not enough. It is just absolutely not enough to get through the front line of Order, and Puma and, or the double 80 carries rather, are just doing absolute work.
And as we mentioned going into that one, the summoner spells that were available, a lot of Flash is actually being burnt to try and find themselves that winning edge. And I mean, it's interesting to see from game 1 into this one. As we mentioned already, game 1 was definitely not a stomp. It was incredibly close, just, you know, further aggression or the proactive gameplay that Chiefs led, really preventing Order from doing too much. But in that situation there, when both heads came crashing together, it was Order that came out on top.
Yeah, both heads came crashing together, but it wasn't Chiefs playing their composition out, right? Like, they can't play a pure front-to-back in that sense because Zoe isn't a front-to-back champ. Neither is Ezreal, really. And they need to be playing around their vision a lot better. Instead, they both met in the river, and they would have won the game if they were able to just disengage and then throw skill shots. But the engage from Beats and Maximize really just stuck, and they took down Kisei without actually, putting out any meaningful damage. All of it was into Maximize. So it's nice that we got like a teaser as to how both compositions function in this game. And we got to see how Order's composition functions and when they win. And we've also seen, majority of the early game play out of how Chiefs' composition really wants to win. So honestly, again, probably the most overused term this series, but it just comes down to execution.
Yeah, and I think that execution was what we saw leading into that one, right? When the Scuttle Crab was still there, the True Shot Barrage, Paddle Star, not really doing enough damage, and you're saying, well, if we're going for a team fight right now, I've got to cycle for those cooldowns. I just don't have the sustained damage. I'm looking for that one-shot burst to instantly remove somebody from this fight. Now, Baron is available, just has spawned, and everybody is finding themselves having a little bit of a party in Topside River.
Yeah, now, the important thing to take note of, as Swaith gets culled down to about 2/3 health, or sorry, 1/3 of health. Beats has no flash, and the Scion ultimate isn't really a reliable means of engage. Yes, it can start a fight, and if Chiefs play it poorly, it definitely can end the fight and win them a fight, but it isn't reliable. There are a lot of ways, particularly with the Ghost, with the flash, with the mobility of the Ezreal to get out the way. So if they're able to initially dodge out that onslaught, they will be able to kite back and really utilize their composition of poke, mobility, and distance management.
And it feels like you talk about management, and we always keep tabs on summoner spells and when they're available. I think now you're keeping tabs on when QSSs are available, right? 3 of them. The only people that don't have them are those tanks. You definitely don't want to take those if you don't need to, but if we can try and find as many of these, sleepy trouble bubbles as possible, noting QSS burn, all right, that's a flash and pale angle. Would you say ease of execution still in favor of Order here, or Chiefs with those, kept in mind, still have some advantage to play for?
It's so hard to just summarize that concept, right? Because ease of execution ultimately comes down to, are Chiefs really comfortable playing this composition? Because in terms of, if they're not comfortable, Chiefs comp in general is harder to play. Because you're playing around the denial of vision, which again, I think I've said maybe 5 times now, but it's true, right? And Alistair can face check a Zoe, sure, but you need to burn Unbreakable Will. And so once that cooldown's down, you can't team fight. And then if they bring Maximize to that group, then they should be winning somewhere else on the map. But I just realized Maximize is ding level 14, and so he's got a 2-level lead onto Lift, which is a very big deal.
It's actually
a very big deal. Yeah, because
this one, you said, reliable tanks, a 2-level advantage, nothing to scoff at.
Well, it's tanks, but it's also ornaments, right? Like that's a big, there's no ornaments coming on through for the next 2 levels, and that's quite a long time, especially because they're not leaving Lived in a side lane. Like, he's not able to push out this next wave. He's coming to the group because that's the dragon. So if this is another teamfight loss, in which it's looking likely because Chiefs need to be the first one in River. They don't really have good tools to check, because if Ornn checks, he can't channel the Horn, right? He just gets cancelled, gets denied. And nice poke from Kisei, but dangerous for Chiefs.
It's a True Shot Barrage. You're going to look to try and lock in place Maximize. He's got that ultimate. Not going to use it just yet. Already hit the flash. It's a 2-man knocker from the Call of the Forge Gods. And Unbreakable Will has been burnt too. Lots of ultimates being used. But it's worth noting that Magnet Storm is still there for Draku, so keep tabs on his positioning.
Here we go.
Here it is! I say it! And 3 members instantly are locked in place as a result. Cleanse burnt, doesn't matter. Venture's dead. 4 members put to sleep, Juves. But the rest of Order have already disengaged to the bot lane. Kisei actually going to die to a dragon of all things. The worst case scenario. Chungy comes in and takes it away for himself. He finds himself that double kill. Happy days for him. A beautiful flash away there from Lived. Will not fall victim to the flash pole combo that beats throwing his wave. Draku jumps in again, continues to buy up time. It's a long extended fight. The poke harass.
Wow.
And the cooldown dependency that Chiefs have netted them an ace.
Yeah, wow, what a team fight coming out of Dragku there. Really MVP in the last kind of exchange. And it honestly looked like it was a Order team fight win on the back end, but Kisei was able to stay alive, do so much work. Ultimately he did fall down to Chungi, but the Dragon was MVP in that one. There was so much to digest in that team fight, Skimmy. But I mean, broken record, it's the initial fight here it's not Order pulling the trigger, right? And Chiefs are able to stay alive whilst all the key ultimates from Order are burnt. If Order do not finish a fight whilst they use their ults, like the Scion ultimate, the Unbreakable Will, and the Lilia Sleep, then it's going to be a team fight every day of the week, right? Look at Ezreal on the back end. Look at Zoe on the back end. Continuously throwing poke, throwing so much utility on the back end. They're able to take down the tanks. And look at Puma and Chungi. They just can't hit. They can't hit anyone until the very end. And by the time they can do that, there's no front line left. And if you're playing double AD carry comp without a front line, good luck. And Dragku just here really turns this one around.
Certainly does. And what I note from that clip more than anything is the fact that both the AD carries of Order ran down bot side, baited by the attraction of the Skarner. Yeah. And Vengeance gets a flash 4-man sleep, and it's just molding. I mean, where is my team?
Yeah, it was honestly maybe a little bit of a misplay, to say the least. Maybe something personal. Maybe they thought, you know, Slate's got to be the one that falls down there. Who knows? But you were right. You know, I didn't see that on the back end, actually. It was a multi-man sleep onto the Zoe, onto the Ezreal, and that team fight maybe could have gone a different way if they just had a little more discipline in the front to back.
What's a window back into this game, Juves? And it has been Chiefs here playing for the sole point more so than anything, but a team fight success like that, when they play to their play to their strength that these 5 units bring. It's not the biggest gold lead, but this series has shown it hasn't needed to be. It has definitely been very close affairs. We'll use that buzzword one more time. Execution, which team can find it better? And with the next Dragon, with the sole point to play for up in 3 minutes, it continues to be a case of lay down the vision and do not get caught on waves.
And that team fight in itself is big for a few reasons. Oh, the sleep onto the Lilia. Okay, never mind, nothing happens. Tower goes down, so good little pick up there from Order. Now, the reason that team fight was so big as well, obviously it's nice to win it, but if you win a team fight, get a Dragon, it's not a particularly big gold swing. Right? The gold swing comes from the objectives that you pick up along the way, right? Like if you're able to transition that into a Baron, into a couple of towers, if it's just a few kills traded back here and there, you know, it's not massive, but what was the biggest deal for me is Ornn dinged level 14. That's 2 levels he picked up in the space of, what, 5 minutes? Or 3 now, right? He's level 15. So all of a sudden...
Oh, it's impaled top sides. You could see that Livs was trying to stop the TP. I believe it actually did stop the TP. Cancelled Maximize and began to try and turn around things top side. And that's a beautiful cross-net play.
It is, and Chungi just getting caught in the side lane there. And sometimes this is what I talk about with the Lucian, right? You feel the pressure to do something in a side lane because the team fights aren't working. You end up getting caught, and there is not really much room for mistakes when you're playing this Lucian. And to be honest, it hasn't had the same success that Kisei showed us.
He's down to 15 seconds, Juice. He will have TP when he rejoins, but what can they do in the meantime? The Baron will start it. It's a Baron bait. The Magnet Storm looking to try and Dragon. Everybody and more come together, say Chiefs, because we'll take you down. He flashes away, but Maximize dies. Tries to drift himself out of harm's way, and he may just do it. He's burning, but he survives, and Sway from a Blast Cone will be denied.
I mean, it is a little bit of a feels bad for Puma, right? Like, he's played this game so well, and he's ultimately just got no front line. Like, he has no one in front of him, and he's just getting ran down by Swathe every time. And Swathe has no danger, or there's no danger for Puma in Swathe killing him, but he can't ignore him. He can't walk past him, because he's just going to get CC'd. And Chiefs are just executing the team fight to a T, and probably a big reason, or not probably, but a big reason is Dragku on the realm. He's able to just land multi-man engages, and you see here, teleport comes through, you think Kisei's in trouble? And he's able to just, Zoe moves playing out. And look, there's just nothing. There's just nothing coming out of Vengeance. Isn't able to get the sleep, just gets one shot. Dragku again, big engage.
Huge engage there. And coming in when it matters most. This is a player we've touted and hyped up, and ever since he made the role swap last year from top lane to support, really bullied his way into that discussion of, you know, maybe I'm a top 3 support in the region. And yeah, well, it was a bit of a shaky start here. hang on a second, I'll interrupt myself there because Vengeance has got away with murder down at 10%, actually 10 HP more than anything, but the fight won't end there. Cleanse is being burnt. The QSS into the impaled Chungy. Oh, he's not going to be happy about that one when he watches it back. Maximize drifts on by, says, I want nothing to do with this team fight. And Chiefs, they're going to take him down again, and with Baron buff, look to run it straight through mids.
I mean, with this composition, with the Ornn, whenever you get accelerated with the Ornn, you just pull the trigger from half a screen away, and it honestly doesn't come down to execution anymore. You just start to steamroll the fight. And, you know, I think 5 minutes ago, it was looking like a bit of a rough one for the Chiefs. We were starting to see 2-level leads in solo lanes, and they've really just flipped the script, turned this one on their head, and it's looking like a very big uphill battle for Order, because not only is it a gold deficit, right? It's the Mountain Sword now. And so if you're having problems getting through the Ornn, getting through the Skarner, getting through the Rel, it's just got a whole lot harder.
And that was what we were concerned about, you know, so early on into this when we knew that the Soul Point was there. 3 beefy tanks for the Chiefs. They are soaking up so much and just doing so much to allow Kisane and Boma to play around and have their fun in the sun. And as you can see right there, you know, it's really the proof in the pudding from some of their KDAs. You know, 4-0 and 5 on Boma playing Blue Ezreal, just so safe from afar, but just pumping through with the damage.
That they are. And you'd still be holding out hope that the Sivir gets to a point of no return, but you have to think at this point in the game, Dilution's as good as useless, right? Like, you're talking about a traditional front-to-back, has really 2 items, right? 2 items and a bit if you want to consider the QSS, and honestly could probably spend half the day hitting Liv and isn't going to kill him. Look at Liv's items: Chem Tank upgrade, Randuin's, Thorn Mail, Aegis, Boots.
I mean, he's
we need armor?
maxed out. I need to see how much armor he has. Can we,
With the percent? Yeah.
Can we see if Observation Team can smurf for us once more? Click on Ornn and let us know. I reckon around 300 to 400. It'll be 489 armor, Juves. It's bonkers.
And now he's got 183 MR, so is Lilia going to kill him with a Liandry's and a QSS?
It's just not going to happen, Juves.
That was a question. That was a question. I was asking if he was, because
I mean,
I don't
it really
think
isn't.
so.
I felt like it was a rhetorical question.
No,
it
kind of was,
anything.
but it kind of was, but I wanted to hear what you had to say.
I left you hanging there for dramatic purpose.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard. It's like we said in Champs League, it's very hard for Lilia to be sole AP if this game gets away from them. And that's kind of what we're seeing right now. And it's not like Lilia's been alive in most of the team fights. She's ultimately been the first one dead in most cases.
Well, we've seen this situation happen before. Another 4-1 split. Baron is gone, but it is them still knocking on the door here for Order to try and take it down to a game 3. Chungy, 1 tree shot barrage down to 50%.
Yeah, I think that's your miracle play. I've just been looking at the way maybe Order start a fight here. And it honestly, I think the Flash Pulverize is out of the realm of possibility, just due to the range that Chiefs possess. And honestly, it has to be a Hail Mary bowling ball from the Lilia. Can he get it onto Kisei or Mboma, channel that into a sleep, then follow up?
Oh, the Flash Pulve misses!
Too much range.
Oh, it hurts. But there is success, potentially still there. Vengeance has Flash, has a stopwatch, and has the ability to try and put everybody to sleep. They bring back the Scion. He crashes into a wall and gets sent straight to the afterlife. One by one, they're falling. The base defense is crumbling before their eyes.
Yeah, and that's when you know the game's in a bad state, Skimmy, when the Skarner can use Impale onto the tank, onto the Scion, and you just win that one with ease. Inhibitor going down.
It's gone. As you say, Jubes. This is looking like do or die. Scion dead for another 30 seconds. Kisek just having so much fun right now. Damage being put into Liv, but he's unstoppable. Literally and figuratively. You can't touch him. Soaking up all the damage. Soaking up the turrets too. Hits the headbutt and guarantees that his AD carries can just pop off like you would not believe. Take a turret, take a kill, get a double. Look to end this game. And look to lead this series as it'll be Chiefs putting themselves on match point.
Match point it is, and it wasn't as decisive. Again, it's not like it's a complete stomp, right? It's not completely decisive. Order, you know, pop their head into their game here and there, say g'day, and we look like we're going to get an absolute banger, and Chiefs just take it away, rip it away from them. This has happened both games now, and Chiefs looking like the real strong, cohesive 5v5 unit that we've expected from them all season. You know, consistently inconsistent, but today's series just consistent across the board.
Yeah, really bringing it up and showcasing that they can do it when they need to. And Mac, you know, you look at that one, you're looking at 2 very similar games in the majority of it, but the fact is one team fight in that late stage of the game is enough to break open the base.
Look, I just want to shout out to Maximize just running his whole way away to save his life bar. Whatever fight that was very interesting. And it was good comedy, great comedy. But look, 0-2 for the Chiefs. They're doing a very good job already. And it seems like they can just, control whatever they want. Yeah, it looked like a bit of a closer game. Great way to start the replays. Oh my, look at this man on your screen. He was having a big smile towards the end as well. Looked like he was actually typing in chat. So it seems like the mental game looks a lot stronger on the Chiefs today compared to Order. Everyone's sort of head in their hands towards the end, much like myself after the show match. But it's certainly something. These team fights as well, so crazy. Look, if you look at this one as well, Chiefs are all so low towards the end of it. Is it this one? No, it must be another one. There was a lot of team fights this game, all right, guys? I'm getting lost in the sauce. Might be this one. You'll see all those little red health bars just so damn low at the end, but they somehow managed to turn it all around.
I think that's the fight where Order really, what's the word, Skimmy? It's not grief.
I was going to throw it around back to you and say, Juves, we've been singing Order's praises, with this narrative leading into the playoffs from the season itself, that, this is a team that are fantastic at knowing what their role is and team fights, know how to play it, but in a lot of these fights, looking a little bit lost.
It's just playoff nerves, I think. The team fights feel different, right? It's more nerves, it's more chaotic, the comms aren't as clean, and you start to really focus or tunnel on killing a particular member because you think it's going to secure you the objective. In that case, it was the Skarner, right? They ran the Skarner down. They thought the team fight was won on the front end. And it's just maybe a little bit of whilst we see some moments of brilliance from Order, it's probably a little uncharacteristic. And look at Drake, look at him. Look how funny he is. I love the way he laughs. Look at him.
He's having a good time.
Having such a good time. It's crazy. It's playoffs. You think it's like all serious, but it's just, go for that positive mental. Keep smiling, keep laughing, keep flexing, looking as good as you can on the camera, Dragkill, and I'm sure you can get this 3-0 today. But look, so no huge changes in the draft. Was there anything in particular you think worked better for Order in Game 2 than what they worked in or didn't work in Game 1?
I think Dilution was the key factor here that didn't work, and maybe it's something that we just need to see put on the bench, not necessarily for the Chiefs, but for Order. I'd like to see Chungi on the control mage, just because he seems more comfortable in creating pressure in mid lane and using that pressure to influence side lanes. The other thing I just wanted to touch on quickly, because I know maybe we got to go, but it was the Skarner pick. It's not something that I would say ban, but consider it, because for some reason, the matchups you're picking into it aren't working. Like the Lilia in that game got completely overran by the Skarner, and Skarner can be problematic for some teams when you don't know how to set up correctly.
Or when you don't want to buy those QSSs. Anyway, let's have a quick chat about that after the break. 2-0, Chiefs currently leading Order. An Order on the edge of elimination. Potential for the final game to be coming up just after this break.
It is worth noting that Magnet Storm is still there for Dragku, so keep tabs on his positioning.
Here we go.
Here it is! I say it, and 3 members instantly are locked in place as a result. Cleanse burn, doesn't matter, Venture's dead. 4 members put to sleep, Juves. But the rest of Order have already disengaged to the bot lane. Kisei actually going to die to a dragon of all things. The worst case scenario, Chungi comes in and takes it away for himself. He finds himself that double kill. Happy days for him. A beautiful flash away there from Liv. Will not fall victim to the flash pole combo that beats Dragku his wave. Dragku jumps in again, continues to buy up time. It's a long extended fight. The
Love is all we need to be so free, so free. Let's sit low and run away, run away. Don't tell anybody about where we go, and no one will know. We don't tell them. Let's be selfish. Let's trust in love. Same old games. When you gonna bring it back to another level? Nobody knows why. Something
Chiefs with a stellar performance so far. 2-0 currently in games, and they need that third to get across the line and then go up to fight Dire Wolves in the next chance, you know, the next part of the bracket. Order, they need 3 more. We could be here for another 2 bloody hours if that's the case. But the thing is, can that happen? And where does it start, Juice?
It has to start in the draft. I think Order just need to go back to basics, go back to the bread and butter that works for them, you know. The traditional, like, front-to-back type team fights, but put a control mage mid. I've liked Chungi all year on the Syndra, on things like the Orianna. You know, even, hey, I've never been a believer in the Ahri, but if he wants to rip the Ahri out, rip it out, but give him something that he can generate and be proactive on. Because I don't think Lucian was it for them.
I find it interesting because my thoughts coming into this one was find a really strong mid laner for Chungi, guarantee that you win that 2v2 mid matchup, mid jungle matchup, so that you can contest the dragon and you can go for the Herald. But quite honestly, we've been looking at the series and they throw them the curveballs with the likes of an Annie and Lucian for the early game pressure, but it hasn't really changed the overall tune. I'm still seeing Swaith not even playing a carry jungler right now. He's on a utility of Ascana. He's just picking up Heralds for free. They're just winning team fights where you're thinking maybe they shouldn't have won that, picking up dragons. It hasn't really changed the overall theme. So I think I want to echo the same as what Juice mentioned. Back to basics, pick the Syndra, pick the Ori, and just try and hit those massive ultimates to try and turn the fight.
Yeah, and look, there's been a lot of chat about, you know, Swaith only picking carries, and it's not like 20 whatever team it is, and he's managed to go to some different junglers now, and it seemed to be working out, you know. Picking the Skarner has got him to this point, 2-0, 1 away from getting the victory. And look, if you want to be victorious as well, you can maybe assess yourself before you wreck yourself. I don't know, Esports Assessment Labs. Go use it. You can see how good your reaction times are. You can see how big your chin size is, and if that affects your brain size and the wrinkles in it. And also, how well you are genetically. You're pretty good genetically, aren't you, Juice? That's what Skimmy was telling me.
I've got a big nose, but honestly, it allows me to breathe more oxygen when I go for runs.
Yeah, the big nozzies,
with
right?
With the big beak, more oxygen intake, therefore better kilometer per minute, therefore more of a supreme athlete. So you can say what you like, but at the end of the day, my oxygen speaks for itself.
That's it. You know, you need a lot of oxygen to pump the bloody pipes, and this man, he can play-by-play a Storm on his good day and on his bad day. But look, that brings us into Game 3. Ladies and gentlemen, get ready. Boys, take us in.
Let's find out what the story looks like here, Juves. It's 2-0 so far for the Chiefs in this best of 5. It's match point. It's, what, 4th and 5th seed doing battle here.
Oh!
There are no lifelines. You've got to make a change. There's no change in the draft. The bans are the exact same. But the biggest change will be the fact we'll be getting a Orianna this time around.
It does feel nice when they do what you say, right? Because then it feels like you're almost... When you're
big
talking,
nose, big brain, right?
Yeah, better to smell you with. That doesn't really go anywhere, but no, nevertheless, like at least like they're not listening. Obviously, they can't be listening to the broadcast. However, it's good that we're sharing the same train of thought. We're seeing the same things that they're seeing, and I really like what they've done. They didn't have the luxury of banning the Skarner, but they've taken it away. Yeah. Now, the Skarner pick, I think, is a very valuable one into the side of Chiefs, because once you take that away, it denies a majority of Swaith's champion pool. Think of the Kayn, what's his other champ? It slipped my mind.
What are you talking about? Kayn, Evelynn.
Evelynn.
Yeah.
It denies the Evelynn as well. And so, you know, I'm very excited for this game. Orianna, Skarner, Kai'Sa, very good picks in the meta. Orianna very safe blind. Kai'Sa very strong bot lane. So far so good, but on the other hand, the Chiefs do have Rel. Now they could opt in for the Alistair Gragas ban and make life a little bit harder for the bot lane of Order. Let's see if that's what they do. But Kisei's Yone is a scary one.
It is. We've seen him play it once. Actually, we've seen him play it twice, most notably into a mid Lilia, where forget about the first blood. After that, he was an absolute terror to deal with. It was banned away before they went for the Seraphine ban instead. So finally getting his chance to showcase what he can do. And I wanted to touch on just quickly, even though this draft is flying by, every single game so far has been Order picking red side. You look at their regular season split, 6 games on red side, 5 wins. It seems to me they just love to be the counter-picking gods because, sure, we don't ban Skarner, but we can just pick it instead.
It feels like a meta, though, where blue side's very valuable, right? In the sense that you get to pick first pick. So you get to take, like, they leave Thresh open and you want to blind, you get the Thresh. They leave it Seraphine open, you get the Seraphine. There's so many options you can get in your first pick that are flexible, so then it doesn't really hurt your draft. But you know, Order maybe just not having a priority on those champions, and maybe not able to play them to the level that they're comfortable.
Talk to me then, Juves. We're seeing 4 jungle bans, essentially 5 if you're taking Kane out of the equation because it is a Skarner matchup.
Yep.
So a heavy emphasis now on removing Swaif's impact from this game. Is there a particular champion that you'd love to see go into the Skarner to try and do battle?
Look, there's a bunch you could pick in it. Predominantly, probably the Olaf. However, you do leave the draft being pretty AD centric now. Chiefs have often picked, you know, AD heavy drafts, but they've been good enough in the early game to snowball a lead, so it doesn't matter. Now, can you do that against Order? I don't think so. So, yeah, it has to be an AP champ, right? And he's opted in for the Sedge. There we go. I feel like, you know, I don't want to bring light to it in particular, but let's just say Swaith and Parbu had a constructive conversation about champion pools and what one could play versus what the other one couldn't play. Now, Swaith has completely taken what Parbu said and basically just made it negligent, right? Parbu said basically he just plays carries. Now, Swaith has come in a playoffs game and picked Skarner, Sejuani. And he's completely said, well, that's just not true, Parbu. And, you know, let's see what the Sejuani can do, because Sejuani is very popular in a meta where bruises are a thing, right? Like, or where yeah, this is something I wanted to talk about too. So much to digest. Just quickly. Yone Sejuani 2v2 auto attack is going to be extremely strong, especially into the Orianna. Orianna's going to have a rough time to play the lane in the early game, right?
Yeah.
That's you know, he's not going to have much assistance from the Skarner, so Chang'e needs to be on his A game. Now, I wanted to say this before. There's so much Ornn and Sion being blinded. Why aren't we seeing Darius, right? Darius in isolation, especially in our region that loves a skirmy. We love a good old fist fight.
Yeah.
Darius just is such a good pick, like S-tier pick. Right, you're going to win the lane. You're going to generate so much pressure. When it comes to the group, you might struggle, so we'll see how that one plays out. But in terms of the 1v1, you have a bloody field day.
But it feels like Maximize 101, right? You know, we saw him last year. What was it? It was the likes of Camille, Fiora, Jax, the 1v1 Kings. Leave him to a side lane, take me on, I'll have fun with it. So you talk about him having maybe some issues in that side lane. Grouping up with the rest of the team. But if he can't be left to that side lane, it is Maximize's bread and butter. And I wondered if that would be one of the adaptations also. We talk about Chang'e getting himself back into comfort as a mid lane control mage. But then in terms of Maximize, he's been on tanking duty. Give him a carry, let him pop off and show.
Yeah, and you know, Darius is quite the Maximize champion, right? And he's also able to participate in the group, which is the nice thing. I want to see what summoners he takes. That's what's going to be interesting to me. Because sometimes they go Flash Ghost, and like Flash Ghost in a competitive game probably griefs your bot lane. Like, they're just going to get TP'd on and die a bunch. But you never know, right? Again, this is always the curveball with the Darius. You never know what summoner spell you're going to get.
Is he playing to win lane, or is he playing to try and help his team? That's a good question, right? It's one of those champions that definitely can come under that category of discussion. We're going to load in here for game number 3. It's Chiefs that are on match point, Juves. There are no lifelines. There are no second chances. It's the Chiefs that want to make this a clean 3-0.
He's gone TP. He's gone the coward runes. I'd go Flash Ghost and just say, bad luck bot lane.
Bad luck top lane as the whole of Chiefs group up and trying to get a nice little level 1 cheese. I've seen it happen before where, you know, supports roamed up top, sat in the brush, look to try and get themselves that level 1 kill as a result and get the Darius really well and truly rolling. But nothing crazy here from Order. Very disciplined. Very much a case of just a 5-man fan out and ensure that Chiefs aren't the ones invading on them.
Yeah, and the Sejuani pick in this game, Skimmy, is nice because you now give Chang'e a thing to think about. Does he go steel plates or does he go merc treads? Because he's going to be CC'd for days, and either one is probably like you're picking your lesser poison, right? And so this mid 2v2 becomes very volatile because the Sejuani can just lock you up for days. You don't have cleanse, you're not going to have a merc treads, but then also you don't. If you opt in for merc treads, you're just going to get shredded by Kisei. So I potentially see Chiefs having a real opening in this mid 2v2. And, you know, again, like we talked about, when Chiefs do draft like an AD-heavy composition where their predominant damage threats are of the attack damage dimension. Is that even a thing? Dimension? Whatever.
Look, you're making up terms on the spot.
That's it. Yeah, then you're going to run into some real problems come mid to late game.
Let's see, though. how does this early game favor them? As this is pretty much the bread and butter that Maximize will be looking for. Hit them with the trade, get those lead stacks up and rolling, and just out-trade them with the Decimate for the insane sustain.
That's a nice
Keep
trade
Liv
from
away.
Liv, to be honest. That's a very nice trade. He's trading very well in this lane. The thing is, though, is like, you get carried away, and this is how Darius gets most of his solo kills when you're playing a tank. You get carried away, you fall in love with the idea that you're out-trading them, and then you all of a sudden, your cooldowns are down.
Oh!
Okay.
Well, you can get carried away, and sometimes you can get so carried away you get first blood.
Yeah, I mean, that's creative pathing from Swaith, right? Now, what does he lose for that? Because he's going to probably lose his red buff. His bot lane's pushed under tower. But if that's the worst that he loses, if all he loses is a red, you've got to take that as a win. You've got to be happy with that. So this is what happened. Maximize just on the timing to go ward. Gets caught. So a little bit unfortunate.
Did burn out the flash of lived. Worth noting that. So he guarantees himself the kill. But now pressure looking to try and roam elsewhere. Beats unfortunate not to actually hit the hook. There's Draku is going to dash away.
And I think the worst part about that whole ordeal is that Maximize didn't feel safe TPing top. So he actually walked the whole way, and his lane was frozen. So he's almost like a level down in this matchup. He's going to get his wave in now, but keep your eyes on Swaith. He's actually just going to revisit, and this time Maximize should live, but he's going to have to burn his flash, you would think.
Feels very hard to gank though, with the ward that he placed as he died. Now Tribrush has been protected as well. I think his real goal was to try and take the Scuttle Crab for at least a little bit of protection offered to Lived in retaliation. Now he's actually going for the long roam around. Maximize is pushed on through.
He could 1v2 here. Liv doesn't have enough mana. He could 1v2.
It's like a huge wave.
Yeah.
He's actually going to burn the flash, and I think job done.
Did he need a flash? Honestly,
that seemed like panic more than anything.
Yeah. Like, if I put Maximize in that situation, 9 times out of 10, I think he just plays to outplay. But obviously, you know, being 2-0 down, you don't want to risk that. Nice trade
here in the bot lane, as you say. It's going to mean that will come ahead with a slight lead, and Vengeance sniffing around for trouble, looking to try and make his presence known here in the bot lane as double buffs.
It's diveable.
They're looking to dive this one. Out come the TPs instantly. Liv is going to respond as well. Draku locks in place, beats under the tower. One shot, two shot, towers, and ignites, and he's going to die. Kirsay with the boomerang slingshot is just there to play defense, and Chungy can run him down with empowered autos, but it just doesn't mean anything.
They're going to lose both sides too. I think Maximize is dead on the top side. Yeah.
He's just gone.
And maybe Order can recover a loss here. Can they re-dive this? Do they have enough damage? Because Kisei, Yone,
What do they
shield.
have? Double flash, actually triple flash between everybody on the side of Chiefs.
No, they've cleared the wave.
The wave's gone, they can't do anything.
Yeah, I mean, in that play there, if you're Order, I think you just commit everything to bot side. I think Maximize needs to channel TP too. Just walk away, channel TP, take the 4v5 in the bot lane. Legitimately, I think that's the play. Again, I didn't see top lane stay. It could have been terrible for the TP. However, Swaith and Lived, well, I mean, Chiefs have just come into this with a game plan, right? As soon as they saw the Darius, they said, we're going to put this behind early, because once you put the Darius behind it, it's just a nothing champ.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A solo queue champion, and looking to try and put on a solo queue performance to try and win this laning phase, but it's just gone from bad to worse, hasn't it? It's really been put behind. And I suppose we've seen at times being critical of cross-map plays where something's happening on one end of the map and then you're looking to try and find value elsewhere, but Chiefs come ahead both times.
Yeah, I think that's the second time this game, right, where they've won both sides. Not this game, sorry, this series. They've won both sides. And such a rarity. And Swaith's just coming in to help them reset the wave, which is, you know, any friendly jungler does. Doesn't want his bot lane to get frozen on, so it's huge. This is huge because Mboma gets a free reset now, right? Normally that wave gets frozen, and then you start to see Order bot lane pull away with a little bit of a lead. Mboma starts to fall slightly behind. However, because they're able to push that one in and Swaith's just so strong, that's just going to bounce back to Ezreal. He's going to lose absolutely nothing. Gets a free purchase, gets the Sheen, gets the longsword. He's extremely happy with game state because Mboma's going to reset now too. And he may not even be able to push to the next one. So best case scenario for Chiefs across the board.
And how happy do you think Mboma is right now in this series? You know, we talk about his stats quite critically for the entire split, not being the best performer, not to his standards that we've come to know of him, but 3 games, 2 on Ezreal, 1 on Seraphine, playing to his strengths, playing to be in a position where he can be left alone. And when it is a time to, you know, group up and fight, knows exactly how to perform and utilize the resources that have been afforded to him.
Well, Boma's always been like the weak side player, right? He's never stood out to me as the player where you funnel all of your resources, but I also think it's evident in what champions he chooses to be really proficient at, right? Like the Heimerdinger, like being one of them. I think it was more of his auto-fuel champions, and he just got really good at it, but Ezreal being his probably second best. And you pick Ezreal when your support wants to leave lane. And when you pair that with a player like Dragku, it's just a perfect pairing. Like, Mboma's happy to not have the best statistics in the league, but he's also the one probably has the close to the least support proximity, jungle proximity in the league. And again, that's just me guessing. Like, I could be completely wrong, but that's what it feels like, right? Like, look at this lane at the moment. He's just 1v2, and again, doing Ezreal things, farming with Q. Dragku just walked up to offer mid a little bit of assistance. But, you know, he's as cool as you like, cool as a cucumber, not going to pull away with the CS lead, but he's going to allow his team to generate pressure somewhere else.
And we've heard that, right, from the interviews that these players have actually mentioned. And Dragku says, look, there's a bit of a mismatch between the two of us. And Boma, quite a defensive player, just wants to sit in lane, get that CS per minute up as high as possible. Whereas I want to roam, I want to gank, I want to try and find fights and skirmishes and try and give ourselves a lead as a whole. And it's really cool to see them really hone in on that identity. And I need to try and find a little bit of defensive nature now as well, as the Astral Shift to be buried with the Flash too. But then that's going to mean that Vengeance is going to look for the Impale afterwards. A free mana track repel. What does that really do? Buy more time, and Boma is dead.
I think he ultimately played that as safely as he could with how the minion wave was, right? Like, Order did a very good job manipulating that minion wave, keeping it where it was, and just forcing the Skarner gank now. Skarner did pick up the kill, which is probably something that you don't want to see. But, you know, Mboma's going to be able to go back to lane and pick up most of that farm unless he gets dived on repeat. So it's not a great situation to die, but it's also not that bad. It's not terrible, right? You know, what would be terrible is if he gets re-dove on this wave. That would be terrible. So he's only lost one minion at the moment because the cannons just tanked a little bit, but he's also going to lose more. But look at the cross map. They're going to lose tower. So again, Mboma's just a little bit of that weak side Titan.
He really is. He's like, gank me more, boys. You know, send all your men bot side, because look what we're getting. Darius is in the bin. He can't do much. Down 20 CS. Sure, IAD carries down 20 CS, but we've picked up a turret whilst you picked up 2 plates.
Now, if you ask me though, Skimmy, like, where would I prefer my gold? On a Sion Sejuani or a Kai'Sa? Like, I'm going to choose the Kai'Sa.
Oh, for sure.
However, it's not as big as what they're losing topside. Like, what they're losing topside is substantial for anyone. Like, you're going to get to a point where the Sejuani and the Sion are just going to solo kill Kai'Sa. So, you know, they need to be picking up more order, but Chiefs are just playing the weak side well. Yes, like I said, Mboma did die, but I don't know what else he could do there. Aside from, like, obviously playing, you know, 5 minutes prior maybe a little bit better and ensuring the wave isn't where it was. But, you know, they backed off from tower, they didn't die, and it's really good discipline from the Chiefs.
Good discipline and a chance here for Order to try and stabilize the odds, because we've talked about the slim margins that have been in this series so far. Gold leads that have been floating between 1 to 2k ever since the major team fight happens late game, where okay, that's people down for 40 seconds. We're taking turrets, barons, and looking to try and end the game. But it's always been that keyword execution. We don't get to see it once again. Beautiful flash, as that was Swaif looking for more and more jungle impact once again, and the Chungi going to be a little bit harder now to try and deal with this Yone.
Yeah, so now what we do is we time Orianna summon a spell, we time her flash. We know Sejuani ultimate's coming up a lot quicker than flash. Will they contest this though? No Sejuani ultimate, I think it's as good as gone. So Order all of a sudden maybe just found themselves a win condition, right? They found themselves the 2 dragons. Soul Point would be the next one if they secure that one. So if you're an Order fan, the dragons are looking pretty.
It's looking good. Definitely something to play for right now, because the expense seems to be sacrificing map pressure once again. You can see that Maximize is looking to try and hold that wave, maybe even freeze it topside to give himself at least a little bit of relevancy for that first item before he joins in with that next teleport. But more of those turret plates are being sacrificed in mid lane, more pressure is being generated, and more vision is allowing the likes of Lived and Dragku to continue to be on the hunt.
Also, Skimmy, there's something about the Chiefs picking AD like heavy drafts and coming out of early game with like a 3-4k gold lead. I don't know how they do it, but they seem to just put that pressure on themselves and come out ahead every time. And you know, this game in particular was just like really heads up pathing. It's not every day you get level 2 gank by Sejuani You know, especially when you're playing Darius and just spending majority of his time in the top side and punishing Maximize, punishing the pick. Maximize done a very good job stabilizing though, but if you look at itemization now, you can't really draw a comparison. It's a Scion with a full completed item and boots, Darius with a pickaxe. So if it ever comes to a point in which there's going to be a skirmish, going to be like a 2v2 or 3v3, Sion's going to just win every day of the week.
It does beg the question in, as both teams decide to start contesting one another over those major objectives, what it actually means, whether or not Order will say, we've got 2, we can buy time, or if they're still looking to try and play for that very early 20-minute soul. So once again, Chiefs looking to try and lay down the law. They've got vision, they know exactly where you are on that red buff, they're sniffing out for trouble. They're just biding with their time. Maybe just turn across into Chungi instead. We ganked you before. You've got no flash. You can't do much about this one. That's going to be the Impale onto Kisei, who hits the ultimate onto absolutely everybody. Looking to juggle around and lifesteal his way to victory, but going to fall on down all the same. And that is Liv showcasing that Sion gets double kills and is now 3-0-1.
Yeah, so they took 2 down there in a deficit, right? I mean, Order had 4 members in that play, and they still lost 2 members. So that's just... And mind you, Skimmy, that's against a Darius. Like, if there's any point you're going to be winning a game, it's going to be at the 13-minute mark with the Darius, right? However, that's just not the case, and that's just the damage that was done top side of the map. And if you're a Chiefs fan, you've got to be looking at that and just licking your lips, because it's not going to get particularly better for the champion that is Darius. And so this is just a really good engage. Kisei good discipline holding his ultimate. I thought maybe there's a turnaround. You know, I think I underestimated the damage coming out of Maximize, and he nearly gets the reset. If he's able to get the second swing of the axe onto Swaith, maybe he falls down too. It's not the case though, and the top side of Chiefs, it's the playground.
Certainly is. It's the term we love so dearly here, right? You know, whose playground is it today? Who's got their time on the swings? And who's getting to have all the fun?
Mate, they're not just on. They're not on the swings at the moment. They're going down the slide on repeat.
Down the slide.
They're just permanent slides.
Like, they're just sending it on repeat.
Yeah, Liv sending it down the slide with the Scion ultimate, and Swaith's following down with the on the board, riding the ball down the slide. I mean, what else do you want?
It's all a kid needs to have fun and
We're
a
at
day
Luna
out.
Park.
It was worth noting, looking at the replay, actually, that Kisei, despite a massive ultimate to start things off, beautifully placed depth charge there from Beats, interrupting his uptime. So that is what ultimately resulted in him not being able to flash away or turn things around. But the next Herald spawns, fitting to the Chiefs' name. They are the only team in the league with an 80% win rate or 80% acquisition rate on this Herald. They just love this objective. They get it on repeat without missing a beat. And already up 1 turret and soon to take a second. This could find a fair bit of value.
This mid turret does go down on the Rift Herald charge, so
yeah.
Will Order let it go down for free is the question, because Dragon is spawning. Yeah, again, we talked about win conditions for Order. It's potentially this Dragon, right? They pick up this next one. All of a sudden, they're 1 Dragon, 1 mistake away from an Ocean Soul. So I think they're going to really want to contest this one. Looks like they're resetting to get back on the map in time to secure some vision. However, when you look at the front line of the Chiefs, how do they get through it at this point, right? There's no item picked up for Oriana yet. She's coming out of base without an item complete. Opted in for the Merc Treads as well, so Yone does find backline access. It's going to be an absolute shred.
Certainly is. And this was the question I raised before, right? What would Order actually do, given they are lagging behind in critical areas for those damaging items? They've got 2 Dragons so far. Would love to play for a nice early 20-21 minute soul point. But I just don't think Chiefs will provide them that invitation. Wave states are working for them. Maximize pushing out topside again. Desperate to complete that stride breaker. He's got TP if the angle presents itself. But Vengeance has his eyes on Scuttle Crab. And looking to try and control other ends of the map instead.
Yeah, you think about the positive then, I guess, is that they've got 3 Dragons in the bank, right? They don't have enough damage for this, so I would be surprised if we saw Vengeance ulting him. Yeah, you know, Order have 3 Dragons to play with now, or 2, right? So they're able to spend 10 minutes or the next 10 minutes trying to farm, trying to find favorable matchups, potentially find a pick in the side lane, but the Darius is just doing no damage. And yeah, this is meant to be their strong point of the map, right? This is meant to be the player who just going to start to take over the game at this point, but if anything, he's doing the complete opposite. Finding himself with 3 deaths. Thought maybe I heard a flash there, but I think it was Skarner just hitting the blast cone.
Yeah, I think for me, They've invested 3 members topside to try and guarantee that this turret will fall on down. You can't impel Design. No. You can't bully him off the point either, and it just means that Chiefs can take 2 lanes of pressure instead. Chungy dead on repeat. He burnt the flash on cooldown, but he's dead all the same again.
It just feels like Order are playing wrong side of the map, right? And Chiefs are playing the correct one now. Swait spent most of his time making sure Lift would be okay in this matchup. Now he's winning it. And now Swait's just, he's swinging his lead into Yone now, into Kisei, which makes sense, right? He's the mid-game bridge. You need him for the mid to late game to be able to take over. All of a sudden, Chungy's the one being punished now, and now Vengeance is trying to recover losses for Maximize. But what he should be doing is making sure Chungy can farm, making sure Chungy can get items, and playing skirmishes around him because, you know, alternate universe, Vengeance is there countering that play. It turns into a 1-for-1 or maybe a 2-for-0 for Order. However, nothing gets done, no one gets protected, and it's a 5k gold lead, almost 6k gold lead.
Yeah, just look at it's quickly snowballed out of control, right? That's no major objective. This is the biggest gold lead we've had this series. And in terms of trajectory, you know, we've been usually looking around the 25-30 minute mark before this was even a talking point. It's been a bit of a lane kingdom in the sense of what it's allowed Chiefs to do as a result. Always trading up positively, always finding moments to shine. And you talk about individual CS leads, you talk about kills and fights that are being won as a result. A very early flash here for Maximize, trying to deny vision. Swaith did lose vision, my ward in the brush. But he's now got to posture very defensively underneath this bottom tower.
But that's huge. You know, Darius no flash. Probably the biggest tool he has, and might even see a fight here.
Yeah, Swaith looking for that ultimate right now. Auto just split apart. They have no cohesion. And they're just going to sacrifice Chungy again. He is just being bullied like you would not believe it. Flash or not, no impact, no shockwave. No chance to try and bring Order back into this team fight win.
And Skimmy, with a little bit of confidence and a few wins under their belt, this Chiefs team looking very dangerous.
Certainly are looking very dangerous, looking like they are a team that are playoffs ready. We talk about Order having that playoffs buff. Unfortunately, at the moment, they've yet to really bring it all together. We've seen strong moments, strong elements, but I suppose starting off as we did to get this day underway, you know, the reason most of these teams, or these 2 teams in particular, find themselves in 4th and 5th is the ability to be so inconsistent in their consistency. So they'll be no doubt looking to try and bounce back. You know, they've managed to delay it by getting 2 of those dragons. They've managed to delay things to look at, you know, a very long, prolonged soul point discussion, but based on how we've seen things so far, you know, I don't think Chiefs will allow them to get to that state. Probably just rush a Baron.
Well, Order do have the tools to stall this one out, right? In terms of wave clear, you know, Chiefs don't have the rangiest composition. Kisei is not going to be able to hit turrets while the Orianna's there. But at the moment, it's just Swaith playing the correct side of the map and finding those windows of picks. And, you know, look, we're seeing Kisei push out this top wave, and we'll probably see Swaith go ahead and meet him, particularly because this Baron spawned. I was going to say he's posturing bot side, but he's done a detour. He's almost like he was alt-tabbed there, and he's just decided to swing top side, get some top side control. But I think Chiefs will soon realize that Dragon spawning, and that's where they're going to put you know, most of their stock on this next Dragon, because they can't afford to lose one, right? You know, we talk about Chiefs being so in control of this game, but if Order are able to find the pick and start this as a 4v5 or pick up a Dragon somehow, some way, then all of a sudden it's game on, because you give away this Ocean Soul, I'm not sure how you win or come back from that.
This is the most vulnerable state right now for Chiefs, so we've seen them get picked apart before, rotating between waves. And he's caught on that side vision. Note that Kisei is pushing out bot side right now, so this is the Chiefs being aggressive on midway 4v5.
He's got TP.
That's the TP, as you say, but might just look to hang on to that for as long as possible, because he's under no immediate threat.
Bit of a dance in the river here, and you got to ask yourself, how do Order face check this? Because, you know, whilst it's a tanky lineup, and the hook lands onto the support.
Does land. Both teams jostling around, trying to decide which fight will they decide to take. Vengeance looking for that key impale target.
Shockwave!
He flashes on. Shockwave connects. It doesn't change the overall outcome because Sejuani puts everybody to sleep. It's a freezer. Everybody's frozen. Everybody's locked on down. And it is a double kill for Swaith to play around with. Sejuani, the pocket pick, comes up huge once again. Kisei on the tail end picks up another. Side waves were crashing against him. Order had to do something, but Chiefs come out on top again.
That fight looks so good for Order, right? Am I the only one that saw the shot? Like, That was a 3 or 4 man shockwave into an assassination on Imboma pretty much. And the front line from Chiefs, just in terms of base damage at this point in the game with how accelerated they are, it's just too much. And I mean, you keep your eyes on carries in team fights for sure, but at this point the carries is the front line. It's the Sejuani, it's the Sion. So watch this, watch the ball, watch Changi. I mean, we start to think, okay, this is the turn. Look, not yet. The ball's there, the ball's hidden on the big bodies, and Shockwave onto 4 members. And Boma's just on the back line getting assassinated. But look at Swathe, Dragcrew, and Liv. They're just too big. I mean, they're a bit like Dragcrew's biceps. It's just too big.
True. They've been showing Tom on the bench press, getting it really done right now because they are showcasing, look, we'll gank you, we'll make sure that you have no damage when that shockwave connects, and it will look good, but it just won't do much. You've taken down Mboma, he doesn't mind. His job is already done. There's the tanks. The melee bruisers are able to just run rampant and sharp when it matters. And I suppose you could argue the question here that maybe the Dragons have been very much thrown Chiefs' favor. You know, first 2 games have been Mountain Souls, now looking to try and play for an Ocean Soul. When you talk about how can you take these tanks down, the question just keeps cropping up game after game.
Yeah, and you know, the Mountain Souls probably, when people hear it, they probably scoff at it, right? And Flash Burnt from Changi, they scoff at Mountain Souls. They think it's not a good dragon, but they had an Ornn in both games. They had Ornn, Skarner, and I think one was Gragas, one was Rel.
It was, yeah.
They got like Mountain Soul with an Ornn, both games. I mean, what more do you want? Beggars can't be choosers.
500 armor. Oh, beautiful once again. Overlapping the combination. Magnet Storm into 2, guaranteeing that they all get stuck in place. Vengeance looking for the Impale. It's on Mboma. He's untouched. There's no damage going his way. The turret falls on down. It's a prolonged team fight. Shockwave onto side. He doesn't mind. Kisei slingshots back to the mid-wave. And Order, very fortunate not to suffer any casualties.
There's just no damage. And I mean, there was a turret helping them that time. You start to ask questions. How do they win this? Because, you know, Changi's only got a Liandry's. Kai'Sa sure has the itemization to do damage, but when you look at the items on Swathe and Liv, all of a sudden the mathematical equation isn't in favor of Order. And again, I think that was a little bit of a reckless play from Chiefs, right? Like, maybe that's where we see on another day, that's where we see Chiefs kind of throw their gold leads, right? And, you know, we talk about Order coming back, but, you know, this wasn't to be the case this time. They weren't able to swing that into any kills in their favor, and the hill is just getting bigger, the hill's just getting steeper, and it's hard to see the way back into this. Kisei's got to be the one that falls down.
I mean, for sure. And that's my point exactly, was the fact that, you know, in terms of picking key members, one, you know, how do you get to them? But it almost feels like Chiefs are allergic to the Baron. It feels like if we go for this is the only way we can lose this game.
I mean, they probably have flashbacks from the Jinx game. There is nothing really to steal this one from the side of Order. Maybe a Shockwave, but it's not doing more damage than the Smite at this point. So if that's the worst case scenario, nice little giveaway. If that's the worst case scenario, you got to take that. They should just start to set up Baron Vision, start to deny Baron Vision, because your turn's unbelievable. You have Rel, you have Sejuani Ultimate, and you can just do that off cooldown, right? Like, if at first it fails, but you get a few flashes, then the next time it's as good as done. So Chiefs I think they have realized that. Kisei probably started the Baron a little bit too early, so they do know it's being started now. So it is contestable. Can Vengeance be the hero?
Livs is there down bot side right now, forcing out TP. Chungi comes in here first. Baron down to 50. It's just a bait. They don't care. Forcing out summoners. Forcing out mispositioning, and looking to try and capitalize on that. Look at that! Straight away onto Vengeance, knocking up Chungi once again. Minimize the impact that this Shockwave can find. Suppression is found, but Mboma is in trouble. Mboma can kite away, surviving, peeling, protecting, and do whatever is needed on the job at the end. It's a split fight, a one-man Shockwave that doesn't do anything, Juves. It's all things blue here, as Chiefs convincingly find 4.
Convincingly find 4, Skimmy. And, I mean, what a team fight coming out of the Chiefs. It's just, everyone is doing their job. Lived is the one that starts that fight, right? He drives the Sion down mid. He says good day, rolls down the window in the Holden and says, I'm here. And probably a lot of people probably don't know what a Holden is, but nevertheless, you know, Liv starts this one. Swathe comes in on the back end, lands a perfect Sejuani ultimate onto the Kai'Sa, and It's just the clean-up crew from Kisane and Boomer, and Skimmy, this might be a 3-0 for the Chiefs.
This is certainly looking like it right now. Do we have a curse in the region? 3-0s between both of our series to open up the LCO. Here we go. Members are respawning. The Nexus is exposed down to 3 quarters, but Chiefs want to find more blood before they fall on down. They want to go out with a bang. Swaith is unstoppable, 5-0 and 9. The pocket pick proving to be far too strong on the day. It's Kisei, the double kill again. The hero from all his different performances. But it's the Chiefs that in a game-free scenario convincingly knock out Order.
The player cam there from Draku. Congratulations to the Chiefs, and if you're a Direwolf fan watching this one, maybe you're a little bit nervous because Order looks so good coming into this playoff series, and thought it was going to be a lot closer than that, but Chiefs really just put their foot down and said, hey, we're here, it's playoff time, and we're ready to play, potentially fixing all the little kinks in the road. And Mac man, what do we think of that one, champion?
We think a lot of things. Mostly, you know, we had 5 brand new champs today, which was pretty nuts. When I say brand new, I mean like to the LCO. We haven't seen him yet. So that was a nice little statistic for you. But look, in terms of that game, clean sweeps both ways. You know, Chiefs really pulling out all stops and doing a very damn good job. And look, Draku, congratulations. You have the sexiest biceps and the best player cam reactions we've seen so far in the LCO. I have to give it to that man.
Yeah, I mean, he goes to the gym every day late at night for this reason. Skips out. Here we go. Here we go. Oh, okay. The tongue came out that time. That was not the bicep. But I mean, this was it. This was it for me. You know, a 4v5, and you're trading down. And this was all set up from the early game from Swaith. So you know, props to him for the way he's played out this early one. Maybe punishing the inexperience a little bit of Maximize. And it's just when you're losing a 4v5 top side of the map, it's a little cheeky grin there from Mboma, weak side Titan. He's like, alright guys, I'm farming bot lane, I'm all good.
This is the 4-man shockwave, right? This is the moment you're thinking maybe enough. Keep a quick stock check of their damage health bars. It just tickles them. They don't care. And Mboma actually survived. Doesn't get one shot. He's still fighting. Does whatever he can into Chungies. He's getting resets on that HP bar, but it just does not matter. The Bruiser boys just getting it done. Hitting the 1-2, sweeping through the ranks, grouping up as a solid squad. And you can see Swaith on your screen right there saying, do you think I'm going to play carry champions? I can carry on tanks as well. Really strong performance from them. This, for me, the strongest of them all. You know, I highlighted at the start of the night, if the Chiefs can get a really strong early game lead, if they find themselves in a comfortable spot 50 minutes in, I think they can run away with it. And this one was a good example of that.
Yeah, and I mean, it's probably it's probably a nice little evolution from the Chiefs, right? You know, we're probably used to them. A bit of bang of the chest too. That's the Animal Kingdom type stuff. He's just, you know, like the Silverback. I'm ready. Bring on Direwolves. Huh?
The Silverback, I absolutely love it, man. Big gorilla, bloody big arms, big chest. And look, shout out to his traps as well. He sent me a couple of pictures of those. I think he's pretty proud of him. Now, look, Chiefs, they're going to be going on to play on Direwolves. That's going to be an interesting one, considering Direwolves have been looking good up until, you know, today, where it seemed like Peace just were in another league. Order, they're gone. They're out of here. So it's a big old see you later to them. So all for nothing. They ended up coming 4th with a big upset over Peace last week. And then coming into this, you know, you thought they would take a game at least, if not 2. And then it didn't happen. Clean sweep for Chiefs. Perfectly played.
Do I have time, Mac?
You got plenty of time, mate.
Well, you know, okay. When it comes to Order, I just want to say, it is a young team, and they've thrown a lot of bans out during the split, and they've said a lot of things. But for me, it's made it interesting. And you always have to respect players that are willing to go out on a limb, say things, make it interesting. So obviously, commiserations to them. But what I am excited about is this team coming back for Split 2, because I think they have so much potential, and they showed it to us on the back end. And I really hope they don't take this too hard, but they take a lot of lessons from it. I still want them to come out. I still want them to chat. I still want them to be confident and say what they're thinking. And I think the next split will be a better one for them, and they should be really proud of how this first split played out for them.
I want to chime in as well, actually, Mac. I just want to quickly note that, you know, between all 10 players, it was only Swaith and Dragu that had any best-of-5 experience. Apart from that, these are players that maybe have played the game for a fair bit. Some players, their first time playing on a team at this caliber as well. So the sky's the limit, really, in terms of their potential. You know, you look at Order and you come into this one and say they've taken big games or some big opposition. You're thinking maybe it is their game to win, you know, taking down Direwolves, taking down Peace as well, whereas Chiefs haven't managed to, you know, find those same strengths. But if we've learned anything from the two best of threes to best of five, tonight, it's that the regular season is one thing, but as soon as we come into playoffs, it's a completely different beast. You just can't call it.
Yeah, just completely crazy indeed. Now let's bring Nat back into the conversation. She's down on the sidelines with one of the champions. What do you think of that match, Nat?
It was good. You know, I did it at the end of the last game, so I'm going to quickly do it now before I jump into this interview. But I'm going to give you some total kills and dragons. It was a lot more even on the dragons. Chiefs got 9 and Order got 4. But the kills were almost the exact same score as the Peace and Direwolves series. So Chiefs had 53 and Order had 14. So, yeah. Bit of a reckoning as well for this series, just like the one before.
Thank you, StatsNat.
No, that's okay. I'm here for the stats. I'm sitting off at the sideline doing all the quick maths. But I have asked along Swaith to join me for the post-game interview. Congratulations on a very convincing 3-0, I would say. How is the team atmosphere after, I guess, a lot of them playing their first best of 5 and coming out on top?
Yeah, thanks, Nat. Yeah, I would say the atmosphere is ecstatic. Like, obviously, everyone's like really in high spirits. Like, we're happy. Like, obviously, it's a 3-0. Like, what else is there to say?
Of course, I mean, I could not imagine. Tell me a little bit about the draft, though, because I would say we saw a pretty significant change between your Game 1 draft and the Game 2 draft. So tell me why you made some of those changes and how you were feeling coming out of the draft for all 3 games.
Yeah, so like while maybe the champions looked a little bit different, like the core of our draft was pretty much the same. Like it was really like slow and standard. Like we've got a tank top, tank jungle, like control mage mid. I guess well, I guess that was game 2 and 3. Like the basically it was to me it felt like a pretty cookie cutter comp. Like in my opinion, like we've got carries in the mid lane, like you know tanks everywhere else. Like you know that's kind of our style, I would say.
What did you think about the Annie pick for game 1? Because I was really taken aback by seeing it.
Yeah, honestly, I was pretty shocked. I don't think it was as effective as maybe they'd hoped. But yeah, it was just kind of like a weird pick. I think that they chose to like cheese the series with. But yeah, obviously it just wasn't very effective.
Tell me a little bit more about the communication that was going on between the team around objectives, because you guys seem to come out of team fights almost all the time on top, but they were never like fully aggressive team fights. So I want to know what the communication was like for you guys.
Yeah, so honestly, it was all over the place. Like everyone was like screaming and yelling. Maybe that's not what you want to hear. If you're hoping for a cohesive team fight. But yeah, like I think like most of our like success was due to coming beforehand. Like our objectives, like what everyone should be doing in the fight, like that's upcoming in say like a minute. So like I think our setup was a lot better in this game than perhaps in other series. And I think really what everyone got to see was like scrim chiefs today in action as opposed to stage chiefs, which has been obviously quite disappointing throughout the whole split. But this was more to our potential, to our peak, and like I guess like where our source of confidence is coming from going into playoffs, because I think that we can really like take it to the other top teams.
Well, I hope we see this Chiefs continuing on a lot more. My last question for you, though, is your next opponent's Direwolves, who, you know, had a pretty good showing at the end, coming up to the end of the split. But how are you guys feeling going up against this one, and what's going to be your main focus, I guess, going into that series?
Yeah, I think honestly it's the same as today, really. It's like, will Scrim Chief show up or will Stage Chief show up? And if it's Scrim Chiefs, then I think that we'll have absolutely no problem dealing with them. And I honestly feel like it's kind of the same for them, because they tend to sometimes overperform on stage. So yeah, perhaps they have like the edge of us in that matchup, but as long as we keep our cool, I think we'll be fine into them.
I'm looking forward to it. Congratulations again on winning this series and staying alive in the playoffs run. I'll let you go for now, but thank you.
Thanks, Sam.
Pretty happy with himself there, as you would be, you know, still alive here in the playoffs. Chiefs and Swaith, of course, are doing a very good job. Now we have a couple of announcements. First things first, player of the series for this second series of the day. Who do you think it is? Let's go down the desk. Do you guys know? You guys weren't in the Discord discussing it, so, you know, take stab juice, take stab skimmy.
If I would say it's Draku, but if I had to go by recency bias, it'd be Swaith.
Okay,
yeah, I think it's going to be Draku as well, but I'd love to give a massive shout out to Kisei. I think for me, there have definitely been growing pains, as you'd expect for a rookie, but Jubes touted him as this really exciting player coming into the LCO, and he's just shown up every single lane, or every game in every lane. He just had his number. He showed, this is how you play Lucian. You pick it, you can't do anything with it. This is how you play Zoe. I'll beat you into it. And then to top things off, the Yone is allowed, and he shows up big on that as well. But I think it will be Draku.
Okay, and you know who it is, don't you, Nat? So
I do, but can I just say, while we're doing shout-outs for the Chiefs, I'm going to make this quick, I promise, but I flamed Mboma on the very first interview I ever said to him, right? I said that his last year's performance was 8th and 7th, and I don't understand where he was getting this confidence from coming into the LCO. But I have to give him a big shout-out. He has been playing insane, and no matter what happens from here on out, he has improved significantly from last year, and he should be really proud of that.
Well, there you go. Let's have a quick peek at who it is. We'll return to the conversation afterwards. It is your boy Draku. So the man with the big biceps, with the big player cam reactions, and the big impact in the game as well. Doing an absolutely stellar bloody job. Look at that. 17 assists in Game 1, 10 in Game 2, and then 9 in Game 3 as well. Only dying twice across the series. It's just having a whole world of impact, Juice.
It's slacked off in the kill participation department in Game 3, I'll be honest with you, but 2 out of 3 games is enough to win it in my book, so
yeah,
good on you, Dragon. Good on you, Draco. I'm happy for him, because he's his own harshest critic at times, and I probably, sound like a bit of a Draco fanboy, but, players for me that are very critical on themselves, but also, want to improve, want to work hard, want to take the next step and go overseas, I always have a soft spot for them. And so, yeah, I'm happy to see him do well, and the first probably, 3 back-to-back games we've seen him play really well. He's been very inconsistent this year, so happy to see it. Now, can I just say something about the previous thing? How
long is it going to take?
It's 2 seconds. 2 seconds.
2 seconds? Well, then
Nat was holding on to that baggage about Mboma all year, and she finally got the chance to relieve that baggage.
Look, it was going to come out one way or another. He was going to lose in regular season, and I was going to just absolutely nail in the coffin him. But he proved himself, and you know what? I'm letting him out. He absolutely showed up today as well. So.
Well, there you have it. So, Nat exposed, and now let's expose what the play of the day is. Now, let's go down the desk again. Any contenders that you guys want to throw up in the air before we jump into what it is?
Well, a big play would have to be the Baron still, but it didn't result in anything.
I'm going to go for the, I think it was the Ornol into the culling, into the Gragas barrel. For me, that was like the beginning of the end. I think that was the start of the series, right? Game 1. And you said even yourself, right, Jubes? Chiefs with a win, they might just 3-0 this. And it looked to be pretty much that exact story. Really, really strong team fight, opened the floodgates, and the rest is history.
Okay, what about you, Nat? Any outstanding plays?
I actually don't really have any. For the first time, I didn't keep track of all the plays. I was too busy looking at all the stats. But I'm going to say it's something in the second game of Peace and Direwolves. That's just a random guess. I have absolutely no idea.
All right. Well, Nat, you're in the wrong series, unfortunately. And I think the one that you were talking about, Skimmy, is the play of the day. It is when Swaith gets the Baron and Chiefs turn the team fight, which I believe is what we're witnessing here. Mr. Play-by-Play, take us away.
I'll have to do it on the next replay. I've missed the boat on this one. The ship sailed, but here we go. I'll just wait this one out, and it's a nice little 2-tap there from the Lucian coming on out. And back over to the Baron buff and securing the Baron. All right, here we go. We've got Kisei on the back end. The culling goes, brrrr, and then we've got him looking. He's looking at doing damage on the Vengeance. Puma's on the back line. They've left him unattended. You can't leave Jinx unattended. Kisei's over the wall. Maximize flashes, body slam. Welcome to the jam again. Space Jam coming out soon. Anyway, Kisei on the back end. Brrrr, again, kills him. Baron going down. Iboma on the back end. Hey, anyone want Wagyu? Because Beats is going down.
Beef is on the menu.
Yeah.
You never fail to deliver, Jubes. You never fail to deliver. They call you the bloody postman, they do. Now, big congratulations to Swaith and the Chiefs for turning that fight and, not only winning the series, but getting the play of the day as well in Game 1 of that series. So, look, we heard a lot from Jubes there. Skimmy, do you have any thoughts on that play before we move further forward?
Yeah, so I was thinking about other play, but that one for me, absolutely insane. That was a 4v5 going into it. I believe, if I remember, Livs got caught as Ornn, and then Order were like, right, well, we just go to Baron. So they turned it around. They had confidence. They put all their faith in the Lucian, and Kisei, like I said, really showing up when it matters. So
Yeah, production
well
just
deserved.
threw up a picture of Kisei there as well, you know, having a bit of a rough regular
Well, there he
season,
is.
but then just fully
That's
buffed
Draku
up.
behind him, pumping him up.
Yeah, Mr. Krabs. Get him on, son. Get him on. Well, there you go. So Chiefs with a stellar performance and a bloody great meme as well. You know, shout outs to Chiefs social media team for just pumping out the good stuff. Now, let's have a quick look at the bracket recap where we're at. After day one of the playoffs, round one done and dusted. Only 6 games watched as well because it's 3-0s. No changes in the scoreline. Let's see if that'll change tomorrow. We do have, I believe it's Pentanet and Peace going head-to-head, and then you got Direwolves and Chiefs there in the lower bracket as well. So a whole lot more action coming up, and I guess, you know, both of these games have some potential to pop off, Juves. Which one are you more excited for?
I mean, I'm excited for Pentanet Peace, but I mean, you have to be with the way Peace played. However, historically, Pentanet have really just had Peace's number. So the Direwolves Chiefs one for me is interesting because Chiefs are coming off a 3-0, Direwolves coming off a 0-3. I mean, once you get the playoffs, every game's exciting. I can't wait.
Anyone else with some thoughts before we move too much further forward?
Yeah, I think for me, we came into the season putting a big emphasis on Peace and PGG having retained the majority of their roster, that they should be the 2 front runners. We saw that Pentanet, you know, especially in their first encounter, Pentanet rolled over them. Their second encounter, a lot closer. But if these best of 5s are anything to go by, I imagine that there are going to be some crazy tweaks in the draft. We've already seen, what you say, 5 unique champions, Mac?
Yeah.
We're guaranteed to see a whole bunch more tomorrow. That'll just try and throw headballs and headaches more than anything, right, for the coaches to say, what are we dealing with? How do we beat this? And yeah, I think we're in for a treat tomorrow too.
Well, new patch, new meta. Speaking of tomorrow, we are going to be watching Pentanet take on Peace to see who fast tracks their way to the grand final and who's going to be going into that lower bracket final as well. So it's going to be a damn good game, and we finally get to see some playoffs Pentanet and see if they can bring their A game or if they're going to trip over when it matters most. That's what we heard from Only earlier on during the split, when in one of those interviews, saying, look, when it comes to playoffs, there's some extra pressure on everyone's shoulders. You really just need to bring your A game or it's all for nothing. So I guess, you know, Order found out that it was all for nothing today. That's it. So look, going into tomorrow, ladies and gents, we are only going to have 1 pair of casters. Who do we have on the plate? Who's going to be here?
We had to make a late substitution.
Okay.
We've got the Skim Dog and the Rust Dog.
Okay.
Mixing it
Bring
up.
it back.
Beautiful. All right,
Running
so
it back.
Juves, hopefully we'll see you in Twitch chat, and Skimmy, Nat, we'll see you guys tomorrow. So that brings us to the end of the show, and wasn't that damn entertaining playoff? Certainly delivering in day 1, day 2 coming up tomorrow, and it's going to be a banger. Don't miss out. We'll see you then.
For a headbutt pole, but provided that room for the rest of the team to go deep. Only and Claire were the ones that decided to chase, but they kind of isolated themselves. And you can see how that's worked out for them. Killer Instinct, Violet right on top of Cupcake, but he's so fed right now that he's going to survive.
It's Halo.
They're going to go on Halo, Only forcing the flash. Cupcake over the wall as well. They've actually, I wanted to say confirmed the kill, but they haven't. There's a Zonya for Halo. Look, he's still alive. It's going horribly wrong, isn't it? Aladoric in the end does drop. How? How is Halo still alive? He's getting out of there. He's disappearing. But Direwolves, they might be winning the fight. Maybe they're not. It's 4 on 3, but the HP is so low. Gunkrab caught in the Empress Divide that was stolen by Halo, and all of a sudden, there goes the Dire Wolves. This is a personal shout out to all of the boys. When you are 2 to 3 levels down against your lane opponent, do not fight.
Baron down to 4K. A 3-man body slam, looking to try and lock him in place right now. The ultimate's already been connected. The Baron's still leashed. Puma evaporates. Kisei survives, flashes across the wall. He's still got that cleanse. Hits it immediately. Forget about what Maximus can do on this now. It's a double kill for Swave. They take him out of the equation as well. Doubles across doubles. It's all things doubles, all things blue, and it's all things Chiefs. But it's worth noting that Magnet Storm is still there for Draku, so keep tabs on his positioning.
Here we go.
Here it is! I say it, and 3 members instantly are locked in place as a result. Cleanse burn, doesn't matter, Bench is dead. 4 members put to sleep, Juves. But the rest of Order have already disengaged to the bot lane. Kisei actually going to die to the Dragon of all things. The worst case scenario, Chungy comes in and takes it away for himself. A 1-man shockwave, it doesn't do anything, Juves. It's all things blue here, as Chiefs convincingly find 4.
Check off that list and stop the show. I'll savor this in stereo. Don't wanna miss the most high. We blasting through these skylights. Hey. Check off that list and stop the show. I'll savor this in stereo. Tomorrow